evening. It's Friday, May the 6th, 2022. It is the chill stream. Yannick sent a message earlier. He goes, it's not a chill stream. It's like, I'm chill. Other people might be less chill than I am, but I'm having a good time with it.
How chill might
It's
people
like,
are.
drink's pretty chill. So this continues the Friday evening, longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. In the hobby. It's the one we got.
Still, yeah.
It's the hub.
Yep, it is.
One thing you can certainly brag about, right?
It is true, but that's the thing. Almost all the others in the space have taken a week off, or they've taken a mini hiatus, or whatever, or something's happened.
We're not.
You have no content.
Yeah,
None.
Exactly. It's not about quality; it's about quantity. Here, on because of Carlos.
I can accept either.
Quantity.
Someday we'll have quality. I dream of that day.
There's quality throughout.
Yeah, there's some in there occasionally.
It's long, drawn out. Yeah.
Yeah. There are moments.
It's in the chat, Yannick.
There are moments. Look, by the year end, I'll at least have a good 5 minutes of quality. Like, I'll encapsulate it in about 5 minutes. So good evening, Baz. Good evening, Bob. And good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. So I got a couple of little mini updates that we'll do on a couple of things. For the most part, it's just whatever. For the most part, people in the hobby stayed out of trouble for the most part. I did have a good chuckle where I said, it's like, well, I got no reason to tear anybody apart this week unless someone says something stupid. For the most part, they stuck to the same old boring shtick. So it's like, nah, I'll let you have it.
People refrain.
Yeah, it's like I already had said my piece on those. If they say anything new stupid, then by all means, it'll be open season again. But in the meantime, people did behave themselves on the whole. Outside of that, though, hobby-wise, I did have a little follow-up on the video that I did related to collectible, trying to do an IPO for a Patrick Mahomes card. And Card Porn here actually did an update on their Instagram as well, and I'll quickly pull it up. Good evening, Josh. So let me go here, and I'll open it up. And like I said, it'll be a couple of quick little mini stories here, and then we'll open it up to whatever anybody wants to chat about. It's been a good week hobby-wise, though, personal collection-wise. I'll actually talk about that in a minute as well once I finish with these.
Removed from sale.
So removed from sale. So basically, the key was my video took into account this possibility. I said very clearly that for me,
there's a percentage point.
Yeah,
You're in that.
Yeah, but there was a very specific point that I made in that video, which was if it goes through. My point was the attempt. It wasn't whether it succeeded or not. I said if this succeeds, they have manufactured value out of thin air. It made no sense logically, and that was the point of the video. This does not change that. In fact, all it did was point out that enough people thought the same thing. They're like, why would it go up by 6 times in a year with absolutely nothing happening in between? This is not a card where you have a comparable that you can pull directly from. This is the identical card that sold for 1/6 of what they were trying to do 1 year ago with no sale in between. Some folks tried to interject a little bit of a backstory into it and tried to claim that, oh, well, yeah, the original buyer sold it to somebody else privately. It's like, that's great, says you. We're back to studies again. I have studies that said, I'm sure you do. Unless you want to show me some receipts, I don't believe you. And I don't care what you think. I think if they had been a little less greedy, if they had maybe shot for $1 million, as dumb as that is, $1 million with the amount of shares they would have split it up at, they might have been able to pull this one off. And they would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Yeah.
So it didn't follow through? No, it's canceled?
Yeah, they were not able to get enough. They were not able to get enough people to buy into the IPO to actually close on the IPO. Yeah. Had they succeeded, the seller would have literally been able to collect a cool $1 million.
He'd be the aristocracy of
cool million
hobby at that point.
Yeah, it's like
that's like
yeah, and you're selling half a card. You're selling ownership in half a card that for a year ago sold for $300,000. That'd be quite the coup. It's like you didn't even have to actually sell it, but you kind of sold it, but you didn't really.
Just the balls in there.
I appreciate the effort.
It seemed to me like it was just a greedy cash grab. Mm-hmm. And I know that we joke about the whole July 1st thing, and we can talk more about that in a little bit actually when we run out of topics, because I got a couple of comments on it. But this isn't a year ago. This isn't 2 years ago. To just think that the hobby is going to throw money at you like that for absolutely no reason, like they were doing a year or two ago. You're not paying.
A year or two ago, that could have almost maybe snuck through.
Yeah, a year ago it would have worked.
21 for sure.
12 months ago it would have worked. They could have gotten away with it.
A bunch of stupid people, investors who just wanted to just get their hands on stuff and thinking that this is the future of the world for them and going to make them financially independent for the rest of their lives would have been dumb enough to do it. But now people are like, no, that's utterly ridiculous.
You
And
should have a consulting firm, Eric.
and it's a scam. It was a straight up scam, in my opinion. People were like, hey, let's see how stupid people are. Let's test the waters.
You could have asked Chris; he would have known. Because weren't they going to do a projection of future values or something?
Well, I'm sure the card could have one put in there. So actually, I'll touch on that point though. There is one key piece because it comes up with a comment here. So good evening, International Borders. They have papers, Carlos papers. No, that's the problem. They didn't have papers. If they had papers, we could at least have a starting point for discussion. Here's the thing. I'm willing to have the discussion with you if you can produce something to base it on. Like, don't just make up a number out of thin air. That's why when I did the video, I didn't just make my commentary. I also then read Ezra Levine's comment on the post questioning it and then let him give his explanation, which wasn't a very good explanation. But I let him attempt it. I said, I need enough information. It's like, that's all the information I got. Otherwise, you're just pulling information. That's why I used that 53 Topps Mantle thing, one of the early collectible ones. I've touched on collectible and the whole fractional ownership thing. This is the third video I've done on it, but I've spaced them out. I was talking about this back in 2020. And a lot of the stuff I talked about back in 2020 has already come to pass several times over. It's all basically come to pass almost as I outlined it. And then a year later, I gave the update. They already were doing a couple of the things I was talking about. And then now a year after that, so I've been at this for 2 years. So another year after that, well, here we are. Now we're trying a little bit of a different twist on an old song.
Yeah, Ezra was, I'm sure he was reading it to his wife saying, this sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, you think? I think that's as far as it went.
Yeah. So you got to try a little bit. You got to try a little bit harder to come up with the justification. Again, you can, and I think I made the point in the video. I said, look, you can ask for whatever you want.
Right.
Because I said flat out, you can ask for 5 million, you can ask for 10 million, 100 million. Like, but the thing is that it doesn't mean anybody else has to go with you. You should at least make the attempt to at least try to get us from point A to point B. Go, based on what? And I'll touch on the comment here in a second. So what's going on here? Lord knows. So Will H here says, what if a player's performance increased over that year? And that could be a reason. That could be your rationale. The problem is that Patrick Mahomes is not hotter right now than he was 12 months ago. 12 months ago, you could argue he was actually hotter. And that's where something like the index could be a reference point. You could use it as a reference point to try to figure out what you think is going on. That would at least be a reason. If Patrick Mahomes was running on all cylinders right now, he had just won the last Super Bowl, and he was flying high, and you're thinking, okay, this could be the beginning of another little mini run of dynasty. But they lost out to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals took a stab at it, and the last year's Super Bowl champions were the LA Rams. So
he's a Super Bowl short of what people were expected.
Yeah, but also at the same time, that team is going to have a tougher time going forward. As we go forward, every year it gets a little bit tougher to come back. That team will still be good. They'll still be a good team going forward. But the hope and expectation of him he's had enough opportunities early in his career that he could be on 2 or 3 Super Bowls. And if he was, well, then your argument about this card suddenly becomes a lot more. I won't say we got there, but I'm saying you got a better argument. We got a lot more of a path. I could make a case for you.
So where does that card end up now?
I think it sits for a while because right now I think the fractional is a viable attempt. If he comes back at the beginning of next season, you can try the fractional thing again. Because an IPO is basically you're putting it out to that market. If you don't have enough to fill it, you just pull it. What they did is they just quietly pulled it. Well, that doesn't mean you can't try again later. It just means you're going to have to wait until Mahomes does something or the market adjusts so that all of a sudden, okay, that doesn't seem so ridiculous anymore. But today people look at it and go like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them because they're going to kind of go back up. Everyone's going to remember what they had it at. The next IPO they tried to drive forward with it. What's going to happen? Where are you going to put it? It's a very difficult card at this point to do anything with.
I think Cardboard will remember, and I'll remember, and that'll be it. Like I would take the under. It's like, oh, was that the same card? Yes, it was literally the same card. Literally, it's a 1 of 1. It's literally the same card.
So next year we'll be going, Mark's cards. They were cool, right?
Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, exactly. 100%. They're goats, bro. Goats.
Go,
Mark's cards, golden merger.
Yes,
bro.
Yes,
bro.
Trust me.
So on this card, my opinion would be that if you put it up for fractional sharing at the moment, I think you could probably get the 300,000 on fractional sharing.
If they did fractional, and if they did fractional, like I'm actually being serious. I think if you'd done fractional and you had gone for 600,000, you probably could have pulled it off because it's broken up in little pieces. People aren't thinking of 600,000; they're thinking of $10 shares.
Right.
So it's easier for them to stomach that. But your jump from 300 to 2 million was too big a leap in too short a period of time when things are colder. It's a lot colder than if you had tried it 12 months ago, 300,000 to 2 million. It happened a bunch of times. We actually saw a bunch of cards that did that kind of thing, but not right now. Not at this moment. It has to be a card that at least already was tracking in that direction prior to. Right now, he's not tracking in that direction as we speak today.
And the second half is I do think that if they were around 300, maybe a little bit more, I do think fractionally they could have gotten that money. I also don't think that if the current owner just tried to sell it straight out, I don't think he'd get the 300 and something thousand for it right now.
I think he'd struggle. I think it would require I think that his only hope of getting that back would be to find a private buyer. Because it is a one-on-one. So if you have the right private buyer who really is interested,
hide that card,
yeah, that would be the only person that you could probably sell it to. There's probably a person out there, but you'd have to negotiate. It wouldn't be like a 5-second deal. It would be like, no, you'd have to talk about it a little while and they think about it and all right, sure, 550. There you go.
Creative math, Professor Lambeau kind of math.
Again,
well, it might be toss in a couple of cards and then make it maybe like they say, okay, well for 500,000, what would you do? We'll toss in a couple of those cards, 20 grand worth. Here you go. Okay, now here's your 500.
NFTs.
Toss in some NFTs. There you go. Some Bored Apes. Done.
Definitely 2 years
Maybe
ago.
they should make that an NFT.
Exactly. Yeah.
You get the NFT and the card.
Now you're talking. Now we're getting a little more of a deal.
2.9.
Live the dream. Just a great cash grab. Sounds like a lot of things going on in the hobby. There you go. It's true. Couldn't sell enough of the float. Yeah. Without papers, old school. They definitely went old school. There's definitely some sort of fractional premium always with Lewis Hamilton 1/1 go over for $1 million now fractionally. The Lewis Hamilton you could do. It would be easier because it's sold for 900,000. So if you say $1 million, sure. Like I'm not stretching that far. I don't understand why anyone would pay 900,000, but that's not my problem.
No.
But if you have a sale, a confirmed sale for 900,000, and you ask for $1.2 million, $1.3 million, that's not a ridiculous jump comparatively to what we were trying to do here.
Right.
The equivalent here would be if we took the Lewis Hamilton and tried to sell it for $6 million, and everybody would be like, "Why?
Why?
Like why? Where did the other $5 million come from? What just happened here?" And that's that was the problem. The problem is that they stretched too far. They overreached. There were numbers that I'm sure they could have filled in an IPO if they had gone, and it would have been profitable. You could have still made a profit on it. I'm pretty confident, but there was too much. You went way too far.
$1 million would have been a push.
Yeah, but I think you would have had a shot. I think you would have had enough people that could have talked themselves into it at that lower level. Yeah.
How many?
2 million.
We go 2 years ago. How many fractional ownership companies came out? Just one or two, or not even?
No, we had a bunch. We had Rally, Otis, Collectible, Liquid Marketplace sort of does some stuff like that. I think Alt doesn't Alt have some fractional as well?
Yeah.
So those are just off the top of my head. I just threw you 5.
So
and I believe there were a couple of others that gave it a go as well.
And how was that though?
Not too good.
I think there's enough of them in the market that they're cannibalizing each other. It's like any other business, right? So do you have enough high-end stuff? Because early on, stuff sold. I use that 53 Tops Mantle example. They put the $2.5 million valuation, which was made up. That was why in the title I put, you made this up. It's just whatever. But they were able to convince a buyer to buy the card for $3.1 million. So they created a $2.5 million valuation out of thin air. They convinced somebody to actually bid $3.1 million. And the people that had the shares were able to make a small profit out of it. But it's nothing I would have bragged about. You went from 2.5 to 3.1 with fees and whatever. You made a couple of bucks. So it's like per share.
The other companies went HGA.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where like early on, some of the IPOs that cleared early on, there were profits being made, like 20 and 30% on some of these. If you were bought at the IPO price, you bought at the IPO price, you were making 20, 30, in some cases 40% on some of the early ones. But a lot of this was a year ago. Today, some of the stuff is trading comfortably under the IPO price. So even the shares themselves have lost value relative to the inside of the platform, let alone with resale, because nobody is interested in throwing more money at it. It's like your valuation was too high to begin with. It's like you could have a great company. Yeah, but it uses the same principle as the real stock market. An investor, a value investor, is going to say, what is the value of your company? There's different ways they can value it, but one of the simplest ways is, okay, if I shuttered the door and I sold everything you have, what's it worth? And then I look at how many shares you have. If your company's worth $100 million, but your share price says it's worth $20 million, that share is undervalued. No, it's the opposite. That is a share you buy, because it's like, well, if you went out of business right now and sold all your stuff, you'd make 5 times as much as the shares are saying you're worth. That's undervalued. But if it's $100 million, but your shares say you're worth $1 billion, well, you're overvalued. That means there's no way, if this goes belly up, there's no way you'll ever recover that money. In the other scenario, it's the opposite, because that can happen. If people just get down on the shares, they're like, you realize if this company went out of business, we'd make 5 times our money anyway, right? So we lose nothing. That company is more profitable than it needs to be, and the value of the assets alone, the scrap value, is higher than the share price. Doesn't make sense to not buy the shares at that stage. Right now, they got the opposite going on. Nobody believes in the pricing.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Should put a table and have their friends sit in a fraction of the price while they walk away. Wrong kind of fractional. Facts. Did everybody know? I didn't. Supposedly Logan Paul was on staff at Liquid Marketplace. I did hear about that, yes, when he bought the Pokemon case.
Not.
Yeah, I heard there was a connection with Logan Paul on Liquid Marketplace. I think he did some promotion for them as well. I don't remember the exact. Yeah, I don't remember the exact thing about it. Yeah, but Logan Paul operates kind of on that fringe.
Yeah.
Got him on that fringe. It's like,
And he
G.I.
can get away
Joe,
with stuff.
G.I. Joe.
There, Joe.
Anything but that.
Yeah. Lots of company have that issue. That's right. Exactly. But yeah, it's one of those things where I'll keep an eye on it. That's what I said. I've made 3 videos on it in 2 years. So it's not like I beat that drum over and over again. I wait for them to do something else. But so far, they have been going down the roadmap that I said. So right now I'm on 2 years. It's like, all right, refer back to the material. I've already covered this. So Carlos from 2020 is still on track for what you all are doing. We're just getting there as we get there. So that one is pretty good. So let's touch on this one. This is kind of a fun, lighthearted one. A little bit interesting because it indirectly relates with everybody's favorite hobby goat, Nat Turner. But not in a bad way, but kind of in a fun way. Like I said, this was more lighthearted there. I think this is a good. This one will be a fun one.
That's fun anyways. So there you go.
Yeah, but this one's good. This one's actually good for everybody. So this is Sports Collectors Daily. I'll include a link to this article. It's just a fun little kind of a side collector piece, just a little discussion. So this is a guy who actually is a mechanic in California, and he built a 96-97 Topps Chrome basketball refractor set. So that's with the Kobe rookie and a couple of different ones. But he started building it well over 10 years ago. And actually, he has the highest graded PSA set registry set above Nat Turner, who's number 2.
Oh,
Wow.
So that's why I say, but he built it back on a mechanic's
He's
salary.
number
He makes Nat Turner's number 2, and this guy's number 1, and he actually was making $60,000 a year while he built this set because he started years ago when it was easier to do, it was more affordable, and he put together a set that has a bunch of Pop 1 PSA 10s for this set. That's why Nat Turner has actually been making some offers for him. So they reference it in here. So this guy here.
Dude, sell
has
me.
got the set, so he's got the Kobe. Well, the thing is, he's interested in selling, but only if somebody buys the full set.
Oh.
He doesn't want to sell the singles. He's like, no, you buy the set, take the whole thing, and under the right price. So he does have a price, but it's got to be the right price. So that's really what he's holding out for. He goes, no, you want to buy it, no problem. Buy the whole set for me.
Traditionally, you make more money if you break it up. But
Oh, 100%.
This Kobe
100%.
is green or no?
So looking there, it looks like I would say it has some greening. I think it does.
And-
It's a small
yeah.
picture, but I think it has some greening based on what I can see there, because it's pretty common for the issue. You're not really going to get away from it. So yeah, apparently he decided years ago, and he's been alone at the top of the set registry since 2017. So he finished that set years ago. 5 years ago, he was already done that set, and now, like I said, the number 2 guy behind him is Nat Turner. So if Nat Turner ever gets annoyed enough, he might just have to cut the guy a nice big old check, because the Kobe for one point went up for like $400,000 by itself. So that was they were selling those, and he bought them, and apparently he had 2,000 into the card, all told,
oh,
and the card's still comfortably into 6 figures. So it's one of those things where he paid some decent money for some of the cards back then for what was the value at the time. But today, he's in the black, no matter what. Like, even in the current economy and everything, he'd be in the black if he sold. But he seems intent on selling it as a set. But good for him. You know, he held out. He held his guns. He built a nice set. Obviously, it's a quality set for it. And if Nat ever gets tired of being number 2, he's going to have to cut the guy a check and he can become number 1.
it'd almost be worth him to do that and then sell off the others and upgrade.
100%. That's why I say, like, I think there's a scenario where it happens. I think he's just going to have to make the right offer. So it'll be interesting what happens.
Give me take my set. I'll take your set and give me the difference in cash. There you go.
Well,
You
this is
still have the set. You're number 2. He becomes number 1.
so what you're describing. So the reason I like the hobby because this is not a drama-filled story. It's a
No,
straightforward of a
exactly.
guy who was a collector. He put together a nice set, and people were interested in it.
You won the 10 tax? Go ahead.
Yeah, and he did a good job building a quality set. He decided to go for quality. He decided to build a nice set. Good job by him. And when the time comes, he'll get a chance to cash in on that. Again, good job by him. What I think was interesting though is that he's in an interesting spot because there is good money to be made, and I would say for the full set, it's life-changing money. But what you're describing, Yannick, that's done a lot in the coin world. A lot of times, the new finest all-time sets for the set registries that they have are a big-time collector who comes in and buys the previous finest known and then upgrades certain pieces. And that's how they build a new finest known. So they elevate it another level. So that's very common in that space. It's unusual in the sports card space. Although I could see it becoming more prevalent for these set registry guys, especially.
not?
Like the quickest way to get to the top of the mountaintop is to buy the number one, and then you can add more pieces to it if there's upgradable elements. You can then upgrade it and then take it to another tier, and then eventually somebody buys you out. It's always a possibility. Again, you're playing in big wallet land with that kind of thing. But good on him. A regular individual, normal job, who was able to build a nice set that has some value today. So good for him.
Well, the other thing, and is if you're number 2 and you have, you have all this money, you buy number 1, you combine the sets and make sure you have the best of. You put the best everything together. Now you have 2 sets. You have this super high end one because you combine 1 and 2. Now you can sell number 2 and make a bunch of your money back.
Yeah, I would think that would be the play if Nat wants to get it done. Because if the guy is intent on selling the set, then you're going to have to just buy the set. That's going to have to be the way, and you're just going to have to find a number. Yeah. We'll touch on this one. I know this one you're talking about international borders. The Gary V Friends characters.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So some characters,
The
same
Poopy
names.
Pony.
The problem is, so I'll see what happens with this. Gary's saying he bought the rights as opposed to original claim he created them. I'm not too worried about it because he can buy the rights because the author can sue him. So I would bet he probably did buy the rights. Says created by him, possibly. But the thing is, you don't have to create it. Like if you see, they're like really basic doodles anyway. So the problem is like, okay, so if your 8-year-old drew Gratitude Gorilla, it's like, so do they get to be the third claimant on this one? What I would say though is that given that they published this and put it out as a product, legal probably ran it through like checks and like they know who owns the rights to it. So it's not as scandalous as it sounds like because trust me, legal went through it because otherwise it's like I'd like to sue you. This is my original. It's right here. We're done.
but he copied. He's not the original thinker of it, so
they're generic drawings that an 8-year-old could do. I don't think there's any originality going to be in. And as far as alliteration, if you don't like Gratitude Gorilla, what other G word do you want to use?
I don't know.
That's the thing. There isn't a lot. a lot of those characters use alliteration, so you have to have a word that works with the animal.
Gracious.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm sure you can think of some, but it's not a lot of great choices.
If I spend thousands of dollars on this,
glorious,
and I believe
generous,
that the great Gary V is the one that drew them, and this is a little piece of him that I get to have now, I'm kind of pissed finding out that he didn't do it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm pissed.
Not pissed, but I mean,
I am. If I spent
on a scale, are we talking like
Eric
like Beckett piss?
People
are we talking regular like
nothing
like somebody cut you off in traffic, or are we talking about like
yes.
Jeremy from Beckett came by and go, "Hey Eric, homie."
No, it's nowhere near Beckett piss. That's just silly. Come on. No, this is like Massachusetts.
I want to make sure we understand. We want a level set. We want a level set.
This is Massachusetts cut you off in traffic piss.
It's like buying Brady's last ball.
Yeah,
it is high.
Yeah. Guess what? I'm back, bitches.
There you go. Exactly. All right, let me read a couple of these comments here. So everybody has a price. Do they? All right, you're only getting a partial one.
In a while.
It was too easy. It was too easy to set up, but I gave it to you.
It was a surprise. The element of surprise.
Yeah. So lots of shenanigans. The hobby most folks would take you for a buck. Yep. Let me know if you want to let me in tonight. I will let you know.
Yeah.
Tonight, you're nice. Start
Stand by
consuming,
to
we get a healthy
stand by.
dose, check back in. Exactly. Yep. Always been that way. Started going to shows in the early 80s, buy everywhere. Yeah. I think here's the key thing. Again, a lot of times, and I always try to mitigate against this for folks that are newer, that haven't watched the show before, because I always try to level set, just to be 100% clear. It's going to sound and cut off, and it's going to come off like a lot of times I'll say it from a very jaded perspective. No, I'm saying it from a realistic perspective. People trying to take advantage of stuff isn't new. The only reason third-party authentication ever in any genre of collecting was ever a thing is because people make fakes and they alter things. That's the only reason it exists. The grading then suddenly became an avenue for value addition by, conditioned scarcity. It became, but again, there was money to be made. This whole thing is money. The whole thing. Especially at the higher level, especially at the business level, especially like these companies are not running charities. They're not here for your health. They're here to do a job. Hopefully they do it well. Hopefully they do it correctly. But at the end of the day, their job is to be profitable. That's the number one objective here, is to make a profit and do whatever you're going to do.
No,
Yeah.
we're supposed to get along, and everybody gets,
I did not
everything
get
is
that
pink
memo.
and fun
I didn't
and
get that
dandy.
memo. I didn't get that memo.
It's kind of, I got two little things here, I guess,
Go ahead.
with Gary V, and we'll get kind of back to Chris. Chris, they want quality content, and then Gary V puts out these simplistic drawings, and anybody from the outside looking in and looking at the gorilla or the porcupine, and they're just sitting there going, what? Like, honestly, if you looked outside in, if I came in and looked at those, I'd be going, yeah, this hobby's not for me. So yeah. Honestly, if you really take that to that base level, go Sublime on it. Yeah, I know.
Can we that's it. I'm done with Bob. These accusations will not be tolerated.
Accusation seems to be a thing of the hobby. A lot of people accusing a lot of people.
He has just reached just under Beckett level in my anger.
I'm skipping
Watch
ahead,
out,
guys.
the
I'm going to come back
the
to your other
vein.
comments. I'm skipping ahead, but this is a perfect comment right here.
Yes,
This is perfect.
Yes. So hashtag screw you, Bob is back, and how dare he question the birth of Poopy Pony?
Nice.
No, Poopy Pony.
That's a legit one of one.
We got Greasy Gorilla, Grouchy
I
Gorilla,
think there's a
Gassy
little
Gorilla.
caca in that one, right? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
Gassy Gorilla.
There you
That'd have
go.
been something with the
Yeah.
Poopy Pony. It's kind of a
Yeah, there's
he
that
stole
seems
that
like
from
that
you.
seems like a Gary
Yep.
V, Eric with a broken hip, cross promotional thing going on.
Mhm.
Grifting Gorilla, nicely done. Yeah, Goofy, yep. Orange Crush, good evening. Makes it sound even more lame if he bought the rights. Yeah, well, a lot of people buy rights to a lot of these things. Sorry, that's why I say I cannot conjure up anger about this. I can't
Just
because
no
it's
anger.
okay, yeah,
It's funny.
sure, yeah, okay. So, and some people bought it, and some people will still justify it, and other people will still be mad about it. And it's like, all right, cool, good to know.
I'm laughing about it.
So
But I want the quality of content to be there in the cars that they produce.
when does PSA will start their own channel for their own content of quality that only a certain people would like to watch the way they want
Yannick,
to
we were
watch?
being so good, and now you're trying to be controversial.
I know.
You do understand the person that will get yelled at is Eric.
I know.
Not I, because it's like, nah, I'm going to do what I want. And Eric, to be clear,
But-
I am not the one causing this. For the record, I am not the one instigating this. Right
I'm
now.
not instigating anything. It's just an idea of why are we just next thing is you paying $10.99 per month to see your own content of a certain way it's made that you like and appreciate it. Leave the peasants on YouTube.
I do think
And
so.
for $11.
Yeah, for
You
$11
know.
exactly. I think for Yannick's bait notwithstanding, and I am appreciating. I am appreciating it, Yannick. Yannick, I appreciate you, bro.
I don't even
You
know
know
what
I
you're
appreciate
talking
you.
about.
So anyway, so the thing is that I would say that this is one of those things where you need one of those qualifiers. The opinions expressed by the employee of Collectors is not representative of Collectors as an overall company. That is like, what the hell are you doing over there? I don't think it's a company-wide mandate to be like, we have no idea what you're doing, and we're probably not paying attention. Just don't do anything too crazy, please. Thank you. I think as an organization down the road, I would not be surprised if down the road they eventually, as they keep building out their infrastructure, because the company's getting bigger,
That's
as they
what
keep
I'm
building out
saying.
their infrastructure, I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they have a PR department that eventually is like, wait, what are you doing? What are y'all
Do
saying?
the Jeff Wilson.
We need to have a
stuff,
conversation over
produce
here.
it
What,
yourself
what are
and-
y'all saying? And when that happens, if they ever go to that level of corporatizing, then forget about the days where you can just randomly reach out directly to the sources. You know, get Nat Turner on your show, get Kevin Linane, you know, the president of PSA on your show. Right now, this hobby, for all the people that always wanted to be like, oh, they wanted to be, you know, greater observance, greater, you know, accountability. They want to bring in, you know, regulation and all that. It's like, you do realize this thing has gotten to the point it's gotten to with people being extremely accessible. For good or bad, you can access almost anybody. Almost nobody is above reproach. You can get Ken Golden if you really want to, like accessible. Nat Turner, accessible to certain degrees. Bobby Burrell, accessible.
No, I got Nat Turner. Sorry.
Yeah.
Remember? I contacted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
So the thing is, these people
And
are
me.
reachable. These people are reachable. So, but in other industries, they're not. In other industries, you've got to go through a PR department who will then run it up the whole. Five managers will look at it,
Generic
What do we do?
email.
and
What do we do?
maybe somebody will get back to you. It's a very different industry. That's why I say, like, you know, be careful what you wish for, because a lot of you get a chance to yell at them directly. Eric's personal war with Jeremy from Beckett is only allowed to happen because this industry allows it. Someday they could meet and have a bro hug, and it's all a warm moment for everybody.
No, he's a big stupid head.
A big stupid head. I like that.
There you go.
I think that's another one of those cards you do need to do.
There you go. All right, so let's see here. I'm just scrolling through. I think I
Brian.
got most of it. Yep. Buying Brady's deflated balls. No, thank you. Fair enough. Good evening, John. Yep. There you go. What do we got here? Gary Vee did not say that he bought the rights. He said he owns the copyrights to two creatures in question, not the ones from Karen Ritchie. There you go. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate the clarification. Yeah, don't judge thy hobby in Gary Vee's direction. Yep. To be fair, Gary Vee has done a set in connection with Zero Cool. It's like Gary Vee is not directing anything other than products that reach out to him. He's done a shoe deal. He's done a couple different things. If they reach out to him for a product, he participates in it, and that's it. Like, his job is just to do stuff like that. Otherwise, he's running businesses. That's why I say, like, people obsess a lot about Gary Vee's participation in the hobby. He participates when he feels like it. He comes in and out. Ironically, Gary Vee is a better hobbyist than a lot of people whine about this. He's literally treating it as a hobby. It's not his job. He's literally like, I got some time today. I'll deal with some of this stuff. He's like, why is it here all the time? It's literally not his job.
Eric, snapshot Bob Johnson's text there.
Yeah,
I
there's a
know.
lot of ideas here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
listen,
Pickle Ferret one. That one got me laughing.
yep. Listen, many cards by one submitter. News this week. PSA, many high-end cards being trimmed, and they're all slabs. Not many of the high-end cards, but there are a lot of the number of them. Yes. 2021
Only
continued
70%.
contenders. Only 70%. Exactly.
They only make the news because they're high-end cards.
That's the thing. It's funny to me. I think I feel like I did this on a video, but I might have to go double check. PSA has done upwards of over 30 million cards. If 1% of them have some kind of an issue, which means 99% of them are good. If 1% of them have an issue, that's hundreds of thousands of them. That's a lot. To be clear, that's a lot.
Right? Yeah.
But like, if you put it into context though, so that means 29,700,000 are good.
Pretty much.
So we obsess over that. Likely it's less than 1%, but we're only going to pay. It's like the thing. I've done this. I've seen this in a much smaller scale in working in tech support for years. Everybody's like, "Oh, this thing never works." It's like the last time you called us was 8 months ago. You've done. Yeah, it's like right now. I go and look at this. You've been a customer for 10 years. You've called us 5 times in 10 years. You can't act like this thing is broken full time because you've been paying for it for 10 years. If it literally never worked, you would have canceled your service. What are you talking about? You only remember when it doesn't work. You only remember when there's a problem. That's what you fixate on.
Right.
But the statistics say 99.9% of the time, it's working fine. It's only because we're talking right now that you're trying to convince me it never works. I don't believe you.
What I don't understand how PSA doesn't catch this. No, someone correct me, help me, educate me. If their slabs are built for a traditional size card, they put 40,000 a day in this slab.
But
the
the guy
card-
grading it isn't the guy
Yeah,
who's
but the
encapsulating it. Because I'm sure old Joe's there just
but even old Joe, when you pick the slab up to put it in the pile and the card's moving around inside of it, doesn't that say, oh, wait a minute, that doesn't fit right? Because I did 39,999 of these today, and none of the other ones moved around, and this one's moving around. This one's smaller.
Spoken like a man who does not work at a tedious job with an assembly line structure. Trust me, we're lucky if he puts it in right side up, that it's not sideways and the slab doesn't cut it in half.
That's Beckett who does that.
Yeah, I can guarantee you. Like I say, we're lucky if the card even comes back.
Yes, Probsteeen, bless his heart, showed us Beckett doing exactly that type of stuff. So we know that
the trimming they're doing is so minute now that you can barely tell. And
yeah, if it's done well, so this would be kind of the angle that I would take on this. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't happen, because it does. It 100% does, and it's always happened, and it will continue to happen. And if some people get their way and it's like, well, third-party grading, okay, fine. Get rid of third-party grading. This will be trim cards. In fact, there'll be more because he made it even easier. So, like, what are we talking about?
every criminal will be out.
Yeah, like, you may as well trim every card then and give it a go. No reason why not. You'll get enough through. Most people can't tell the difference anyway.
And someone will start a company like HGA for trim cards, and then they'll just be, hey, this is the top one trim card, best 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, and I'm going to get into it more in a couple of minutes after we finish the stories, but I have unofficially finished my 1954 Bowman baseball set this week. I bought the last remaining cards. So I've been working on that one for years, chipping away at it. And finally, this week I decided, all right, let's get her finished. The last card that I purchased was a 1954 Bowman Gil Hodges. So, Brooklyn Dodger, Hall of Famer, all that good stuff. Great. And I was like, I just want a decent looking card. It's for my collection. It's going to go in my binder. I'm good. I went in and I found one for about $30 or $25. Not expensive. That's cheaper than normal. The reason it's cheaper than normal? Right on the subject line. Gil Hodges, 1954 Bowman. Trimmed. It's short. I bought it that way. But the seller disclosed 100%. It's like, this card is short. And you can look at the scan and you see that the edge is very straight. It's been trimmed at some point in its life. And I purchased it that way, with the intention of putting it in my set because aesthetically, it's a nice looking card. It looks nice. It's going in my set. I don't care.
Yeah.
But the person was honest about it.
100%.
So I have no problem with that.
It's disclosed. But that's the thing. Like those cards can still have homes. If people, the 54 Topps Gordie Howe that I purchased forever ago when I had it on the show, it's in a holder. It's as an authentic. The reason it's an authentic is because it is trimmed. But right on the holder, it says authentic, altered. It is altered. But nobody's hiding this. It's right there on the holder. They don't say trimmed on it, but I can see the edges on it. I know it's trimmed. I know it's shorter than it would be otherwise if you left it to its own devices. But the card looks clean. Aesthetically, it's nice. I like it.
How do we, Bobby? Maybe you could chime in. How do we know if a vintage O-Pee-Chee card has been trimmed because they were all cut so poorly? Like I have a Bobby Orr card that shakes in the
KSA.
Why are you shaking your cards?
I just fun.
You think they're maracas?
I guess.
Because I can't afford a shake weight like Name.
Ooh, look at that callback. Wait, look. Oh, hold on, everybody. Look at this guy with the callback. Oh my! Somebody.
Everybody get it on.
It's like, all right, we'll give it to him. I like that shot. I like what you did there. I like what you did there.
So, and I don't have the same muscle. I'm older than him. And so I just have the little cards and I just shake them real quick like this.
Well, we established the other day, established a couple of weeks ago that you're old.
Yeah.
Broken hip, broken everything else.
Broken everything. I'm a
broken
mess.
spleen.
Yep.
Yeah, everything. Just done. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's facts.
So Bobby, so the old O-Pee-Chee cards that were cut wrong, how can you tell if they came out of the pack that way or whether
they still
somebody
size up? Remember, see when the sheets went through it's like a spindle, the slitter. So basically, when the cards go through, the slitter is a very sharp wheel. Obviously, not at O-Pee-Chee wasn't too sharp. And actually, even Gary Green, the owner, said that lack of quality control was one of their issues, where they didn't get the blades sharpened. Because remember, hockey season 24/7 there at O-Pee-Chee, and what they're doing is they're getting paid more money production wise the more they get out the door. So the employees are probably putting, opposed to maybe 4 sheets, they're putting 8 sheets through. So then it just starts tearing through the sheet. It doesn't cut. And that's why you get the rough cuts, but you're not losing size. It's not like something's left on the bottom of the floor. It's just tearing them apart.
Yeah.
And that's how we got the rough cuts, most of them. Now the side rough cuts, that is the mystery, because that's actually a separate machine, because they're cutting strips are stacked. Then it's over to this other machine that actually goes down and cuts them all at the same time, is my understanding. I don't know. It's a secondary slitter, and I haven't seen a picture of one. So I need that picture for better understanding, and I haven't found one
So
yet.
the first method, they would be squished, right? They would actually be almost a little bit compressed, right?
Well, that's why you got that paper, some left over there and some not there. That's why you get a nice sharp edge on the other one, because all the paper's gone from the from the other card.
Yep. Let me read a couple of these comments here. There's a couple of good ones here, so we're going to get caught up on this one. So Baz was just saying he had a thought on grading today. PSA has slapped 40 million cards themselves, approximately. I think about 35, but close enough. All the grading companies can grade 10 to 15 million a year now based on top staff alert. That is true. They're probably a billion raw. So cards, which means 5% of hobby cards have been graded. Grading is a small sample set of the total cards in circulation. Now Baz has thrown this out a couple different times, which is true, but the majority of cards have no reason to ever be graded. And the majority of cards, here's the revelation for tonight. The majority of cards in the hobby don't matter. They're just there. And that's why, but the reason I'm saying this is that's the reason why I talk about when people concerned about in modern, they concerned about overproduction. It's like, well, in the overproduction era, here's what you do. Those cards that overproduce that are not worth anything? Yeah. Don't do anything.
Those 90% of those are pro set anyways.
Agreed. Right. But my point that I'm getting at is they can exist, but you don't have to buy them. You don't have to collect them. You don't have to do anything. They're just there. But it's like, what if it devalues? It's like, it's not going to devalue a card that people are interested in. Demand is part of this equation too. When demand is satiated, we're done. The rest of that stuff can sit where it is. It can rot. But if you produce something that people like, that's produced in a modest level where demand exceeds supply, there's still an opportunity for value. That's it. The rules have not changed. If you produce something, 1,000 of something, but 10,000 people want it, even though there's 1,000, that means there's still a market there. So there's still a reason for it to go up in value.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to say,
scholarship?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that I've seen a lot of cards that should never have been graded?
Sure.
Why would you send that in for a PSA 1?
Agreed. Agreed.
And I've seen so many. It's like, well, yeah, I got it graded. It's like
registry. Other than that, there would be no reason really.
Exactly. And the thing is, though, that the people that want to do that are entitled to it. Like, look, it's your money. It could just be a fancy holder for you. Maybe that's the only reason you want to do it. And by the way, the same way that I'm not going to tell you what content to watch, I'm also not going to tell you what cards to grade. If you can afford to do so, and this is what you wish to do, the companies will take your business. The companies will take your business. They're like, I don't understand why you're doing this. I'll give credit. Kevin Linane in that Mint Collective discussion, they brought up this kind of question, and he goes, "There are some cards where it's like, I don't understand why you're doing this, but we're not going to turn down your business. We're not going to tell you, oh, don't do it. We're going to be like, but there is an opportunity at the ground level because Brad does this sometimes with folks, and I've seen it at the card show. I saw it at the Expo. Somebody will come up and they'll show him the cards, and he goes, hey, it's a nice card. This is the cost of grading. At this time, that might not make sense for you. This is the cost, and this is what I think the value of this card is right now based on this condition. Maybe wait until the price drops. If you really still want to do it, we'll do it for you. But, I'm letting you know. I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly. But that's reasonable. That is the best service he can give at that moment. A little piece of education. Go, look, we can 100% grade this for you. We'll send it. It'll get run through the system just like normal. It'll come back in the encapsulated thing. It is not worth the money that you'd be paying for it right now. It doesn't make sense unless you genuinely want to have it in the holder.
It's those guys that's my brother-in-law. I went to high school with this guy. This guy at work.
And that's fine.
I'll just send it in. It's a 2. I don't care, but it's 89. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And that is your business. I'm never going to tell somebody how to spend their money.
89,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. I'm never going to tell anybody how to spend their money. That's their business and their life. They can do that. Yep. Old Joe making $11 an hour. Don't care. That's right. One thread commented that they press the card and then trim so it can be prophesied. Yeah, that is a tactic. So Bob here. So I'm going to slowly get caught up here. So are they not measuring cards? They are, but you have to remember the amount of time spent per card. Like if you do a little basic math, PSA did 1 million cards a couple months ago. 1 million cards, they have about 100 graders. So they've acknowledged they've got about 100 graders. 1 million cards, 100
Divided
graders.
by-
Y'all want to put out a little calculator and figure out how many hours they're actually working versus how much time is being spent per card?
24
They're
They're not
seconds
sitting
per
there
card.
going. They're not sitting there going with a macrometer. Now, one other thing. There's a little wrinkle in this ointment here. There's a thing called manufacturing tolerances. There are legitimate variations in some sets out of the factory. I use the exaggerated joke because I think it's funny. Back years ago when junk wax was truly junk wax, I would go to the card show and I'd grab 1990 Pro set and just open it up for fun. And afterwards we'd throw the cards in the recycling bin because they weren't worth anything. But they were fun to open for a little bit. In the pack, I would get massive variations in the length of cards in the same pack. This has not been messed with. They're not G.I. Joe. These are legit Pro Set packs that aren't worth anything. And there's variations in the cut of the card inside the pack. So if you're looking at that going like, oh, this is short, I literally just pulled it out of a Pro Set pack. The Pro Set pack was 50 cents. These are not doctored packs. The factory was just really low quality in terms of quality control. There was no quality control.
The box of the pack. was 50
Yes.
cents.
Yes.
That-
But that's so in that situation, you could have a huge variance and question it. And I guarantee you that Pro Set card would rattle inside the holder because it's too small. But it came right out of the pack that way. Nobody messed with it inappropriately. Like, this is what it is. It came out of the pack this way. What do you want?
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, production lines are production lines. You know, people
Mm-hmm.
are just pushing things through. Like they're making like $11 or whatever.
Yeah.
$5, $7 an hour at that time.
Yeah.
It's just a job.
Yeah. And that's just it. That's why I'm saying, like, you can understand that there is a real reason why you could have some variation in it that actually has nothing to do with anything nefarious. It's like, that's just how it was. So yeah, they do measure them, but obviously you're going to have some tolerance issues. And sometimes they're just being lazy and they're doing it quickly. This is where I think the scanning technology can help you because a computer can be a lot more precise about scanning lengths between the edges. They can do a slightly better job with that. You could take advantage of it. Now you're the bionic man, so congratulations, Eric.
I did find that they missed the top bottom of
And
both
Paul,
of the
and Paul
left,
had
right.
the right reference here for you.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
With maracas too. I like that he included the with maracas. With
Yeah.
maracas.
That's right.
Yeah, 2020 predicament were micro trimmed. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, is one touch is right side up? They're never right side up. You can 100% tell if you want to. There are machines that can measure them without touching them. They're using manufacturing. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can use optical imaging to get the distances on things, and they're getting better all the time. At this point, they're pretty good. Like, if you just want to measure the distance between the edges, it can pretty much nail it to the macrometer. Like, it can be right to the. It can do it better than a human being with a ruler ever could.
Well, I think they're laser set up now.
Yeah, and I think they'll. And to be honest, this was the point I made earlier with that. I think that's where the whole gentleman will get. That's where they'll start incorporating the technology. It'll be in the scans, and it'll be in being able to pick off cards that have certain characteristics that then get resubmitted after they've been messed with, and being able to pick up on those little subtle differences. Because a person just looks at it on the surface and says, "Okay, this is a nice looking card. Actually, we already graded that card 6 months ago, and it had a little mess up in the corner. We can tell because of the image. Oh yeah, that has the spot in that exact spot right there. Yep, that's the same card. Okay." That's no good. That's altered. And that'll be like the first level of utilizing that technology. It won't be to grade the card. It'll be to detect that, hey, wait a minute, we already graded that. And before it had this problem and this problem, and now all of a sudden it's got straight edges and perfect corners.
Yeah, stuff
Things that
about
make you go,
Now, so I'm reading this comment, and again, I have made it no secret that I am not a Probsteeen fan, and I will not do business with him ever again, even if he has things that I like. But if he is,
I can
you're
buy
right.
them
Target,
for you,
$20
Eric.
if
if you
his
want.
listings are noting that the cards have evidence of trimming, and he's being honest about it, then I don't have a problem with that. As long as you're being honest about it.
So one quick point I'll make, and it's not going to be, and while I do enjoy my odd little piece of alleged slander. This is not slander. This is just reiterating. Probsteeen has done an interview where he basically outlined that at this point they're a factory. His production is basically a factory. Like they've got a system set up so that the folks that work for him, Probsteeen is not doing anything. At this point, he can realistically say, I am not doing X, because he's not. He's really not touching outside of the social media posts that Eric carefully watches like a hawk. Because whenever we get a Probsteeen reference, it's always Eric who sends it to me.
Yeah.
But
I keep
outside
my
of
eye
that,
on him because I don't like him. I trust him.
outside of that, he's not dealing.
Things in the background every time
Exactly.
I hear that.
Yeah, but he's not dealing with anything day to day. Day to day, he's got folks. He's got his folks that they've got trained. And but the thing is, what they're doing is they're basically like, okay, put it through the scanner, create the listing, list. They're listing thousands of cars and thousands of cards per day. It is literally a factory. They're not looking at anything. And so
He's got auctions all the time, right?
all the time. And at that stage, guess what? They're barely looking at the damn thing. They're only looking at it long enough to be like, okay, so what is it? It's a football card. Who's on it? Favre. Okay, put that on there. You got to pronounce it correctly.
That's right.
Yep, Fickle Ferret, the new one in the series. That's right. Yep, secondary slitter, a guy Eric met at Boston Bar.
Well, the Boston Strangler is actually buried in the same cemetery as my grandmother.
An interesting factoid.
There you go.
Are you going to include that in the back? Are you going to include some Eric factoids in the back of your cards? Are we getting a trivia question in the back of Poopy Pony?
People may be interested to know where the Boston Strangler is buried.
Intriguing.
Next to Eric's grandma.
Not next to, but they're in the same yard.
Where did you come up with the Poopy Pony? Really?
I don't know. I was mad.
Did you go to the children's section? Are we going to find some children's books?
No, I can't. I was mad, and I came up with it on my own and said, any idiot can do this. And I just did it.
Why Pony? Why wouldn't you do a bear? You're like a Boston fan. I don't get it.
Yep. So 99% of those present show never involved in transaction. Yeah, that's right. And like I said, when I said my key thing is saying that, there's a lot of times that I like to burst people's bubbles. It's like, no, but a lot of these cards were manufactured, and some of them find their homes, and some of them are they just exist. And that's okay. Sometimes somebody came up with a good idea. They tried real hard, but the product just didn't land, and people don't really like it. But they made lots of it. So what do? It's there.
There's a whole bunch of PSA 7s from the 40s or PSA 8s from the 60s that are just in a binder because the guy doesn't care about the slab. Or
there's a lot of those out there.
Like it's a drop of water in the ocean of how many cars were made. So.
A piece of sand on the beach. I know.
Yeah. So here, just Baz's thing. Mentions 40 million figure being graded, worth billions. If 5% of the total population of cards, and maybe the float of all cards in existence is 20 billion, no chance.
Really?
The majority of those cards are not a penny a pound. It's like you literally.
They're nickel now because
there used to be, but there's I don't know if you remember, Bobby, inside of the Expo magazine, there's a dealer who buys like your singles in bulk. Yeah, but literally, if basically they're like, if you do like a shoe box or like an ultra, like a 5,000 count, like what's it called, like an ultra shoe?
Weight.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but it's literally by the, but effectively might as well be by the kilo. They're like bring it in, we'll weigh it.
Pound. 10 years ago, it was by the pound.
Yeah, but now it's just a really big number. They're
now
like,
it goes if you bring a 5,000 count.
Yeah, exactly. A 5,000 count box will be like $10. It can be whatever because they're literally just buying bulk singles. It's got to be within a certain year range. They're like within the last 5 years or whatever it is. But they're like, no, literally, 1,500 count box, $10. It might as well be by the pound because effectively that's what it is. So there's stacks and stacks and stacks. And honestly, for most people, they're not even worth that. For most people, they're recycling fodder. You just got to understand that's what it is.
Well, they're not recyclable because they have that plastic finish on them. So that takes away. Most people don't realize that.
It probably helps that I usually throw it straight to the garbage. I skip this. Like, I'm not even going to bother with this. We got clear plastic bags, and I have no interest in being like, why did you put cards in? Look, exactly. It's going to the garbage can.
It's just to tempt all the people driving by. Was that cards in there?
Yeah, it's like, no thanks.
I saw Medano.
Is that Pro Set?
Yes, it is. Picture of a card that goes to graded PSA presented to trio of studious minds, wearing smoking jackets and patches on the elbows. They used to look at the card and then sit in quiet. See, quiet reflection for 7 minutes while they contemplate the grade. Then they present the 3-minute argument. But at that point, I wouldn't mind that because if that was the case, then they could charge $250 a card. And frankly, that's the least you can do. They're contemplating it in smoking jackets, y'all.
And a pipe.
Exactly.
And elbow patches.
This shit ain't free.
Those elbow patches, that's the real deal.
It's like, you cheap bastards. This isn't free. Those jackets cost money.
Good money.
Eric wants to be
That's
bad,
really
be behind the Boston Flasher. Probably
Man,
true.
I am the Boston Flasher.
Now he is.
You know,
He's got
did
no
you take
pants
did
on.
you take
Don't-
did you
don't
take
do it.
advice did you take advice from somebody who remained nameless on how to be a terrible criminal? Just saying, allegedly. Moving on.
Allegedly.
Notorious Card Killer Cards, yeah, by Eric Factoids, facts. Yep. Card cards are the dealer who buys bulk weights, yes.
Well,
Yeah,
we
there-
do have,
but there's
we
a,
do
there's
have
one in,
Whitey
there's one in
Bulger.
Canada. There's one in Canada though as well. I don't remember the name, but they always would have a little ad in the Expo magazine specifically talking about we will buy these years and you can sell it to us by 1,000 count boxes or 1,500 count box or
I
whatever.
know
it
the
is.
guy too. I can't remember his name right now.
Your own way to process.
Yeah, but it has to be within a certain year range. It has to be
Yeah.
within a certain year range. It's got to be
Yeah.
more modern. Usually they'll stick to the last 5 years or so, but they'll take it. Basically, this is a way of getting rid of it without either donating it to charity or throwing it in the garbage. At least you get $10 for it because most of the people that are submitting those cards probably open cases. So a lot of times it's breakers and stuff. They're like, yeah, we don't need these. So here you go.
They end up in a lot of goodwill things.
100%. Yeah.
I see those packages and you look at them, it's all pro set, all score.
Yep.
It's like, first they 64 Peachy, I don't know.
Not so much anymore.
Just laying around.
Most cards are like most books, not worth the paper they're printed on. Used bookstores fill dumpster books they don't sell every week. Yeah, basically. Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards. Good evening, Rick. PSA over the years have used different size slabs where the card is placed. You can't go by how the card fits in the slab, and vintage cards have a size variation. Yes, absolutely.
See, Eric, you're wasting your elbow on the shake.
Terrible. Picture Eric in a rain jacket.
Elbow
makes-
replacement, wrist replacement. What else?
with maracas. Paul is building an entire tapestry here. He's building an entire narrative, a universe for you.
Yeah, hey.
Bumba.
Just saying. Paul knows the score.
So check this out. I use the Find My Phone app to find my daughter,
Okay.
and you guys might appreciate.
Is she
this.
buying your maracas?
You can,
Is it all playing into? Is it as the prophecy foretold?
She said Fenway.
Oh, Fenway Park. Based on that picture, is she on the field?
I
Maybe.
guess
Is she playing in the
Right.
outfield?
She's about to run.
She's on third base.
I
Okay.
see. Intriguing.
She's
Third
sitting.
base?
She's sitting
Oh.
on the third baseline.
With who? Oh,
A
okay.
friend from school or something.
Oh,
Their
As soon as
family.
you said, the best part is you
Zoom
kept
in
going,
with the
and I'm like,
boyfriend.
as soon as you do, it's like, I'll just leave Bobby to it. He's got this. He's got this.
I do
Eric's
that.
zooming in on the boyfriend there. Like,
So
No,
he
it's
doesn't need
not.
any help whatsoever.
No, the boyfriend's gone. This is the
Boyfriend's
friend.
at third base.
No. Oh boy. Okay, we're
Now
gonna
you
stop
get it.
that.
You. So today, young Eric learns. Just don't give additional information. Just don't keep talking your way into it.
You're just
we're just
leading for
making
our joke.
conversation. That's all, right?
We
Moving
gotta
on.
have that.
Does Eric stick the PSA cards in his shake weights? You know it. And upside down as well. That's kind of his deal. Eric has a Find My Real hip hop app on his phone and is pinging Boston's website. Love it.
How come you're not watching the game right now, Eric? Isn't Boston playing?
It's off in the distance. He had it on earlier, but he muted it.
It's over.
How are
They
the
won.
Leafs doing?
Yeah.
Leafs are. It was 2-1 last I looked. That's an hour ago. Oh, the game's probably over.
Oh yeah, the game's over. I think earlier I saw a comment that said Boston is back in the Bruins back in the series.
No, Leafs.
I'll try to find out for you.
It was 2-1 last I looked.
Yeah, you'll have to check that one out. While you're doing that, I'm gonna pull
Tampa
up the
Bay
mark.
scares me.
Toronto's up 3-2 with 8:09 left in the game.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Ah,
Well, we'll see. We'll see. At least they're there. I'm going to do the quick marks card updates. So we'll get that one out of the way here. I've got it. So I've got it directly from the PSA site.
Let me straighten my hat out.
It's
There we
important. It's critical. Absolutely. Leafs hanging on by 1. 3-2 Leafs. Thank you, International Borders.
Let me
Appreciate
straighten mine out too. Hold on.
There's no way in hell you'd have to turn it upside down.
that. Yeah, I was going to say, at this
There you
point, you'd
go.
have to go the other way.
You need to
All right.
square yours, Eric. Like,
All right. So I'm going to read this one quickly, and then we'll quickly talk about it. There's not too much craziness about it, but there has been an update. So last update, March 4th. However, on March 2nd here, bankruptcy court entered a docket entry closing the bankruptcy case as reflected in the docket entry 28 below. Unless there are any new developments, PSA will recommence, returning the cards that were submitted through Marks Cards back to their owners.
Nice.
So that's good. PSA thanks all the affected card owners for the patience. PSA customer rep will reach out to provide instructions once your cards are ready to be returned. In the meantime, customers are able to check their order status in the search field below right here. So that is on psacard.com/markscardsfaqs altogether. So that is the site that PSA is keeping for this, so that you can actually search submission number if you wish to go get there. So that is the current update. Nothing too crazy, but they have made some progress. It plays into a lot of what Jay said, is that they weren't going to take too long on it. They were trying their best to get through it. They're just trying to get some information, which is good. That plays right into what was discussed.
Please do your upcharge fees to PayPal for
As they should.
all PSA people.
Deservedly so. We talked about the smoking jackets, Bobby. Frankly, everything should be upcharged. Everything. Hobby Drama prediction. I love Hobby Drama predictions. Mike Geo wants to sell the card shop live to Fanatics. You gotta say it like that. Live.
We are
Fanatics.
live.
To Fanatics for the final piece in the all-in-one scenario. Break, send to PWC, grade, and auction without having to touch the cards. Conspiracy. Should have put a hashtag tinfoil hat.
If Mike can find a way to do that and put money in his pocket, good for him.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you guys.
He's a Massachusetts guy. I got to back him up.
The lineup for autograph at the Expo in June, is that a regular year or that's a busy?
No, this is the first time. This is the first time they moved it.
A month.
Yeah.
No,
Normally,
sorry. The guests who will be signing autographs at the Expo. The amount of guests compared
lot,
to last
yeah.
fall,
Less.
is that a regular?
there have been years there have been way more than that.
But
Okay.
there's more coming. I don't think they're
Oh
done.
no, I for sure. I'm saying though, I remember some years where the guest list was ridiculous.
But right now it's already like 3 times what was there in November, but I guess at different times.
Yeah, in
right?
November.
So-
I was gonna say in November they had to work out travel arrangements. It's a little bit easier for people to get around right now. They're gonna have a much easier time moving around.
Well,
So
who's on the guest list? Give us a rundown there.
yeah, I pulled it up here. I pulled it up
Okay.
here.
Well, hold on. I want to be the one that's going to shock you with this guest.
While you're shocking people, I will go through.
Oh,
this.
you know somebody that
Schmidt's
is in
coming
an
up.
They got now. Listen,
I'm gonna scroll through the list. So keep talking.
Eric's got a
nobody can get this guy. Bobby Hull.
It's facts.
Yeah, right there.
Everybody gets Bobby Hall for crying out loud.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say Bobby Hall came over the other day and
Oh,
he was like, "Do you want me to
Dougie's
sign
gonna be
anything?" Nope.
That's-
Dougie, turn it back.
Nope.
yeah, Doug
I'm good.
Gilmore,
Back it
Bernie
up, Carlos.
Perrott, Don Ori,
Just
Billy
go.
Smith. That's awesome.
Okay. Oh, Billy Smith. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Keep going.
I like Dougie Gilmore with the Blues card.
Yeah, that's his
I like
rookie.
that.
Yeah,
I know it is
84.
this rookie, but it's Toronto.
Ally
He played for
Brady.
Toronto.
He's gonna
Yep.
shoot his autographs at you. 100
There you
miles
go.
an hour.
So that's it so far.
Bob Bourne. Oh my God, poor guy. Not gonna get any autographs.
there's several people on that list I would love to get autographs from.
Bobby Hall.
Yeah, absolutely.
You already got it, didn't you?
I spent quite a bit of time with him. He was supposed to come out to dinner with us. Remember that story?
Mm-hmm.
I would have lost my mind if he came out to dinner with us. He was too tired after a long day.
See, that's the problem, Bobby. Is Eric lives over in the États-Unis, and over there, this is like
Yeah.
a big shocking thing. I was talking to somebody about Gretzky rookies back in the day. I go, back in the day, if I ordered a large double, I got a Gretzky rookie. Like that shit was everywhere. Please,
Yeah,
no,
for
I don't want any
napkins.
more of this crap. Please leave me
Yes,
alone.
for napkins, they were throwing Gretzky.
Good God, I was like, I don't need any more doorstops. Like, how many doorstops do you think I need?
And the
They're-
breakdown to the
not
Americans.
an SP.
Breakdowns to the Americans: a double is 2 cream, 2 sugar in your coffee.
Mhm.
Americans actually don't know that. I had a bet with
Oh,
I
really?
have no idea what you're talking. But I don't
sitting
drink
with
coffee
Leland's.
here, so I don't understand what Americans
The
say.
best part is that I don't drink hot coffee. I just know the double because that's Carlos Senior's drink of choice. Every time we go to Tim Hortons, it's like, so what do you want? Double. What size? Extra large double.
I was sitting with Josh. I was at Leland's booth for that weekend 4 years ago. And I go, do you guys want a coffee? What do you want? Yeah, give us a coffee. I said, double. And they go, what's
What?
that? And they said they didn't know. And I said, everybody knows what a double is. He goes, we don't know. I said, listen, you ask any Canadian going by. We'll make sure. You ask next five people what a double is. Canadian guy walks by. What's a double? 2 cream, 2 sugar. What?
Yeah.
Everybody walking by. And the
Oh,
guy from
100%.
the,
Yeah.
Another guy from the States, he goes, I don't know.
And the
what
thing
that
is, they don't have to drink it. They just know what it is. They know what it is.
True. There's Bobby
Yeah.
Hall. He's drinking a double. Look at.
I know. Off distance,
Oh,
off screen.
man.
Okay, let me read a couple of these comments. What's going on? Mark's card impact. Hopefully people get their cards back. Any creditor can now resume suing Mark's card if they're owed money. So good luck to all. Fair enough. Thank you, Jay. There's going to be nothing left, but good luck to them. Absolutely, I agree. Prediction. Sad, in my opinion. Fair enough. Card shop live may not survive. They started with 4 sellers in the site. 3rd entry into the market segment. Yeah, true. It is a little late to start something up right now, but fair enough. Look, to each their own. Do what you do. Gio also was a Jim Kelly fan, so he has my support. So even more impressive being an MA guy and liking Kelly. Okay, fair enough. Monster Purpose, heavily vetting sellers, terrible uninformed take. Ooh, bold. Bobby Hall and the Village Bike. Everyone's had a go. That's probably about right.
Maybe.
Yep, they're saying app launch and push is until June. It's in beta right now. It's all right. I tried out for giveaways, but don't buy breaks. Yep. At this point, like starting up a site or an app or whatever, it's like, well, good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, you know,
It's not like we can't get it in 50 other places. It's like
Right.
what you're offering right now.
yeah, you know, he's an entrepreneur. He likes trying new things. He's got his.
He literally isn't trying a new thing. That's her point.
Well,
he was trying a new thing. That'd be different.
He likes getting involved into new things. He has the podcast on Spotify from you know, that's the channel is owned by the former ESPN sports guy. I can't, his name's slipping my mind, but
Jim Kelly.
no, it just slipped in my mind. But anyways, he's already, you know, he sold his Geo Brakes
Sold to the
company, and he's 35 years old, and he basically has enough money that he doesn't need to do anything. So
Nice.
he's just trying to get, you know, just trying to stay in the hobby. He enjoys it. He loves it. And he wants to take a shot at this. You know, it came up with the idea, and I hope it's successful for him. I like, he was one of the people that literally called me on my cell phone when I had COVID to see if I was okay. So I'm a little bit prejudiced when it comes to Mike. He's a good guy.
I was gonna say we're back to this. Sounds like an awful lot like a Brad justification key. This has always been my favorite thing. It's like, oh, he's the best guy, and it's like I like it about Brad. I get a kick out of it, but it's like that has nothing to do with whether it's a good idea or not. He could be the nicest guy in the world. It could still be a dumb as hell idea.
I didn't say anything about the idea. I said I hope he's successful with it, and I think he's a good guy, and I admit that I'm prejudiced.
Sorry, what are you talking? Which company are you talking about, Eric?
This is literally we've talked about it 3 times. It's the break cards. Great. What's this thing called? Hold on. I will get it.
Card Shop Live.
Card Shop Live. That's the
Card
one.
Shop Live.
That's
Never heard of it. I'll be checking it out.
Well, it's brand new. It just popped up on Wednesday, so you can go to your app store and check and download it and check it out.
I'll do my research,
and I'll probably never use it. I have no interest in purchasing modern football cards out of a break. So
No.
but I still just hope that he's successful and everything goes well for the guy, because I like him a lot. So I wish him well, but I'll never use the service.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't be my thing. I would be looking for anyway.
I mean, I asked him on Jeremy's show from the comments, jokingly, is it going to be all hockey based? And he's like, oh yeah, nope, absolutely, all ice, baby. And of course, it's not going to be any hockey on there, especially vintage hockey.
Way.
So, so I'll probably never use it, but I hope it works out for him.
All the best.
All right, so let me take a look here. Who's the Bill Russell in hockey that never signs anything?
Peter Forsberg.
Ken Dryden, done.
Yeah, exactly. I would say,
I witnessed for a fact. I know when Forsberg played here, I used to work there and never signed a damn thing ever.
I'm sure there'd be a couple of other Europeans who would be in the same boat. There'd be a couple of Euro players.
He would just storm right out, get out of my way. I'm in my car. I'm done. Bye.
Yeah,
that was Peter Forsberg.
I've given the example because again, it's going to be your mileage may vary. Because to be clear, some of those guys will sign under certain circumstances if you catch them at the right time, right place.
Of course.
And some of them did at one time and now don't. So like there's always variations on that. My favorite one is that I have a Frank Mahovlich autograph on an index card, and I got it at the 2000 All-Star game because I did that one in Toronto. So he was actually doing an interview. I want to say with the Fan 590, but I know he was doing it with the local radio station. So he was doing the show. And a bunch of people there were all bunched up, trying to do whatever. I was literally just kind of there. I kind of walked by, and then I saw, oh, that's Mahovlich. Okay, cool. I didn't have anything for him to sign, but I had a couple of index cards, and I had a Sharpie. So simple, basic. A bunch of people were in. He ignored him. I was like, hey, could you sign? He goes, shh, hands it to me, and then runs. I was the only one who got anything. He signed it well, though. To his credit, he signed it clean. It's a good, clean autograph. But it just made me laugh because literally, like, he then burst into a sprint.
Yeah.
It's like, I know you can move that fast, old man. Well done by you.
Yeah, sometimes it can be circumstances, timing.
It's 100% timing.
I
If it had been
can
different place, different
assure
time, it would've
you,
worked.
as a witness, Peter Fosberg never signs anything.
The other one, to my knowledge, Ted Green, former Boston Bruin, getting his autograph. I mean, he's passed away. He's been gone for quite a long time, but he never signed. Terrible Ted, never signed. And if you can somehow get one of his autographs, you're going to pay a lot for it.
I think that's fair. I agree with that. So let me grab a couple of these. So hopefully that helps, Rick. There are a handful. I have to think harder about guys that are tough to get signatures from than guys that aren't, that are on the opposite side of the spectrum. Because my old joke used to be Johnny Bauer. Johnny Bauer was one where it's like, oh my God, he'll sign literally everything for anybody. It's like you didn't ask, but he signed 10 things. Like it was like stacks and stacks and stacks of stuff. And he would take his time. Nice guy. If you ever met him, great guy.
I did.
But yeah, he'd sign anything and everything. All kinds of stuff. It was like,
I think there's more Bauer autographs out there than any other hockey player.
Well, him and Hull are in an arm wrestling contest.
He's like the Pete Rose
because Bauer was local, so he would sign. He'd be at trade shows and malls, and it was just like he's got Hull beat.
Just walking down the street, just standing behind a Tim Hortons counter, just signing everybody's receipt. It's like, why are you signing this?
And Bobby Bond too. He's done a lot.
He would sign a lot. That's right. So here we go. This is a good one here from Josh. It's like 2 small news items included. eBay Canada collecting tax info starting July 1st. That is true. That is coming up.
Yes.
And then Dappsman back in the news buying Star Wars. Yes. And yes. I want to discuss this. Yannick, please make a note. I want to come back to Dappsman in 2 seconds. I need to get through a couple of these comments here. I want to do it quickly. So Baz and Red Blue Media arguing with each other. Y'all do your own thing, but keep it clean, children. Keep it clean. All right, Paul Correa's a tough signature. Yeah, he's had his moments. Although you can get stuff from him, like it's available. I guess it depends on the avenue you're trying to get it. So it depends on the way. Good evening, away to see Doctor Strange, but wanted to say hope everybody had a great weekend. Thank you, DR. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the movie. All right, Dappsman. Now, I'm going to get to Dappsman in 2 seconds. I've got this comment. Thank you, Josh, for bringing it up. Before I do, though, I want to kind of quick give a hashtag scholarship moment. When you're going to buy something on eBay, sometimes it's good to do research and look up the thing you want to buy. So, an example. I'm going to give you an example here. There was a 90s Ken Griffey Jr. card that I liked, that I thought was kind of neat. It was up for auction, and I had it on my watch list. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it. And I kind of lost track of it here, and I wasn't able to purchase it, so the sale completed. Fair enough. So I'm going to show you what that sale is right now. And I'll show you the card, just so you can see, because it's done, and I didn't get a chance to bid on it. So this is a 1996 Fleer Zone insert of Ken Griffey Jr., 9 bids, $26. Not crazy, nothing crazy. It's fine. Reasonable given the last couple of sales for these. It's right in line. It's fine. Okay. So all fine and dandy. I missed out on it. I lost track of it because we were starting the podcast. It was after the podcast started, so I lost track of it.
Blame us. Come on.
Oh, it was. I actually had it in a tab, but I was too busy making fun of one of the other tabs that I opened up. Mm-hmm. But what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you something. And this is why I say you got to do a little bit of research. And this made me chuckle because it's like, well, it would have taken 2 seconds if they paid attention. So here's a 1996 Fleer Zone Ken Griffey Jr. for $25. I bought this one about 3 minutes ago. It was a buy it now. The only reason I didn't buy it now is because the other one was an auction and it was like at $8 or $9. And I figured, all right, let's see what happens. Maybe it went up to $26. And then I go, well, if you're going to buy that one for $26, why not just buy this one for $25? It was a buy it now.
That's actually a phenomenon about eBay, is that there could be a buy it now of $100 on an item, and one will come on for auction, then it'll start at 99 cents or whatever, and it'll end up at 125 or 150. 100%. It's just like there's one on, there's two cheaper, but this one, because people get passionate, they get that rolling feeling that they're going to lose something, and they get emotionally attached to bidding on that, and they don't look around. So it is research.
I had that one I had both of those on my watch list. I had that one in my back pocket just in case, because I was like, I don't know what it's going to go for. I'm curious. And that one was in an auction. It was an open auction.
Was shipping the same?
The shipping on this one's free. On the other one was about $3. Yeah. So it's like, so it was like, no, in the end, I got it cheaper. So no complaints on my part. I got it cheaper. But I was just like, well, it was available. As soon as it went, like, if I was going to make like a automated bid, I would have bid like $20. just to try to win it under.
Yeah, you're trying to get it under, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it for a couple bucks under. But as soon as it goes above $23, $24, $25, so the other one's $24.95.
Did you get your card with that crease sorted out?
No, I have to. I've reached out, and I'm going to see what they do with it. I'd be surprised if anything happens with it because, like I said, my error in this was not looking at the card closer right away when I got it. It's one thing is if it shipped my cards and it's over there, and then this one was actually shipped to me. I didn't get a closer look at it. The scan could very easily have camouflaged it, and it wasn't noted anywhere. So it's a conversation we'll try to have. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of trying to figure it out. But if it doesn't happen, I don't really have recourse because I basically accepted it already. Because it's one of those things, like I went in, quickly processed everything, and it's like, oh, shoot. Okay, well, fair enough.
Here's one of the greatest selling tips I can give you guys is that if you put free shipping, so if you have a card like Carlos just bought, he has $25 free shipping, $24.95 because it's 25 whatever, and then you put that free shipping on it, like it makes all the difference. It does. If it's $100 item, it doesn't really matter. $4 doesn't matter, but it does because it's a psychological thing. Because people go, how much is that? They look at the price, they go, oh, okay, what's the shipping? And no, oh, it's free shipping. Oh, and you give into it so much easier. It's very psychological, but it really works.
It works, yeah.
You get more at a 50% rate.
The word free gives you that little adrenaline rush when you click the button.
Well, it's the reason why coupons and sales always work. And then the business would jack up the price prior to the sale. So it's like you realize you're actually paying the same amount, if not more, than you would have paid pre-sale. But you got a coupon.
But we're $8 more.
Correct.
Speaking of coupon, I made one here.
Nice. All right, so let's collect the Dappsman here. Hold on, let me scroll up here. This one. All right. So the great curator, YouTube individual, has been pumping the Star Wars train. Has been pumping the Star Wars train hard to the point that Dakota Sports Card Anonymous did his thing. It is football and Star Wars. It's like, so we're going to the full fledged. It's like, so do you get an hour on Star Wars, an hour on Marvel? Can you squeeze wrestling in the third hour? Do you mind? I got stuff I can sell. Let's go. If we're gonna do the trifecta, right? So anyway, great curator invited Dakota onto his live stream to pump the market. I mean, talk about passionately Star Wars cards, pump the market. But the point is, he's not pumping the market though. He's being enthusiastic, even though he made a live stream specifically to talk about Star Wars cards. Yeah. It's not the same thing. The point is, it's not the same thing. At the end of the day, here's the thing. I don't care. Y'all do you. But it did make me laugh. But my favorite part was, and this is a situation where there are times where I'll be mean about the approach to it. In this case, I'm not going to be mean about it because I find it amusing. I find it funny. And not just because Dappsman is involved. Although that is a lot of reason why I find it very funny.
The main reason, yeah.
Oh, that isn't the main reason. If it was somebody else, it would still be funny. But the fact that it's Dappsman, well, chef's kiss. But the part that makes it fun is that he sold a 1-of-1. I don't remember exactly the details all the way through, but I know it was a 1-of-1 card, and it was one of the Star Wars cards from one of the series there. And he sold it for $16,500 at a show. A substantial amount. He had purchased it for about $3,800 from Mer War Cards, Mer World, his buddy, who had found it inside of a basically just a little like a little box that a dealer had. He just happened to have it, and he was selling, and he didn't care, and he just sold it to him for a nominal amount. He sold the Great Curator for $3,800. Great Curator pumped it up. I mean, promoted the card, and then had it at a show and was showing it to people and trying to drum up enthusiasm for Star Wars cards and blah, blah, blah. And then eventually he was able to do a deal with Dappsman where he purchased it for $16,500. That in and of itself, not a big deal, not my concern. That the Dappsman thing is funny, but it would not be worth discussing. It's just whatever. You bought a card.
Let's get to the prologue here.
The prologue is that the majority of the conversation then shifted to him presenting it not just as a sale, because it was a sale. Hey, congratulations, you made a good sizable. You went $3,800, $16,500. Not bad. Good job by you.
Very nice.
But it was the way he presented it that made me laugh about it. He goes, well, I didn't really want to sell it, but I ended up selling it to Dappsman because with his following, it's like he can take it further than I can. So he tried to make it a noble thing, selling it for like 4 times the amount. I'm like, it's not noble. You just made a profit. Congratulations on the deal. Congratulations on making a profit. Again, I'm being sincere. Congratulations on making the deal. Congratulations on your plan working. But it's not noble. You just bought a card for this and you sold it for this, like everybody else in the hobby who's ever done this. It's called arbitrage. It's not
There's-
special.
No nobility in what he told his friends,
No.
his other friends.
But
Hey, you know what I sold that for? Yeah, exactly.
What made me laugh is that he literally fixated on this. I died. I was just sitting there like, really?
Pure altruist.
Which
Yeah.
which card was it? Was it the C3PO special edition?
No. That'd be like 16 million. That's different.
Yeah.
That's like another tier. It's
We
another
all
level.
know about the C3PO card, of course, right?
Well, Eric knows this. I know exactly what he's talking about, but I can also see. I'm glad that Eric brought it up because it really plays into his creeper vibe that we've been talking about tonight. I'll let you all Google that card.
That's the only
And-
card that's worth money. It's like a.
It is
Come on.
clearly not, sir, because that wasn't the card that sold for $16,500.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
You creepy bastard. Yo, Google C3PO card.
Septic C3PO.
All you need to know, Bobby,
One.
is that it's an error card. It's a famous error card
Yeah.
because C3PO was a little too excited. I guess there were some ladies on set. He was just a little too excited. And it looked like he was very excited about it.
Princess
That's all I'll
Leia
say.
Was around.
But
Any-
you can Google and you'll find out. But I'm glad
Yeah,
that
you
Eric
do
brought it
your
up
own
because, again, it plays into his creeper vibe that we've been talking about tonight.
You do your own research, but
Mm.
I don't know of any other card that from the original Star Wars.
It's not the
set.
original. It's not from the original. It's a
Oh.
later set. It's a
Okay.
1-of-1. It's literally a 1-of-1. So
All
it's this. It's
Not the
this.
78 version, yeah.
Yeah, not the 78. None of those cards, unless there was like a really low pop and some people went crazy on it. There's
That's
nothing
the
there.
thing. See,
Not like
so
that.
that was my understanding that you were talking about the 78, and the only one that's worth money is that error card.
No, there's a bunch now that are starting to. Let's put it this way: the whole pumping exercise has worked.
Yeah.
It has worked for them. They didn't even need a shake weight. Whatever they're doing, it has worked. So good on them. Oh, here we go, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. That's the help I was looking for. 16,500 was a Kurosawa Superfractor. So it's a custom kind of a special art that they had on it that was different from a 2012 set. So it's a Superfractor, obviously Superfractor, 1-of-1, big deal.
Super Kawa pillow?
Yes, exactly. So Kurosawa, 2012 set that was put into shiny and numbered. So it fits into that whole vibe of what they're going for. It fits into the Dappsman thing. That part makes total sense to me. And he's got business partners and stuff, so they'll be able to promote the hell out of that card. So here's the thing. I don't disagree with what the curator said. I agree that Dappsman will be able to promote the hell out of this because that's literally his business model. So yes, he will be able to do that. And maybe he gets a record sale down the road, whatever. And that's fine. Good on him. But there's nothing noble about selling it for 4 times. It's like you just made a profit. Like, congratulations. Like,
Noble is giving it to your friend at the same price you paid.
yeah,
That is pure nobility.
yeah. Making a profit on the
4
card. Like,
times, 2 times is, he's still my friend. 4 times is I jammed you up the ass. It's the truth, isn't it?
but he did it for Dappsman.
Bend over,
Look,
grab
for
the
making
ankle.
4 times the amount, Bobby. Here's what you get.
Not even. It's the smallest violin gun. This is, yeah, exactly.
No, 4x within a relatively short period of time is decent. $16,500 on a $3,800. That's fine.
That's great.
That's
But
that's solid.
to a friend.
Oh no, but they're not friends. He didn't really know who that man was.
Not
It's
now.
like, then he saw his social media following, and it's like, cool. So it's like, great.
Well, we've
Sounds
all
good.
bought things at a decent price and sold them for a good price. We've all had that one story. Or
Yeah, it's
whatever.
like great. So it's like that's what I said. Like, good on them. Congratulations. That's why I said like this. This is not one of those cases where I'm going to pick on the great curator about this. I'm not, because look, you do you. You bought a card and your buddy sold you the card. Who made a profit? And you in turn made a profit. So congratulations to both of you. No, that's fine.
No,
I don't have any issue with any of that. You both went in with eyes wide open and made deals. No problem. But don't act like this is noble thing. That's the part that I was just sitting there like, oh, dude, really? I was cool with you just making a profit on this card. Like, that was fine.
that was enough.
Nothing wrong. There's nothing
That's
wrong
the
with
cherry
that.
on top.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's like making it into like, oh, I'm doing this for the hobby, guys. I'm doing it for the culture. It's like, shut up, dude. Just be quiet. Sit back down. Please be
So you
quiet.
get all those nice comments like, "Oh, you're such a nice friend. You're
Yeah.
such a great guy."
Yeah, C3PO card is a classic. That's right. The 77 golden rod card. Yes, correct. Eric in a range jagger C3PO card making $6 million man noises with maracas.
With maracas.
The picture is getting far clearer, Eric.
Unfortunately.
It's getting far
Yeah,
clearer.
it really shouldn't get any clearer. It
Yeah,
really
so,
shouldn't.
All right, so Ziggy here is talking about backyard breakers pulling the Logoman LBJ. I have no idea if that's true, so I cannot confirm or deny. I don't know anything about it. But if that's the case, that would be appropriate.
Are those the idiots that take the shirts off?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
good Lord.
Yes. But so here's to be clear, I haven't heard about this, so I don't know. So I have no additional commentary because I'd have to look into it. I just don't know about it.
No, I don't know anything about it either.
It's not so bad they took the shirts off because they already had a half a shirt on anyway. So
Yeah,
it's like,
they're just idiots.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Like I said, I'll look into it. Like if that's the case, that would make it a bit of an entertaining twist in the whole melodrama. But we'll see.
Awesome.
We'll see. I'll reserve judgment until I look into it further. I don't know yet.
When you can tie stupid with stupid, it's amazing.
I agree. I agree 100% about that. I agree 100% about that.
It doesn't get better.
So let's see here. So about to get popcorn. So enjoy the movie. Have fun. Hit that
Have
like
fun.
button. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
What movie was he seeing?
He was seeing. Hold on. I think it was Doctor Strange. I think it's that new Doctor Strange movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So enjoy your movie. Have fun. And thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. He had me at making profit on Daps, 100%. Like I said, at the end of the day, look, it's a business transaction. If they're happy with the price they paid and he's happy with the price he sold it for, it's fine. Y'all did business. It's that's why I say, like, it's a business deal. And I'm sure Daps and those guys think they can promote the hell out of the card and get it to sell for more down the road. So if they can, good for them. If they can't, sucks for them. Like, it's fine.
I don't know how they can do it in any moral sense of responsibility.
Fractionalize it. I heard that you could make it like 150,000 if you do it right.
Right.
Or 1.99. Yeah.
Well, no, we're starting at 16.5. So if we're only starting at 16.5, I say like 150 grand. We could probably make that leap. And then maybe maybe next round we can make it 150
Well,
to like
imagine what that card would have sold for a year ago.
Well, here's the thing though. This is now here we're talking about Star Wars cards. Star Wars cards did not have the heat going a year ago.
Yeah.
Because we've cycled through a couple of different market cycles. Right now, Star Wars is getting its moment in the sun. Marvel had its moment in the sun.
Boomer X Gen.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's the first movie I ever was brought to.
Yeah, right now they're getting their
I never
moment.
saw.
Yeah, they're getting their moment right now. So
saw it.
Is there a fan base? Absolutely. Are there people that would be interested in some of the cards? Yes, but it's like, but they weren't interested at that level before. So it goes back to the same category as everything else, right? There were people who liked the cards because they've been making sets for years, and people have been building those sets for years. But nobody was interested at that level, not like that. So that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of weird, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I never saw Star Wars. It was in the theater, and I just didn't want to go. It looked stupid.
Okay.
All those puppets too, you know. Just anyways, it's just one movie that I never really got into. The only one I liked was Empire Strikes Back. I did see that one.
Did you ever check into the Star Trek ones?
I grew up with Star Trek in the early years, you know, the 60s and stuff like that. But when I went to the second gen, I started a little bit, and then I was getting too old.
Well, they made the movies though. They made like motion picture and the next couple. They made like 6 with the original
first
cast.
movie was horrible.
I saw one of them with a couple good actors in there.
Is it The Wrath of Khan? Because that'd be the second one.
I like Wrath of Khan. That was actually pretty good. I saw the next one after that. It was a little bit more futuristic, maybe about 8-10 years ago. Maybe.
Search for Spock.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Yeah, Wrath of Khan is the one that a lot of people, because the motion picture, it was new to try. It was new to try, but like other than Star Wars, like science fiction, a lot of those films had struggled a little bit, and they were like, "Well, can we do this with Star Trek?" And then I go, "We'll give it a try," because it had been a gap since the original series. The original series was only like 3 years, in the '60s, so they had a big gap between the two, and then they tried and going forward. So, you know, fair enough. I'll give them a break.
There's a good following now.
Yeah, and the Wrath of Khan, I think, is when it started picking up some steam because people like that one. It was a good villain to bring back.
Oh yeah,
it was a good call.
Ricardo Montalban. Yeah.
And
funny I jumped into the figs.
Jacked.
Yeah, for him, that was really good.
Jacked.
He came in shape. Funny jump back into the fake sale. Do you really think he sold the card? I think he sold the card. Dap seems like a clown touting sports picks. The second part can still be true, and it can still be a real sale. you can do both. 60,500 in the grand scheme of sports cards is not really that big a deal. For Star Wars, it is a lot of money.
It's a big deal because if we, like I said, we poll everybody here who spent $5,000 in the last 5 years on a card.
No, I agree.
Put your hand up right now.
I agree. But somebody who's been in the space buying basketball cards and stuff, 16,500 is like, what is that? Like an average bench warmer?
That's the upper tier now. Once you get past 10K.
Yeah. I think the money isn't too difficult to come by in that space if somebody wants to play in that way.
No, exactly. The margins just shift up. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't understand, and I can do my own research later that Jay's talking about, but I don't.
The important part is that it's better than Trout 101, which frankly is just flatly true.
I don't understand what a Kurosawa is.
Poopy Pony is better than Trout 101.
Me neither. But
And I
Kurosawa is literally the name of either the artist or because it's part of a set. It's
think it
literally
is
the
the
art
artist.
on it. It's literally the art
what's
on
the
it.
character? Is it
Poopy
Vader?
Pony.
Is it Luke? Is it a combination?
Poopy
Is it
Pony.
a
I think
Stormtrooper?
Kurosawa is the actual artist.
he was actually a filmmaker.
Yeah. Okay. So filmmaker. So I know there's an association to it. I don't remember who the character is on the card. I genuinely don't know.
I have to do my
So
own
Jay,
research
could
then.
you add a couple of details on that?
someone else
I think I
knows.
saw the card briefly, but I don't
I'm
remember
just like,
what
what
it is.
did they buy? You know, so
One Star Wars hype card.
yeah,
Hypebeast card.
With
of
OPG
who? Of
edges.
what?
Yeah. Here we go. Tribute to Kurosawa. There were 7 Jedis. Thank you, Jay. So 7 Jedis on the art card.
Okay.
Okay, so fair enough. Thank you, Jay.
So
Appreciate that.
so all right. So the Kurosawa did, I believe. Now again, everyone can correct me if I'm wrong. Kurosawa directed Seven Samurai. Seven Samurai then became the Magnificent Seven. All right. So now they're putting 7 Jedis as a tribute to Kurosawa's Seven Samurai and Magnificent Seven.
That's more research than I would have done. So kudos to you.
That's what I believe the situation is.
I
now.
could see there being a link like that. Sure. I know that there's a lot of in that space. I know that there are a lot of different artists that they do a lot of different information with it. So I'm okay with it. At the end of the day, like I said, I could definitely see there being a fan base for it. That part I have no issue with. I could see there being a fan base who might be interested in the card, especially if it's a 101, being interested in the card to be able to bill and pay some money for it. But we obviously got a big escalation, right? It was found in relatively obscurity. It became a $3,800 card because Great Curator paid that. And then we basically jumped another 4x from there. So it's one of those things. It's always big jumps that are always kind of okay.
Now that I understand it, it's connected to Steve McQueen, so I think it should be $1 million.
I had no idea your fun fact there, Eric. I love the Magnificent Seven, but
Yeah.
I didn't make the
I'm going to get into a
connection.
couple of comments on this one here. We're going to touch on that.
I'll be checking that
So
out.
did they win the Lambo as far as those guys? I have no idea. It was confirmed that it was pulled. Guys that have the gold kaboom. Yeah, I know the back air break guys are the ones with the gold kaboom. I do know that. So, but okay, I'll take a look at it if that's the case. Then now again, I'm in favor of it because of the humor. I'm for it. I'm not for the culture, for the comedy. I'm for it for the comedy. Leaves 1 5-2. Oh, there you go. Okay,
Wow.
they pulled away at the end. Interesting. Lambos and sports cards here. Floating Head joins us. Formerly Don Bradman, then other boxer Jack Dempsey, curator, I think, was the second one, and now Floating Head. So good evening, Floating Head.
Yeah.
Card Shop Live seems a way to fit. Hold on. Card Shop Live. I got to do it right. Sorry. A way to fill your own pockets while talking about supporting the collector and the local card shop. Yes, correct.
Yep. You got it.
Con.
God.
It's a tribute to Kurosawa, 7 Jeremys. Yep. 7 Samurai became Magnificent 7. Thank you, John. Lucas owns the original artwork for the card. It's a neat story. Eric is spot on. Cool. 2 classic films. Thank you, John. There you go. So yeah, if it's got some of that cinema connection, I could see another angle for some folks to be interested in it.
Sure.
Again, our jump though is really due to Great Curator pumping the hell out of the card. Dappsman coming in with a potential marketing. It was like a marketing deal. Look, I'll give you this cash for it, and then we're going to pump the hell out of this, and then you get to have credit for being part of the chain of custody because you only promoted it to anybody that would listen. So it'll be known that you were part of this chain of custody. So there you go. At the end of the day, you do you. Whatever makes you happy.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm not going to knock it too much because, again, it's not my money. It's not my concern. But yeah, I thought it was funny that Dappsman was involved. And they were able to make some videos out of it. So that is true. So I did get a kick out of that. So fair enough.
Tim is good friends with him. They're buddies.
He's good friends with
Oh,
everybody.
yeah, I was going to say. Yeah,
Tim
because he's good
knows-
buddy with Daps. He's over Daps'
Yeah.
place all the time.
Yeah, they're buddies. I've never met him. I don't know. I wouldn't know him if he fell on me, but I know Tim's friends with him.
Well, we'll see how good of a friend he is if there's a sleeve around the card that he got.
Well, by
There you go.
well, listen, I will only believe your friendship if you wear a gigantic, oversized novelty hat.
Ooh.
There you
And
go.
then all of a sudden, you're like trying to
That's
bend the brim, and you're
commitment.
like, "It's made out of reinforced steel, my kryptonite." No.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I told him I'm not putting that thing on. He tried to get me to wear it. I'm like, nope, not happening. I'm good.
All right, so it looks like
Snapshot.
So Paul here has provided me with a link, apparently from Instagram, and it looks like
Breaking news.
yeah, it looks like that is confirmed, or at least
Elon Musk
based on the
bought-
not yet, not yet. That's later. So looks like
Oh,
there's
oh,
your
there-
logo, man.
You can see by the camera.
You can tell by the
everyone's
shaking camera angle, like
It's an old BlackBerry.
All right, so give me 1 second here. So, yeah, I'll take this call real quick. Carlos Senior is asking a question that I don't need to ask right now, and I know what it is. So
So what is that card?
that's the LeBron Logoman.
That's
So
what-
basically, this is the card that Drake was going after.
Yeah.
So I'll come back in a second.
So that's Drake's card. Will be.
It seems to be the case. Yeah, that they're
So
gonna
they
sell
got
it.
three
Happy.
logos of him on there. as
So
the-
it's 3 different uniforms from what it was explained to me. That so you have Cleveland, Miami, and Lakers off his jerseys. The logos. I like to call them the old
Oh.
Jerry Wests. So they took
Gotcha.
the Jerry Wests off the 3 game used jerseys.
and what's that card worth?
We'll find out.
That's just silly stuff, man.
We'll find out, because if you got someone like Drake who's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to find it and is offering people Lamborghinis and whoever's offering Lamborghinis, I think it was him. I don't know.
That one should be Drake. Yeah, it was Drake.
Yeah,
I think that
so-
was made. It was basically a bounty. It's not an
Yeah.
unusual thing in
Right.
cards to offer a bounty. To be like, yeah, apparently he really, really wants this card, and he's willing to pay a
So you
ridiculous
take
amount
the
of money.
phone and you call Drake.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Here's
Like,
your card. That's what I.
yeah, like honestly, like it's all well and good. Yeah, you may as well then just you can basically just reach out to Golden, and Golden will probably broker the deal for you with Drake, and there you go. You get a Lambo, you get some money, you get whatever, and you're 15
I-
minutes of fame and whatever.
Do any of you guys, and was anybody in the chat, actually want a Lamborghini? I do. I would not want one. I'd be like, no, thank you. I have
wanna
no
be
interest in it
Professor
at all.
Lambo, as you want to be.
Yeah, I just want no part of it. I mean,
Goodwill Hunting. Remember?
I'm fairly confident you can just get a cash equivalent, man.
yeah, I mean, all right. So they put it in your driveway. All right, now you got to pay the excise tax.
Excise.
If the very teeny tiny something goes wrong with it, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to get it
It's
repaired.
brand new. It can't anything go wrong with it.
No.
In the first 4 years.
And I'm an adrenaline junkie. You put me in a high end sports car like that. I was in a Tesla once, and I did not behave. Okay, it's the fastest.
We could
0 to
act
60
shocked
Hey,
if you
Eric,
want.
by the way,
Eric-
what do you drive? Just like
Yes.
At this-
see
at
you
this
driving
point-
a Tercel, like
Yeah.
No, at this point, he needs a car that is like filled with pillows, because like he broke his what he's trying to tell everybody is like, oh yeah, my rough mountain biking, where he like takes a still image of him supposedly on a bike. He's literally walking down the street and breaking his hip. He's just literally walking to get the morning paper, and
He's
When
been
I
walking
tore
with
my
Rabaxis till
calf.
Commercial.
I tore my calf coming back from the bathroom, so you're not far off.
and then you just talk about it like, oh, a luxury sport car. You look at the car and you get hurt. You just look at it.
I would wrap that thing around a telephone pole 3 houses down. I'm telling
So
you.
what brand of minivan do you drive?
I drive a 2008 Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I keep it in very fine condition.
You
Excellent.
would have to.
And I also drive my dad's pickup truck, a 1992 Dodge Dakota with 53,000 miles on it.
dude.
Oh, that's
And
kinda
I
nothing.
have had it.
And the good news
repainted.
is that's his second car, because originally he
still
was going to
new.
drive the first car, the Ford Model T.
That's right.
Ooh.
So I've had it
It's a crank start.
repainted. I've had it all redone. So
That's new, but it's a Dodge that has the couple transmission already on.
We'll come back to Eric's oldness in a minute. So I'll read a couple of these comments. So John, by the way, watched part 1 and 2 of the Dave Steve documentary. Excellent. Wonderful. Started watching the story of the Seattle Mariners done by the same creators. Yes, they did a very good job. They do a lot of good job with a lot of those YouTube documentaries. They're very good at actually. It's quite enjoyable if you enjoy it.
It's on my watch list.
Yeah. Jay Sear says, I was enthused that Daps was enthused by the card because it was Star Wars. Fair enough, Jay. Pull up the Lameme James clip from Instagram. I'll take a look in a minute here. We'll see. I want to see the negotiation between those two guys and Drake. That'd be a great pay-per-view event for Logoman. Yes, that would be fun. I agree with that. Who pulled the Logoman LeBron? Apparently the Backyard Breaks guys. Apparently. So the Instagram I shared with you was from Slab Stocks, and it was from Backyard Breaks. Of all the people now, Backyard Breaks. So, look, again, I'm in favor of this for the comedy. For the comedy, let's do it. I'm good with it.
I can't believe it. Of all, I almost feel like it's idiot boy there with the Pokemon. G.I. Joe? Anybody but G.I. Joe. Anybody but Backyard Breaks.
Anybody but the guys with
Eric,
the shirtless guys.
Two things that we're reestablishing here that I feel like should have been clear already, but I'm going to repeat it.
Okay.
Number one, the content gods are good to us.
That is
Number
true.
one.
You got
Number
that
two,
right.
the content gods have a sense of humor.
Yeah, clearly. This is
Praise the content gods.
I bow at their altar.
Never let me down.
Do we need to burn something, Carlos?
Maybe.
I'll talk about it later. The sacrifice will be made later on. Yannick, I'm going to need to make a list.
And we need
Let me
pins
know.
and a doll.
Somehow I feel like I'm not going to make out well on this.
Yeah, do you think the Lambo's fast, or it's hard to ask a motorcycle driver that if you think any car is fast? No.
Yeah, can I sell the Lambo if it's given to me? Honestly, I would just think the cash
Not
equivalent.
motorcycle fest. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
I think Drake was just trying to sell it to somebody who would care about the car enough to pay the taxes with the cash. But it's like, no, you could probably just get a cash. Look, throwing a little extra money would not be a big deal. like if Drake's willing to pay like millions of dollars for the damn card, being like, can I just take cash instead? Yeah, sure, no problem.
You do
Yeah,
it.
I'll just take the 100,000. I don't want your car. Thanks.
No worries. I'm sure they'll donate to the Boys and Girls Club.
Paul, nice one. Perfect.
Good luck with that.
Well played, Paul. Well played.
Very nice, Paul.
You have to pay the income tax on a prize like that Lambo, so maybe 40 to 50K. Yep. You can sell, pay the tax when it's given to you. Yes. Marries with Kissy Gar or Yugo. More metal than his hip in the car now.
Car.
I can see that.
Eric kind of looks like a 2019
classic
Grand
now.
Cherokee.
I take that as a compliment.
You should. List of Carlos. I like it. Thank you, Josh. Perfect.
I like
All
Cherokees, Eric, by the way. I had about 4 or 5 of them. So.
I've had a couple myself. I keep this one in fine-tuned condition.
So what do you do with the Ford Model T?
Yeah.
I keep that in the garage as we just go in and look at it and polish it and stuff.
As you should.
Crank the front every once in a while, get the engine going.
But did you get it in black or black?
Black.
Good choice.
I
They
thought
come
so.
in every color as long as it was black.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's from a good movie. I forget. Seabiscuit.
There you go. Nice.
Oh, I haven't seen that in forever.
I
Just
love
going
that
through
movie.
here.
One of my
So,
top 5.
yeah, so we did the Marks cards update. We did the trimming card thing. We even got some Dappsman in with the Star Wars card. Nice. Good job. Thank you, Chad. And thank you, everybody, for filling in the blanks. The thing is, and I'll credit Ziggy for this one. He's the one who brought up the Backyard Breakers. I didn't know that. So, and thank you, Paul, for providing the link. So I appreciate that. So good team effort, everybody. So thank you for that. And those of you who are here, if you could hit the thumbs up, we always appreciate that. I only ask once or twice a night, so that is one of my asks. But thank you for that. Eric Drub says, new hip with key lock to start the car now. Chat's into it today. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's we'll
My
kind of
mother-
shift.
I just want you guys to know my mother watches this because
We know.
she thinks it's funny, and
Correct.
she just said those guys are always picking on you.
Yes.
And I
Oh,
go,
I thought we were nice to you.
I thought
Hi,
that's
Eric's mom.
part of the fun. So my mother does watch this. She reads
He
the
brings
comments.
it on himself.
She hears the things that are said to me.
And says all accurate. These
Yeah,
things are all
Telling
true.
her, he's like,
She
there's
never-
those
she
3
never
mean
fights it.
Canadians.
It's like they know you. It's like they
Yeah.
know you, Eric.
Yeah, she never says, I can't believe they said that. That's not true about you. She just comments on facts like they really give you a hard time.
Agreed.
I said that's all part of the fun. It's all part of the fun.
They're mean up there.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
Canadians. That's what they're known
Yeah.
for, being a bunch of mean bastards.
Exactly.
Well, we fooled gullible Americans for long enough. And now it's about the time we just, hey, Bobby, it's time we just tell these poor children the truth.
Uh-oh.
It's
I
like,
don't want to know the truth.
oh, you're not
can't
getting
handle
all of it.
it.
You're not getting all of it, but we'll give you the part about us being mean bastards. How about that? We can give you that. And the truth about the double level. We'll give you that one.
Yep.
That was free. We'll give you that one.
And that we used to be friendly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
This entire country was built on debt payment. No one wanted to be a part of it. That's why we're all ornery to this day.
Nobody
Especially
knows
those filthy poutine eaters.
Yeah, those
We
are
got to remember
good.
there's like Upper and Lower Canada, eh? Uh-huh. I see how this goes. Remember, history major.
that. Remember, Toronto was called Hogtown at one time because of all the hogs and pigs that used to run through the streets.
Yep.
18 whatever.
My video paused and I thought Eric was talking about Goldenrod Star Wars. He might still be.
We moved on from that.
No, this video paused. What do you want from me? Don't forget, the coaches always said when we're kids. If someone ain't talking to you or to you, you moved on, forgotten about you. Eric, we just can't quite forget you.
Yeah.
Yet. Yeah.
I appreciate that you included that.
Oh, boy.
That was
Very
the
good.
capital YET there. So
Yeah.
Mhm. Emphasize, man. Emphasize. I like it. I like it.
I use that word a lot in working with, and doing drug and alcohol counseling.
Oh, you could have stopped doing drugs. Go on.
Yeah. And when people would comment on, oh, no, I don't do that. And I don't do, no, I don't do, and I just interrupt them constantly with that one word until it would burn into their brain and they realize that it's coming. You just haven't gotten there yet. So
you're
Yeah,
preempting them. Oh my
Yet.
god.
it's one of my favorite words is yet. I've used it many times on a lot of people.
We've learned a lot of dark things about you, Eric, tonight. We really have.
But there's a lot more.
Oh no, we believe that. We believe that. We're slowly peeling back layers of the onion.
I still think we should get them all on one show. We gotta, let this run out.
We got
Spread it out.
we got to play the long con. We got time. We got time between now and July 1st.
So how are they doing at your
Oh,
card
yeah.
shop, Eric, without you there?
Oh yeah.
Obviously the shop's been going around since 1986, and I've only been working there since November, so I think they're going to be okay. But the eBay stuff is, it's up and down, and I'm very organized, and I do things a certain way, and
Really.
they don't do the things the same way, and so they've had a few bumps, but they'll be fine. And then hopefully maybe in a week I can get back there. But right now I can't sit in a chair comfortably for more than 5 minutes. Like I'll go out and wolf down dinner, and I was like, I got to stand up and get back to bed and sit down and lay down here.
Yeah.
There you
Well,
go.
you had something for us, didn't you,
What, Eric?
Eric?
What?
Well, Eric has a lot of things for us. None of the things we asked for.
You wanted to talk about what was it a bit?
He's also the clubhouse king, which is a fact.
Well, that we know that.
No. No.
So you've been downgraded. You've been demoted. You've been overthrown as king.
You guys know the people who are really the clubhouse kings. So, and it's not me.
All right. So before Eric incriminates himself a little bit more, I'll quickly say a couple of things. So I mentioned earlier that that vintage baseball set is done. So now I'm working on some of those other ones, which is good. It's actually been a good week. This is kind of an open question, and then we can go from here to whatever direction we want to go. I'm curious if we are seeing slowdown of different things. We are starting to get some more headwinds. We know that is coming up here economically. So we know that. I kind of like to sit back and take a survey of the land, but I have been finding some stuff here and there. I've been finding some stuff that's been coming up for good prices because I think some people are kind of shying back.
Ton
Yeah,
of stuff.
which is great. Which is great if you're, as a buyer, it's great
Buyer.
because
It's
then
a
you're
buying
not.
market.
Yeah. So this past week, like I've been able to pick off some stuff off my checklist. I'm trying not to get too aggressive because I do want to have some money left over for the show. So I'm trying to make sure I do that. But I've been seeing some stuff, and I've been scratching some stuff off my 90s lists from Adano. So that's been going nicely. I got a couple of my set projects I'm working on. I've been able to knock off a couple of cards off that set. I figured I would finish that 54 Bowman set just to get that done because that was one of my goals for the year. So let me get that taken care of, and then I can focus on some other projects. Are you guys just sitting back waiting? Are you buying anything? I open this to the chat and anybody here. How are you finding things right now? Have you adjusted anything you're doing at this point, given where we're sitting at right now? Because obviously we're seeing interest rates going up. I work at the bank. I literally get emails every day. Interest rate on this going up, interest rate going on that. Internally, we get that at the same time they announce it as everybody else, but we get those emails. So I'm just curious if it's affecting anything you're doing.
Well, Eric, you were going to talk about July 1st. Anyways, that's what you said earlier. We'll get into that later. But, as for me buying, it's been a very heavy buying last couple months. Just the things are there. We can't turn them down. So
Yeah.
I've been buying a lot. Add a few nice things to my collection, other stuff for trade or sale. And sales have been really good too, which is surprising.
I found some of that as well. Part of why buying has been so easy is that
But it's usually not balanced.
No, I agree with you. I found that I've been able to sell some stuff really easily, gotten decent prices for it. My price point initially was good on those, so I've been able. It's been profitable.
Yeah.
But in turn, that has also left me with money available to be able to then make some purchases and take advantage of opportunities. So it's been a good combination of being able to sell, make the money, and then in turn, all right, put some away. I've actually paid some bills with it too, to be honest. Boring adulting stuff. So I've taken care of that and had some money to buy some stuff at the same time as well. So it's been kind of a good, combination of things.
The Leah Boyven collection was amazing for me. 5 times whatever I paid. So
Yeah. Good evening, Brad. An hour and 49 minutes of listening. It's been very calm this week. I said at the very beginning, I will make fun of people who say dumb shit. Now, if they say dumb shit, it's the same dumb shit as last week. Well, then whatever. I've been down that road. I can just replay last week's show. It's like I rattled a few cages last week anyway. I don't need to go over the same ground. We've been there. We've done that. Watch the replay. It is available for everybody's enjoyment.
we like new dumb shit.
Yeah, give me new stuff. Give me new stuff. I'm here. I
think we should just attack Brad and make up stuff that he's doing.
Then he'll come on the show.
I was going to say, it's like you want to commence the allegations. You've been a troublemaker today, so if you want to begin some allegations, do it yourself.
Yeah, I definitely.
You can't even come up with anything good. Good lord!
I'll come. I'll don't challenge me.
It's like, yeah, I am challenging you. You're he of the poopy pony. I need more from you. Elevate your game.
Brad does not actually send the cards in to California to get done by PSA. He does them in his basement with some plastic he got at Home Depot and a blowtorch.
He's doing a phenomenal job. The quality on that seal. No wonder the seal's so good.
Yeah. So and he throws, when it comes to grading these cards, he just throws darts at a dartboard, and whatever number he hits, that's the grade he gives it.
So, but do we get PSA 11s out of this?
Is there an 11 on the dartboard?
There should be.
Then you can get them.
I'm just saying.
Brad's not prejudice.
I'm just saying.
Like on numbers.
PSA 11. We need PSA 11. That's
Sure.
good. And then with the PSA 11, then he can put it at PWCC, and then people will allegedly. I'm just looking at Eric when I say allegedly.
Allegedly.
It's like you want to get yelled at again. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Okay, so let me read this one here. So rates have already shut down the mortgage finance industry. Big layoffs have been announced. Yeah, I believe it. As someone who collects Ovechkin, the lack of new products slowed down the spending for Nathan Thornton collections, all based on items that appear, need, or want. Yeah. I actually think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. And I'll probably make a video to that effect. I've been percolating on it this week. I want to make a video kind of on the state of where I'm at and what I'm doing right now, because I'm making small adjustments. And this is what I've done the whole time I've been collecting. I adjust to the waves. In 2008, my approach is very different than it was in 2000. And it's just very different than it is in 2018. You have to adjust and tweak based on what you're doing. That's how this works. And take advantage, because sometimes there's a buying time. Sometimes there's a selling time. Sometimes there's just sit on your hands and wait time. And you got to understand what that is and adapt accordingly. I've been finding some stuff, but I'm finding stuff that's reasonably priced. I'm taking advantage of opportunities where they present themselves. I'm not extending myself where I don't want to be. If I pay an aggressive price, it's only because it's a tougher to come by piece that I'm not going to be able to get next week or next month. And only then is it worthwhile. So you can sit back. Now is not a bad time to sit on some cash and wait for your opportunities. It's not a bad thing.
That's what I've been doing too. Kind of just slowing down, but picking what I want.
Yep. A troublemaker
price
with
for
Moroccans.
what I want to, the best card that I can offer with my money, obviously, but I slow down on auctions. I like PWCC, a few others, but lately I kind of just nothing really interesting me or.
Yeah, you gotta find something desirable to chase.
you
It's
know,
not the
I
tilt.
switch cards sometimes for like, you know, magazines or other old vintage stuff that I find neat that always kind of fall under to my price range sometimes. Like,
Oh,
Well, that's that's kind of the reason. It's not vintage, but I have been buying some vintage. Picked this
Yeah.
53 Bowman, so that's the Robin Roberts from today. There's a 53 Topps Barra, got that one in. So I've been picking those. Those were actually PWCC, so I got those at
I
PWCC.
showed you guys earlier this week, but this
Yep.
is my newest acquisition this week. Come on, the
Nice.
glare.
Yeah, you just got to adjust the tilt. The tilt is how you get it.
left and right.
Yeah, it's where the light is. Yeah, you're good. You're good. We got it. It's the gold refractor.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
So
But but it was a timing thing because actually, funny enough, last night I was looking at something unrelated and I was scanning through my usual scans, not finding too much. That's why I say, like, there's a time to be aggressive and there's a time to just, okay, if it's not there, it's not there. Don't force it. Don't just spend money for the sake of spending money. Just wait, be patient. But then I did some other searches and I came across a couple of stuff. I mentioned some of that early 90s stuff. I've got those Z folios with Medano, but the first section of it, I'm down to less than 20 cards for the first 5 years of his career. And a lot of it is like more obscure, like weird stuff. So that checklist becomes almost impossible. Like I'll scan through page after page after page and find nothing. And it'll be months between. I was able to pick off 3 last night. But now, unfortunately, those are probably the 3 easiest ones remaining. The rest of it is like those hologram variations on the back. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. It's like,
Oh, those ones
like
again.
I was like, oh, that's not going to be. There are sellers who have them, but very few. Like a couple of cards here, a couple of cards there. I'm like, all right, I'll keep my eyes open, but I'm not counting on that. We'll see. We'll see. Good luck.
I got my first
41 play ball.
this week.
I recognize it from the design.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're really cool. This one is basically because the gentleman was a coach here in the International League. So after his MLB career, he basically became a local star here. He coached a few teams to championship. So
Oh, I got some interesting news.
Yep. So let me read a couple of these comments and then we'll get to interesting news. Give me 2
sure.
seconds. So here, Brad's new grading company, Bubbles Grading Acceptance. He wears the glass and everything.
Bubbles. Yeah.
Yep. Watching the weekly PWCC auctions, picked up Tiger Woods PSA 9 rookie last week. Nice. I think a lot of people refused to buy from them, results in low prices. That's true. Very true. So Eric, this is Chris Carter. He has your back from the bully. So you have a supporter. You have a supporter from the club.
Chris is a good guy, and yeah, they go after him a lot too. So he knows what it's like.
Yep.
He's a
Coincidence
great
that
guy.
Eric suggests Cardmageddon on July 1st, Canada Day. Insert, make the Michael Myers, Austin Powers pinky face. Conspiracy. That's all I'm saying. Conspiracy. Absolutely. I like that. So thank you for the comment and thank you Chris for supporting Eric because Eric was telling me about the hard time he was taking. And of course, he was defending the show. And I let him know that I stand by everything I said. I do feel bad that he got abused. And frankly, the part that pissed me off is how dare they abuse Eric? That's my job. That's literally what we do. And frankly, I do it better than they do.
That's true too.
Yeah.
And I stand by everything I've ever said publicly and privately. So I don't, because they're always the same, and it is
on
what it
tape,
is,
man.
Well, the key. I said it to Eric offline. And I'll just repeat it here because it should be known. It's a recorded show, so I literally stand behind everything I said. It's like y'all can go back and watch the replay. So it's like the episode's up. I take back nothing. Everything is put in the proper context. When something is an opinion, it is uttered as an opinion. When something is tongue-in-cheek, it is said in a tongue-in-cheek manner. If you don't get that, I can't help you.
Oh.
But when I lay it out as I genuinely believe this occurred, then that's exactly what I mean. And I'm putting it on tape. I'm not putting it in a venue where you can say whatever trash you want to say and it's not being recorded. Just saying. Mr. Brad, how's it going?
Oh, there's the criminal.
They discovered based on Eric's allegations.
Are you here to defend yourself?
It only feels appropriate that you have to defend yourself against this individual of ill repute. We already know this man is a questionable shady past. Hold on. I'm going to move this man down here where he belongs.
In the basement.
Explain yourself, sir.
That was good.
So how's it going, Brad?
Good. I Bobby would like this one. I bought a collection today, and it started at noon, and I'm still going at it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
I like
Right.
that.
I don't know, maybe 5 million cards. I don't even know how many.
Oh wow, okay.
Millions of cards.
That'd be quite a collection.
Millions of cards, PSA, it all
Yeah.
comes together, right?
So
Yeah.
how do you
All
transport
tens. All
millions
tens.
of cards, Brad,
All
in a
tens.
U-Haul or?
Yeah, it was like 7 van loads, I think, total so far.
Oh my
A lot
god.
of it, like 95% junk, but
Mhm.
Yeah, it's the
course.
5%. Yeah. of
But,
course.
Like an old store, probably, or
just a collector. The guy had all this stuff forever, and he stopped collecting in '93. So he really went hard from '88 to
Okay.
90.
Well, that's probably still going to be really heavy in 90 and 91. I would think 90 and 91 is going to be like heavy preponderance. They made a
88
lot of
to
cards.
93.
They made a lot of cards in 90 and 91.
But I
Hockey,
mean,
baseball.
Yeah.
yeah,
absolutely.
hockey and baseball. No basketball, no football. But there's a 53 top.
So you said what, 5 million cards, give or take? Like, oh, you got the mantle. Nice. I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. That's a good one.
Full set minus the Jackie Robinson and about
Oh wow. Okay.
20 other cards. So
That's strong. I'm chipping away. I'm slowly working in my own set. It's going to take some time.
yeah, well, I like this set's
Time to do some dealing, guys.
Nice.
I know.
I got lots of extras.
Oh yeah.
DGX probably. Like,
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad.
There goes your show money, Carlos.
Yeah, I was gonna say, listen, worth it, Bobby. I can go around the show and just cause nonsense the old-fashioned way. It's not a big deal. Oh, the 52 Willie Mays. I like that.
What's this?
Yeah.
2, I think. I'd say
Yeah.
a 2. A nice Gretzky.
Oh, there you go. Well, those are doorstops. We talked about it earlier tonight. And literally dozens. Like I think I've got a couple holding up a table over there. Oh, you got the Bobby Hall. Nice.
Hey,
you
that's,
go.
That's nice. I
No.
think that is. It's maybe
Carlos,
a shot
would you
at
blow that
5.
for me?
Yeah. Can you bring up the Bobby Hall again? Just
Yeah.
pull up the Bobby Hall. Let me make you bigger here.
Wow.
That's
All
decent.
right,
That's
well,
not
Nice
bad.
yeah.
color.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah,
beautiful
nice color,
colors.
good registry.
That is nice.
Corners don't look so bad, but it's
From a collection of 5 million cards, having that just randomly in there, that's not bad.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
so it was
So-
good.
I want to hear a little bit more about this collection, but I want to do two things. I want to get a refill, but at the same time, Bobby, you want to make an announcement? Do that now. Go for it. And then I want to hear more about Brad's collection right after. But you first.
more exograph 7-Eleven cards have surfaced.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes, so we do have Tom Dempsey, Jesse Owens, Don Vasco. He has the fastest motorcycle speed at 300 miles an hour. I think across the salts, the whatever it is down in
Bonneville.
Bonneville salts. Yes. There's a Nolan Round, a Sally Younger, which she's a water skier, set a record or something at a young age. So there's a few more to add, and they came up on the for auction. So we'll see. There's a few nice cards in there, but at what point am I finished with those? I like documenting stuff more, and I just happen to have the Chamberlain and what have you. So
Who's selling them right now, Bobby? You said it's on eBay?
Yeah, it's all about disclosure. No, it's private.
Okay.
Not really, but I'm just saying. Anyways, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's out there. So it's nice to document more in the set. 3 of them I didn't even know about. So how many more are we going to find? It makes a set more difficult to collect if you really can't define them, unless there's great stars all around, which it does. Nolan Ryan and Hank Aaron and all the other ones that are there. So, Carlos, you missed it. There's Jesse Owens and Don Vasco, and he's a speed motorcycle.
How were you able to verify those ones?
By pictures.
Oh, you found the pictures? Nice. Okay, that's good.
And Sally Younger as water skier.
Oh, really? Okay.
It
has to be obscure ones. It has to be a couple of obscure ones.
Larry Cahan.
No man bikers? No man bikers? No?
Nope. Sorry. There was a
This is
there was
what
a couple football.
since you
couple
brought it
baseball.
up.
Of course, he has one within arm's reach.
This is 4-time Tour de France winner, Chris Froome, Sports Kings autograph.
Oh wow.
Was he
So-
juiced at some point, or is he
No,
clean?
no,
He's a bike racer, so yes.
he has
Allegedly.
he came after that era and has not been
Caught.
caught, whatever,
Caught, yes.
accused, suspected, really.
I was gonna say I've accused him literally just now. So
Yeah.
so that part we're covered. Now it's just about getting caught.
I think
But he
everybody
was in
entering
a
suspect category.
horrible crash and almost died, and
And he would have died hitting up and juicing.
has made trying to make a comeback over the last 2 years, but he'll probably never win another tour after that crash. It almost killed him.
It hasn't killed him yet.
Yet. That's right. I like the callback. Well played. So let's see here. Yannick is that card. Rosie the Rose, a hockey player from Strange Brew. Nice.
Rosie Liver, all the time.
Most of this show is tongue in cheek, as regulars know. Facts. Yep.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep. Clubhouse people are idiots. They don't understand the hobby. They only understand attacking people who aren't in their clique. I'm just reading the comments.
Some is true, and others are very knowledgeable and are a joy to speak with, and others are a little more difficult to communicate with at times.
It's an interesting word, clique, because actually I grew up with saying clique, but a lot of people say click.
Well, we're getting a lot of
American,
pronunciation comments here. So the pronunciation of Madonna here is definitely tongue in cheek. Eric, could you pronounce the quarterback from the Green Bay Packers?
The current one? That's easy.
No, the last one.
Brett Favre.
You need a couple more like R's in there.
Favre.
Yeah, like I prefer to use it by like his parents do. Favre.
Yeah,
I do the
Just
short form. Favre.
Just extend it out,
I just know that
Favre,
and you probably got the same joke from Something About Mary when they couldn't pronounce his name correct in that movie. So
Yeah.
that's part of the fun is that like I'll collect the damn cards, I'll pronounce the name however I damn well feel like.
Looks like Tim might be in the room.
I know he's there. Yep, Madango from the movie Django. Facts. The 1994 Bimbo Cycling World Card, specifically Bimbos.
Bimbos.
Listen, you're trying to say that Eric has a type? Eric,
Just don't tell my wife.
name names,
It's
Eric.
more of an archetype.
How's Eric's hip? Broken like the rest of them.
Yeah.
Dark like his soul. But yes, that's important. So no, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. So how many cards does that work up to, Bubby? How many on the unofficial checklist you're compiling there?
I haven't really officially added them. I just know I saved them to the file. So I think there's around 14, 15. Yeah.
Okay.
I think around 15 now. So
Well, considering where it started, and then we did that search from back then, and grabbed a couple, and then obviously found some more.
it's funny how the randomness shows up because there was still Billie Jean King, Ty Cobb, and all these other ones that I haven't seen, and then new ones come out. It's just like, where does this thing end?
Yeah.
And they're being so obscure. I think because of the article, this is why they came out.
Mhm.
And the guy put a big price on them too.
Sure. Yeah. Well, if
Because-
it's obscure, you're going to try. You got to try. Might as well.
Yeah, I believe there's a certain price for these things, but I don't think he's going to get that.
Oh yeah. Well, if he fractionalizes,
Oh, I never thought about that.
there might be a way.
Lend me 1.9 million.
We'll get there. Never heard of the Tour de France guy? Was he in the 79 bike race movie Breaking Away? There you go.
Breaking.
Hips don't lie.
Breaking-
Tim's getting some good puns in there. I like that.
He's
Breaking
always
away.
he's very
Breakaway.
punny.
Yeah.
So anyways, Breaking Away is my favorite movie, and I actually have a Cutters shirt.
Oh, really? Because you worked in the quarries.
No, but I have a
Oh.
Cutters shirt.
All right, I'm gonna go back now that we've covered that. I'm gonna go back to Brad's collection. So, Brad,
Yeah.
question for you, because
Why?
I like
They're
the
all
cards that you were showing. I like the
All
cards you were showing.
written and given PSA 11s. So I have no interest in what Brad has to say.
Well, the rest of us do. So
All right.
you sit there in your corner. Go back in your hole.
They're just raw right now.
I want to make you happy. I sent in 5 different orders, 5 different packs, 79 OPG.
Oh, yes.
And my the one, it just popped and it's altered again.
Packs?
Yes. Everyone, I sent 5 in now from 5 different places where I purchased them and they just keep coming back altered. I'm lost on it.
I think there's G.I. Joe in there.
Oh, it could have been anything
but
else.
G.I. Joe. Could be anything else but G.I. Joe.
We're
That's
going to open the packs at the Expo. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we did.
Let
You
me-
did talk.
let me
So
check them
that's official now, right? We're gonna see some pack openings.
Well, now
I'll
I'm going to
check
have
them
5 of them back anyways. And I just
Why
put
not?
there's a
Let me
Gretzky.
check them first, too.
Yeah.
It's always good to have a second opinion.
No, that's fair. I like that.
No, I agree.
Minimum 600% markup. Stone cutter shirt. I like the reference. Well played. All right, I like this. So hold on. Before I do, we're gonna do this properly. So this was the latest ad. So I've got it here. So this was from the Instagram. We got that. I like the clean auto. I genuinely appreciated that. So this one was a PWCC one as well. So I like the. I wasn't going to bid on it, but the price seemed reasonable to me. I was happy with it. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go get that. All right. So per Baz here, Yannick, pronounce Favre.
Brett Favre.
So it says here, so Favre is Acadian, born in Mississippi, near where French Canadians were. They were kicked out of Quebec. They can get kicked out of Quebec. Is that allowed? What do you have to do to get kicked out of Quebec other than reject poutine?
Yeah, they were marched down and dropped into the swamps of Louisiana.
Yee.
Yeah.
I love how the Misspelled 91 Stadium Club, Favre.
Favre.
Rookies in the PSA database says Farvey. Facts. Well played, Chris. Facts. But yeah, anything else interesting in that collection, Brad? I know you're starting to go through it. I love some of the cards you're showing. The Maze was a sweet card.
Yeah.
I like the Bobby Hall. That's a nice one. We joke about the Gretzky. It's good. It's good that the Gretzky's in there. But like I'm at the point where I'm really past Gretzky rookies. It's like, okay, man, good for you. But I like those other ones. Like some of those ones are pretty sweet. And the 53 Topps Mantle is my personal favorite. That is the personal favorite.
Yeah. I think this one's it's a 4 for sure. It could be a 5. Like it's in that range. There's not too much of a price difference between the two anyway, because it's got great eye appeal. So
Well, I heard if I get you an X-Acto knife, we can make that like a 7.
Brad, well, Carlos, I was about to say. I mean,
Allegedly,
Brad, what are you going to use to trim it? I mean, do you use like a paper cutter and just come down on it? Exactly.
tell him you'll ask Eric Myers. Allegedly,
So
for moral support, he's not going to do anything. He's in Korea. Leave him alone.
Yeah, like the baseball guys would love it. Like this collection, like
You gonna need a 71 OPG in that stuff, Brad?
yeah, lots of 71 OPG.
Okay, so you do have a fair bit of vintage in that collection.
Yeah, like
eh?
even like
Okay.
just when I'm going through, like this is just a stack, right? Like you
Okay,
see,
nice. Yep.
there's like
So 82 Tops. Yeah.
Oh wow,
that's
Ripken.
Nice.
Ripken rookies, and
pretty
then
good.
you got. I'll show a few other. Like when I'm
Sure.
going through the stacks.
Okay, so hold on. Let me go from memory here. Let me go from memory.
75.
Yeah, you got that's 78, 77, then 75.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
73,
73.
70,
Johnny Bench
68.
68.
Nice. Yeah, 68.
Sorry
69.
about
to a couple. See, like these cards are so underpriced. Like there's a couple Rolly Fingers rookies.
Nice. I like that.
They don't sell for they sell for peanuts.
Agree with
I
that.
like those guys. 65s.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Yeah, those are tops. I'm still working on my Opeachy set, which
I was always kind of struggling with the 65 because I don't mind it, but the little pennant thing was always kind of an interesting one to me. Again, this goes back to the days where I had like this grand design in my head of doing the Topps run. I love the idea though more than the execution. A lot of those 60s and mid 60s sets are so large and there's so many high numbers. It is such a pain, and I'm like, oh my god, that sounds miserable.
yeah. But I think that's honestly, as a collector, like my favorite thing in the world is like I've got two 3200s of top loaders, and some of the stuff's even not worth more. But when you just pull out like Clemens,
Oh, the 85
85.
Clemens, nice. All
I
right.
still love those cards. Like I love the Ripkins and Clemens. Like they're not much, but I mean Clemens is like $10 or something, like 15.
Well, if he ever gets in the hall, that Clemens will probably be fine.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Like, it's still a nice card. It's still fun. And from 85, it's still one of the better cards of it.
And he wasn't on roids at an 85.
Yeah. Yannick, what do you need for 70? Not to be 71 OPG. Are you doing a set? Or are you looking for expos?
I'd like to make the set eventually, but it's a tough one to come around. Definitely.
Yeah, I got lots of singles. I'll show you some.
Yeah, no, make me a stack there and definitely talk.
Oh,
There you
71.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
71 P Rose. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So is that Topps there or Peachy?
That's OPG, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Peachy.
Okay. That's good.
They got the floating head in the back.
Literally, by the way, literally, that's not a joke. It's true. It's in the designs. They actually do put a floating head in the middle of the back.
I'm not talking of anyone here. It's literally a floating head.
That's why I'm making abundantly clear that is actually a design element of the 71 OPG baseball.
Interesting about the 71 baseball is a guy did a video. I can't remember who it was now. I was just watching it last week. and he was talking about the PSA rates. There's
I'm the one to show that to you. Yeah.
50,000 like graded. There's 9. There's no PSA 10s for tops, but O-Pee-Chee there's 2, and there's only like 5,000. So
Yeah.
the ratio is huge. So they're saying for rougher cuts, there's more of a benefit over the tops.
I believe that.
And it's really interesting way of looking at it. It was a great angle. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at things. Just taking the pop record in account, it's interesting that O-Pee-Chee gets a nod, like on the tops compared to, like, Eric, we're backing you right up here. Because the rough cuts on the O-Pee-Chee, why did they get a higher grade when it's rough? And why does tops get hit harder on ones that are straight cut? Good question, anyways.
I could rage on that for a long time. That drives me nuts.
Okay, Brad, we're back to you.
Look, considering he paid good money for those cards, I want to give him his moments. If they were Star Wars cards, we probably could have helped you pump them earlier.
It's on the vintage card curator.
I want to give him his Brad, leave most of them at home. When we go to the show, bring one of those stupid things. I want to look at it in person.
Yeah.
Bring one.
Deal.
You can leave the other ones at home, but bring one. I got to take a look at this stupid card. So here, Andrew, good evening. I'm not ignoring your question. I'm just not a basketball guy. I don't know what you're referring to. If you could clarify on that, happy to comment on it, but I don't know what you're referring to.
If Steve Kerr had a falling out with Golden State, it's because it has to do with players. I mean, this guy is so successful.
I just wanted to acknowledge the comment though, because I don't know.
I haven't heard about it. That's the first I've heard about it.
Yeah.
But if he had a falling out with Golden State, that's, I don't think there is another professional sports league other than basketball that the players are above the coaches as much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's a player dominated league. Coaches don't mean crap. The star players coach more than the coaches at sometimes. And they, and if a player somehow doesn't like you, that's it. You're done. And even if you're Steve Kerr and you got 6 championship rings from when you were a player, and how many 3 or 4, whatever.
Well, I don't think he had 6 as a player. I know he played. I want to say in the second 3-peat. He won multiple championships with those
plus
Bulls.
The shot that actually won one of the championships.
But also, I could be wrong. I believe he played with San Antonio for one of their NBA championships. So I believe he did win a championship as a player outside of the Chicago one.
So if a guy with that type of resume is having an issue with this coaching a franchise, it is player driven. And that's one of the reasons I don't like the NBA, because it is a player driven league and a bunch of spoiled millionaires don't like doing laps or something, or don't like the plays that are being called. They'll get you fired. And the NBA is a dumpster fire.
It is the only thing that kind of does that. My favorite one, like I said, for the most part, I stay out of it because I don't watch a lot of NBA. I will watch some games during the playoffs. This is probably the only time of year where I'll pay attention a little bit. I will say though, when the Nets got bounced and Kyrie was talking about as if he's gonna like get together in the off season, they're gonna have like a management thing. It's like, you barely came to work. Why on earth would anybody consult you about anything?
Oh,
Go home.
You don't want to ask a Boston guy about that piece of trash.
But there's a lot of folks who don't have good things to say about Curry, even outside of Boston. He doesn't have a lot of friends. Let me read a couple of these here. So John here says, watch the 71 O-Pee-Chee video. It was interesting. I think the graded has something to do with the graded card extender. I think vintage curator. I think that sounds right because I've seen some of his videos. They're very well done. They're very well done. I like his stuff.
Yeah. That's the one I sent to Bobby a couple days ago. I think.
Oh, is that the one? Yeah, I got it from you, and I forget who.
Yeah, he talks about the Nolan Ryan 71.
Vintage card
Nolan
curator.
Ryan has 2 10s O-Pee-Chees, but no tops.
Yeah, he doesn't produce videos all the time, but for the most part, they're quite good. I like them because I mentioned it here before. He did the video where he was analyzing the 80 tops Ricky Henderson. And trying to get to the bottom of why it seems like there's such a small amount of PSA 10s.
Where it was located on the sheet.
He did a whole analysis. I was a big fan of it. I like that he went through he went to where it is on the sheet. He compared it to other cards around it.
Have you seen the one he did a couple months ago about the 73 set where he located where all the pictures were taken from the 73 set?
No, but that sounds like something he would do. He's quite thorough. Like I said, props to him. Doesn't make a ton of videos, but they tend to be good quality for when he decides to come out with a video.
So, Yannick, can you forward that video to Chris? And yeah,
Hashtag scholarship. Yep. So let me read a couple of these here. So we got the hobby hero here who's new, I think. Got the picture with the logo man in there. So there you go. Have you seen a suit? I'm just reading comments. They think they're too hobbyists. So sad.
Some of them are.
That's true. It's true.
Some of them are great guys. This is
Appreciate it,
absolutely
Andrew. Appreciate it.
fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So Chris here says, Kerr was pissed about opposing players, very much dirty play that ended up in a Warriors player breaking his elbow. Oh, okay. Interesting. It says here, his son, Nick Kerr, got into Desmond Bain's face and allegedly assaulted him after game 2. At least you included it allegedly. So I don't know too much about it, but fair enough. That sounds
I
like
don't know anything about any of this, so I can't really comment on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll always kind of peripherally, like I said, I'm paying peripheral attention to the playoffs. At least I'm kind of paying attention. This is the only time of year that I think last night was like the first full hockey game I've watched probably in about 4 years, because I was watching the Dallas Calgary game. So I had it on the side screen. So I was watching it. And I was like, okay, let me watch. I'll put
How
the game.
painful was that?
It was a struggle, but mind you, I was watching the late 90s trap stars. So not having a goal isn't really the triple overtime is way infinitely worse. So so in relative terms, not a big deal. And like I said, I had it on the side screen, but this is kind of my problem that I have right now. And I think I didn't want to ignore the comment, but I just didn't have a response for it. Hockey 99 in one of the past live streams was talking about, I think when Brad brought up the card that he was talking about, and we were talking about some Jays players. And he was saying, like, you know, as somebody living in Toronto, well, first of all, I don't live in Toronto. I live in a suburb outside Toronto. The GTA is a very large space with a lot of folks outside of Toronto. But also, as much as a baseball fan as I am, I'm not as much of a Jays fan as I used to be. And I don't pretend that I am. There was a time where I was on everything. But the last time I was watching the Jays regularly was 2015 and 2016, when those young teams were coming back and all of a sudden they were in the playoffs for the first time in years. To a 2015 team, I actually believe had a real shot if they had been able to get over the hump against the Royals, because they think that the matchup in the World Series was favorable to them. It just didn't come together.
Year.
Yeah, they went all out that year and got free agents, and they went the whole 9 yards. It was like the early 90s all over again. They actually tried. I think there's tremendous talent on this team. But the baseball product, and I'm just being honest, the television baseball product is so unwatchable. And it's not to do with the sport. It's to do with these breaks. I can't stand the breaks in the action. It ruins the flow. And that's why I say, like, pick your favorite sport you want. I can make it. I can wreck it if I do a similar thing to it. Eric's the biggest hockey fan here. You know, he'll support it. What if I decided to just randomly have a 4-minute break between each face-off? Let me just stop play for no reason. They'll all stand there like idiots, and nothing happens. It's going to wreck the flow. And the game could still be great, but, like, you wrecked it. What did you do? Baseball has that. They literally are standing around staring at each other, throwing the ball around. It's like, well, we're in the field already. We could literally be playing right now, but, we got to wait for commercial. And people are live. They paid money to sit in the stadium to watch them have to stand around waiting for the commercial breakdown. That's stupid.
Yeah, it's
More money on
horrible.
commercials though.
I get it. But, like, I'm at the point where, like, I'd rather you put it on tape delay for the TV audience and let the audience live in the building just get their game.
Yeah.
Let it flow.
And if that was 20 years ago, that would be perfect. But now with instant
Betting.
access,
I get it.
betting
Yep.
and internet, and you'll find out the score.
I know.
So you can't do it. But
I understand. I'm not unsympathetic, but the
Right.
problem is, like, it hurts
ridiculous.
the on-field product for the paying audience. I used to be the guy, I'm saying legitimately.
Yeah.
Today, I struggle to name players on the roster. I can give you Vladdy Jr. I can
Right.
give you, you know, I
That's
can
the
give
only
you
one I can name.
Yeah, I can give you a handful of the kids. That's it. That's the best I can do. The 93 Jays team, I could go through most of the roster from memory from almost 30 years ago. That's easy for me to do, relative speaking. In 2013, I was a season ticket holder for the Jays. I have been to 300 games at the Dome. 300.
I've been to one.
Yeah. But the thing is that I haven't been to a game in 6 years. And I can't be bothered. I'm a go train right away. I can't be bothered. Because I've been to the Dome so many times. The Dome holds no appeal to me. I'm willing to watch the game. And by the way, the team's not bad. But I can watch a couple innings at the time. If I put the Jays game on, it's going to be on mute. I'm not listening to the commentary. I'll have it on. I'll kind of look over to it and watch a little bit. I'll watch Vladdy hit. I'll watch a couple of guys hit, but I'm not paying focused attention to it. If they get to the playoffs, I'll lock in. In the playoffs, I generally lock in because now, all right, now we got stakes. These games mean something more. All right, I'm engaged now. Let's do it. That's different though. I can't do it for regular season. I can't.
So, Brad, what did you pick up that was unusual from this collection?
Just before you do that, Yannick, go ahead. You raised your hand.
I need to leave, you guys. So
I kind of figured that's why I wanted to make sure we covered you. Yannick,
Thank
have
you
yourself a
very
good
much.
evening, buddy. We'll
Thanks,
talk. We'll
Carlo,
talk through the
Tommy, Brad, Bobby, Eric.
See
you
ya.
later.
Brad, I'm interested in those OPGs for real. So I'll
You need it, Brad.
I'll get your number from Carlo, and then we'll talk.
Sounds good.
I'll set them aside. Perfect.
Take care.
See you, bud.
See you guys.
Okay.
Later,
Good night.
buddy.
See you.
Perfect. So go ahead. Go ahead, Brad.
I don't know yet, to tell you the truth.
Oh.
The stuff I looked at was just cards. There was
Have a good night, Josh.
40 complete sets of 1984 O-Pee-Chee baseball.
Oh.
Kind of a neat, kind of a weird. So I'm going to be Don Mattingly inspecting.
I was gonna say, yeah. Don Mattingly would be still the guy.
Yeah.
Strawberry was good for a time. Strawberry in the '84.
Yeah.
For the '84 Peachy as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would have been the other guy at the time.
You guys, I think it's Strawberry. It could be Doc Gooden because they were hand in hand. And they're very similar with their issues, but I think it was Darryl Strawberry that was sitting at home and he turns the TV on and the Mets are on, and he's like, "Oh, what? I was supposed to be there." He was coked out of his head.
I can see both those guys having done that very easily.
He's supposed to be at the game playing, and he's sitting in his living room and turns the television on, and the game's on. And he's like, "Oh, yeah."
Oh, yeah.
Those two were an absolute mess. It was so sad.
Yeah,
The talent was unbelievable, but their addictions were just too much for him.
Is it on Netflix or or ESPN, that 85 Mets documentary, which was unbelievable?
You're talking about the '86 Mets because that was the World Series one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
86
Okay.
Mets.
Yeah.
But, did you watch? I think it's ESPN.
Hey, Brad.
Is it 30 for 30?
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
Go screw yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Still a sore spot. Still a sore spot.
I legitimately didn't even think of that.
No.
Brad knew exactly what he was doing. Brad plays the nice guy. He's got a little bit of Josie in him when the moment is right. Like, Brad,
Go screw.
moi,
What was that guy's name?
chef's kiss.
Suck it.
It's like Mookie Wilson hits it too.
All right,
Oh,
all
your
right.
knees. Oh, why are you there? Oh, that's terrible.
I don't want to hear anymore.
So,
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for the assist.
You have to understand, in 1986, I'm like this young kid that's totally into baseball, totally into this thing.
So you were rational.
Right, and these guys were my heroes, and I knew the whole team, and my big eyes, and I'm watching, and I'm just so my parents let me stay up late, and I'm so excited. I never watched baseball after that. That was it. It killed me. It killed the sport. I never picked up a glove again. I never wanted to play again, and I hate it. I hate baseball, and it's from that moment.
I think that's funny. Is that you would be wrecked with 86 when everybody else was wrecked in 94. Like 94 was the one that did a lot of folks said it was a strike. It's like with you, it's such another devastating Boston law. It's like, what, 85 wasn't good? Sorry, 75 wasn't good enough for you?
Well, I
Jeez.
was one in 75, so I didn't care.
Watch the replay so you can have heartbreak from there. We financed the second and third set of turf at the Skydome GE Capital. Worked there from 94 to 6. We had the Jays operating financial based off a copy in the garage. Hey, that's at least a fun little kind of fun trinket. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Go screw yourself with maracas.
That's right.
Thank you, Paul. The consistency. I'm appreciating it tonight. I'm appreciating I'm appreciating you, bro. Appreciating you.
So, Brad, give us the breakdown. So you go in, you look at this collection.
Yep.
99% is cards.
Yep.
5% is not. What? 99?
Yeah, 99% cards. There's probably like 200 unopened wax boxes, but like,
Oh, that's nice. That's different.
and it's
Is it
great.
junk wax Sarah predominantly or kind of a mix or
All pro set.
probably?
But
honestly, like for our store, like all that stuff sells.
That'd still be good. Yeah, yeah. Oh no.
$10, $15.
Today,
Soft.
Yeah.
look, people downplay, but like the whole point of that junk wax box is sometimes it's just fun to open a couple of packs. That's not a joke. Like I used to go to the show and I would go to a couple of the dealers that has some junk wax stuff. I'd grab some and I'd take it back to the house, and before dinner I'd just go put the box down, and Carlos Sr. and my brother, who don't give a crap about cards, is like, oh, what's in this one? It's like, oh, you can put this guy and this guy, this guy. No one cares. They just open the packs and they have fun with it. It doesn't matter. And the fact and some of those boxes were $5 or $10.
Yeah.
It's kill a little time in the afternoon. It's not. It's fun.
And there's a lot of them that you can,
And then throw it in the garbage after you're done.
like even the junk stuff, like 91, 92 score. You can chase the Bobby Orr autograph.
You can. Yeah.
I think I've opened a gazillion of those in my lifetime, and I've never pulled a Bobby Orr autograph.
I've never seen one up close. I've never heard of anyone pulling one. I've never pulled one myself in the thousands of packs I opened in 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I just sold one.
Well, funny story. Sorry, but I don't want to interrupt you. But funny story. I heard that Backyard Breakers pulled a Bobby Orr autograph out of 91 Sports. It's like right after the LeBron logo, man. It was like crazy. They're on a heater right now.
Yeah,
they're on a heater.
They went from that high end stuff. It's like, all right, well, let's grab a box of 90 score.
It's like they're on a heater right now. They're flying high. Somebody had to make the joke. Please continue, Brad.
I would rather have the Bobby Orr autograph.
So go ahead, Brad. You were saying?
No, I'm just checking. I think I sold a Bobby Orr autograph this week on eBay.
Like a general Bobby Orr autograph, or that specific one?
From the score.
From the score.
And it went for way more money than I anticipated it was going to go.
It is obscure though. Like it's one of those things where, like, if
It's-
somebody's looking for it, they're probably going to know what they're looking for.
I've never
It
even
seems like
seen one.
Those
It's
in
signed
the
on the back. It's
Yes,
on the-
that's right.
right?
Yeah,
I remember
it
that one.
sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks, but yeah.
Because for them it was new. I would say like in the mid '90s there was an early autograph set where autographed it, but it was also in the back. Because I think they were thinking like, oh yeah, well there's a space there. They didn't design the front of the card to think about that. It was only certain sets that were designed that way. Because I want to say 91 Upper Deck, they had autograph insert cards in it, but they had like a painting on the front. It was like a Diamond Kings kind of design, kind of same idea. But because they did a painting on the front, they're like, yeah, Reggie Jackson signed the front. Okay, great, makes sense. But for those other ones, they're like, yeah, sign the back. It's an autograph. It's good.
Yeah.
Nobody thought like, hey, wouldn't the design look a little better if you like put the autograph on the front with the design of the card? And,
A lot better.
Nah, who needs that? So I was gonna say, so this one is one of the ones that I picked up on eBay this week. So we talked about Clemens, and I think eventually, we'll see down the road. I think eventually the voters in the Hall of Fame will get over themselves because they're modifying the veterans committees. They're changing up the rotation, so some of the guys are going to get voted on more often. So eventually, this guy will probably get into the Hall of Fame on his own run.
Is that Buckethead?
Yep. But the thing is, steroids or not, he's a Hall of Fame player. Like steroids or not, he was a Hall of Fame player. Like he was already well down that path.
He was the Hall of Famer when he's playing for Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So it's like, and that's the 96 Finest Gold Refractor. So I wanted that for the little subset I'm working on. So that's one of the ones. So I've got Griffey. I picked up the Frank Thomas this week, and I've got the Bonds. So for 90 sluggers, I'm kind of set with my little mini Holy
Covered,
Trinity.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm covered with my 90 sluggers. I even got the Albert Bell, and I got that one cheap. And Albert Bell was ridiculous in the 90s. He was so good.
His name doesn't carry well though. That's for
It doesn't. No. It
Well,
does
because he was not a nice person.
No. It's a shame though, because the thing is, he's the forgotten one.
If he is not liked,
Agreed.
people won't collect him.
I agree.
So he was an unbelievable talent, probably juicing, but he was so out of control, angry, nasty, mean that you couldn't. Oh, very nice.
There it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad.
That I don't think people wanted to collect them because they disliked them.
That went up there, eh, Brad?
No, like it doesn't surprise me though. Like that's an obscure card. Like for the collector who has almost everything, that's kind of an off the beaten path.
Yeah.
Bobby Orr, because it's an early one. It's kind of like that Gordie Howe autograph. If you guys remember that Gordie Howe autograph, the thing about it is twofold. You can get Gordie Howe autographs. Lots of them. There's plenty of them out there.
There's a lot.
This was fairly early on, and it was an early on card Gordie Howe autograph. His handwriting hadn't degraded yet. Like, it was still really clean. This is like 1994 for him. So it's still, he's not a young man, but he's not as old. He's not, the struggles with the autograph that would come later. The autograph is still clean. There is a certain kind of secondary value to this. Actually, this is an early one. There aren't too many before this one.
Yeah. Because that card used to get 150, $200. That's 350 something. Yeah, that's
No, I think
355 US. But I mean, we run our weekly auctions. So they go Sunday to Sunday. Usually we have anywhere from 50 to 200 every week.
Yeah.
And we just let them go. And so like there's people say, "Oh, you're crazy. I got a steal on that." And so there's a couple cards that I thought would go for 200 or 300 that went for $100. But then you get that
compensation.
Yadier or Molina, the catcher.
Yadier Molina, yes.
Yadier Molina. One
Favre.
yeah.
It went for $300 or $400 US.
Right.
Like, and I was
Okay.
like, where
Nice.
did that come from, right?
No, you never know though. Like, sometimes you never know what will sell. And I'll give you a silly example, kind of a lower end example, but this is from years and years and years ago. I used to, for fun, open packs of MVP, and this is going back to the 2010s, 2000-ish period. And at one point, I pulled one superscript ever, because I think those were out of 25 for a couple of those years. And the only superscript I ever pulled was a Trevor Linden. Not the craziest, but not a bad player, but like not the craziest thing in the world. You could do worse. I put it up on eBay figuring, I won't go too crazy. It'll go like for 10, 15 bucks. I think it ended up going for like 40, 45 bucks, almost 50 bucks at the time. And I was like, what the hell's going on? Well, it turned out the buyer messaged me, and it turned out it was Trevor Linden's family.
Oh, wow.
And they wanted to buy it. They were willing, and apparently somebody else really wanted the card too. So they kind of bid each other up, and I ended up selling it to Trevor Linden's family. They paid. All good. Here you go. Ship it out to you. Enjoy. Have fun.
That's kind of
that emotional moment. You just never know.
Yeah, but it made sense though that they would want it. So it's like, okay, no, that makes
Really?
sense. I could see why you would want it.
I mentioned that earlier. A friend at work.
They've had his autograph since he could learn how to write.
That's not an autograph though. This was a parallel. Just a parallel.
I thought it was autographed. Too.
No, it was a parallel out of 25. So it was actually reasonably tough parallel at the time. So it was like, but it certainly went for over normal comps. Like on a normal circuit, it's not selling for that much. It was like 10 or 50 bucks at the time. But you had two bidders who were determined. One of them related to the guy, so they were willing to pay for it. So yeah, for me it was a nice little sale at the time. So I was like, I'll take it. Sure, you paid.
Sure.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Yeah, you wonder if they're going to pay. It's like, what happened? It's going to pay.
Yeah. Well, today I have more struggles getting people to pay today than I did back then. If somebody bothered to bid, they would generally pay. So that's usually how it went.
I know. Actually, I listed one of the bobbleheads that I got from the Boyven. It's at what, 850 US.
Okay.
They generally across the board. It's just bobbleheads are really hot in the last 8 months because they go in waves. Every 2 or 3 years they come up, they come down. That's a $450. It's just like double down, and it's not over. But the funny part is, why are these bobblehead guys? And I see the bidders because I can see where they bid and the other auctions. And I'm sitting there going, why are you guys bidding now? They've been bidding from the first day. I think it got up to $700 in 2 days. So it's just like, why do you guys keep bidding every day? I guess we get past the inertia part, which should be about 250 to 300, but it just keeps going.
Yeah. So you want me to have some fun? So here, I'm gonna have a little fun with this one. So 357 is our resident Trout fan, Brad. He's a resident Trout fan. But here's the thing: he's only a Trout fan when Trout plays well. So here, hi Carlos and everyone. Seems simple enough. Oh, Trout went 2 for 3 tonight. What about the other night when he was 1 for 4? What about the other night where he struck out 3 times? Are we talking about that one? Do we talk about that? No.
No.
No, we don't talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk about that. No. Okay.
Timing meets opportunity.
So as we know, I'm not a super baseball fan and aficionado, but if I were to be asked who is the greatest baseball player in my lifetime, I would have to argue, taking pitchers out, obviously, because they're not players. They don't even play every day.
That's a take. I like that.
Yeah.
I enjoy two parts of it. I enjoy the hot take, and I also enjoy the hot take directed at Brett.
Yeah, they're not even real players.
As he holds the card in his hands.
And now they're on pitch counts. It isn't back in the day, like when they could pitch all day, every day. No, they throw 80 pitches and they get pulled, whether they're having a good day or a bad day. They're a bunch of babies. Anywho.
Says the guy who couldn't make it from the bathroom back to his bed without tearing something.
Oh,
that's why they pull them early so they don't.
But I'm not a
years.
professional athlite like a.
Well, I'd argue you're not any kind of an athlete. You're not even an amateur athlete at this stage.
Not anymore. I'm not just old and broken. But
that's all.
If I was to be asked who's the best baseball player I saw, from birth until now, I would argue that it would be Ichiro.
Ichiro was an elite level hitter, and and his defense was sound.
Oh,
he had a cannon of an arm, so I don't think that's a bad call. I think that's a decent
run
call.
Bases,
yeah.
Hit. He wasn't a huge power hitter, but he could hit a dinger now and then.
Yeah, but part of that was by choice. He was a slap hitter by choice. He wanted to do it that way because that was his way.
I want to move people around the bases.
Yeah.
I'm not just like Bonds got up and he's like, I'm going to hit a home run. That's what he tried to do every time. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to hit dingers and move his, his worth up,
No, but hold on. Prime Bonds basically would get one pitch per game, and he would crush the one pitch. He would literally ignore every other pitch and take walks and walks. He walked over 200 times several seasons, which is to say he has the plate discipline not to swing at garbage. He would only swing at good pitches. And if you swing a good pitch, again, Prime Bonds, Prime Bonds was almost unbeatable. That's the reason he was hitting 360. It's like a guy who hits 40 home runs and strikes out 200 times. I'm not impressed. Like there are guys, and I like the power hitting guys. I always enjoyed that. But there were guys like Richie Sexton. There were like a bunch of guys like that where it was like, yeah, he's going to hit 35, 40 home runs, but he's going to strike out like 200 times. Adam Dunn was a 40 home run machine who would strike out like 200 times and hit like his weight. But it's like, Bonds, though, basically was super patient at the plate. So it's like, okay. So that's something like you can't teach that. And the thing is with the whole steroid thing, nobody denies he took steroids. Everybody knows.
Right.
But the steroid isn't going to help you not swing at that pitch that like a bunch of other guys without the plate discipline will. And that's what made that guy scary. It's like, yeah, you're juiced to the gills and you have plate discipline and you will wait for the one pitch you're going to get. Madness.
And the other player, and I know, again, I'm prejudiced on this. I know, would be Wade Boggs.
Good old Wade, yeah.
He was solid. He was solid.
Glove, multi-Gold Glove third baseman.
Yep.
And 200 hits every single year. You can count on it.
Pretty steady.
So I mean, it just I don't need someone who's just going to hit Mark McGwire numbers on juice, and say, oh, he's the greatest ever. No, and a DH can't be the greatest ever. You got to take him right out of the conversation. So I would still stick with Ichiro. I mean, the cannon. I mean, that video of him up against the wall, just firing one right on the money to the catcher to tag someone out is one of the best plays in baseball history.
I would agree with the throwing arm, and the sound fundamental fielding. I would agree with that portion of it. But Bonds was a 5-tool player. Like he actually did do everything. And he wasn't a McGwire player. He wasn't a McGwire guy with the power. He was better than McGwire. He could actually hit for average. Right. So the thing is like McGwire could hit bombs always at all times.
Right.
But he would also be a guy who'd struggle to hit his weight. He would just be like, he had 35 home runs, but he batted 210. It's like, I'm okay with it because he's hit 35, 40 bombs. That's the only reason why. And then he was getting hurt all the time. And then he found better living through chemistry and, had a couple of really good seasons.
Yep.
Bonds was already kind of really good and then went to like God mode. It was a different discussion entirely. It was like, he was already really great and then went straight God mode, hit the cheat code. And it's like, all right, we're going for it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick here, thoughts about MLB increasing base size? Not worried about it. MLB has changed the rule too many times. I'm not too worried about the rules that they're changing. I don't care. It's not going to fix the actual problem. Again, for me, the flow is the problem. The actual product.
Until they fix that,
It's not going to fix it.
and it's real simple. It's very simple. Baseball players are paid the most. They're unbelievably overpaid.
Yeah.
I mean, stupidly overpaid. And they have to make that revenue, which is the commercials. So they're constantly putting them in, and that's slowing down the game. If the players were paid less, they wouldn't rely so much on the commercials. They'd be able to get it on the gate and the concessions and the souvenirs and stuff, and pay the players a decent wage. But when you're paying people, over 250 contracts for 250 and over, there's commercials every 5 minutes because that's how they're paying them. Stop paying these people these prices. Stop with try to make money off the commercials, and go old school and let the game flow, and you'll bring people back to the sport. But
How am I supposed to make Mike Trout $350 million to be in the disabled list then?
Yeah,
Exactly.
You fool! We need to pay for that somehow.
Somehow these quote athletes, and my favorite line in Mr. Baseball with Tom Selleck is, "I'm not an athlete, I'm a ball player." They're not athletes. Most of these guys are just big, giant, fat guys who can get their weight behind stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Babe Ruth.
Big, giant, fat guy who, got his weight behind stuff. That's it.
I know he was a natural swinger.
But
In baseball too, right?
Yeah, in baseball.
yeah,
I agreed with your statement. I'm just saying in baseball too, as well.
right. Both.
Yeah. I like this question. We'll come back to it in a minute here. We'll come back to it. I saw the Alex
how
picture.
do I know?
It's kind of a built-in joke, but I want to think about that one. I want to think, because there's some obscure guys who kind of got lost in the sands of time. I think there could be some decent answers that could have a little fun with, but I want to kind of get to it. I saw the Alex guy pitched for the Jays against the Yankees the other night. His Carolina index went down 1%. No,
He dominated against.
but that is no bearing on the index, Brad. We got to fix the index. We got to fix the index, bro.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
Not to a player. My thoughts about Cam Newton? He's a legend, but we'll get to him later. Barry who? Ricky's better. Listen, I will never have an issue with Ken Griffey. Sorry, with Ricky Henderson. I will never have an issue with Ricky Henderson. I made the joke about the whole war thing, how it's made up. I said to the guys that when I was talking to them about it, as far as I'm concerned, Ricky Henderson's propensity for speaking in the third person is worth at least 1,500 war. At least 1,500. He's a GOAT. But prime Barry Bonds was scary at the plate. Prime Barry Bonds was scary at the plate. Just saying.
There's no question.
20 better has an easier from 80 onward, but he was great. 20 is a little high, Baz. There are some great hitters, but I did like Ichiro's plate discipline to a certain degree. Here's what I'll say, though. He didn't take enough walks. For a guy who could hit as many hits as he could get, he did rely on his athleticism a lot, which helped him get to 250 hits in a season, record. But at the same time, he also, if you go look at the amount of walks he took relative to it, he actually would have had a higher career batting average. And by the way, his career batting average was still very excellent. But it would have been even higher if he'd been willing to take a few more walks with his speed. With his speed down on the base paths, we're ridiculous. Bonds is 6'2" as a syringe. He's got 6 tools. That's better than 5. I don't know what y'all are complaining about. Ricky Henderson's talent was far superior to Bonds. You're a guy who thinks Trout's good. Who listens to you?
and Ricky got bigger as his career.
I was going to say, look, here's the thing. I love Ricky Henderson. I appreciate Ricky Henderson. But if you think Ricky Henderson did not do any juicing at all in his career, Ricky was kind of jacked at different points. And he could hit for some power as well. For a leadoff hitter, he could hit for a little bit of power. So do not pretend that there wasn't a possibility that Ricky had a little chemistry going on as well.
Look at him from his rookie year to his very last year.
At this stage in the game, I'm appreciating these guys for what they are. Steroids can't make you be able to do certain things that some of these guys could do. You cannot improve your plate discipline with steroids. You actually have to be skilled at what you're doing. Can you hit the ball 10 miles? Yes, you can. See Jose Canseco. Josie! We love Josie. But Josie was not a good hitter. He was a power hitter, you know. But that's the difference. Josie is a power hitter. Jose Canseco. That's a power hitter who got help with it. Then there's guys who take a bunch of walks, have a super high average, and can field to play the field. Josie had a ball bounce off his head and go over the fence.
Yes, he
Not
did.
great hand-eye coordination.
No.
Not the best performance.
But what is the most ridiculous thing he's ever done on a baseball field?
I was going to say, thank God you reference on a baseball field.
Yes.
All right, what is your decision on what you think the most ridiculous one is?
The ball off the
Bouncing
head
his head is pretty great.
for the Rangers, number 2. Number 1 is pitching for the Rangers and blowing his arm out.
That's right. Yes, that's true. And y'all are knocking him for pulling him in the 7th? Josie couldn't make it an inning. Jeez, guys. Boggs like Miller Lite, I heard. Yep. Let's see here. Corey Snyder, Rob Deere, Peter Cavilla, lots of home runs and lots of strikeouts. Yes.
No.
Pujols in his prime. Pujols in his prime was right up there. Pujols was the same kind of guy as far as that's concerned. I will say that the problem with Pujols was, and again, I'm a Pujols guy. I have a bunch of Pujols rookies because I appreciate Pujols. The first half of his career in the St. Louis side of Pujols, yes. Because he was the only guy that was like comparable to that at the plate. Because he could hit for high average and hit for ridiculous power. He had the whole thing. But Pujols was the first baseman because he couldn't play the field. Bonds could actually play the field as well. Bonds was a 5-tool player in his heyday. And then add to it the fact he became a scary hitter. And again, as soon as he went on steroids, he went to God mode. It was a different thing entirely. Like it was another level. Lots of love for Griffey. But we're talking about the absolute apex guys. Griffey was awesome.
I just said the greatest baseball player, full everything that it's just, of course, this is all opinions, that I saw in my lifetime was Ichiro. That guy could do everything. Was he the greatest hitter of his generation? No, I think.
But he was excellent. He was very good.
I think Tony Gwynn's the best hitter. Hit baseballs. I think Tony Gwynn was probably the best hitter, and Ted Williams agrees with me. But best all-around baseball player I've ever seen is Ichiro.
Still?
That I've seen in my lifetime, that I've, from 74 until right now, he's the best player I've seen. The guy could do absolutely everything.
Out of the bad takes you've had in the past, this is not one of those. I can accept this take. I'll accept it. Bonds was built like a WWE wrestler back when he hit 70 home runs. I am aware of this. I know. I was watching. Everybody loves Griffey. Yes. McGuire lifetime average is 263. Yes. But look at where he piled it up at the end. He was hitting better when he was taking a bunch of walks, because when he started hitting a bunch of home runs with help, he did get better at taking walks. Again, taking walks actually helps with your average. It means you're not swinging garbage pitches and chasing them. It actually increases your average because walks don't count as at bats, and it helps keep your average higher. It helps. It's actually a good thing. Taking walks is not a bad thing. Bonds was an elite talent who succumbed to the cheating, juicing culture of the era. Yes. Johnny Damon has a great story about Boggs on YouTube after winning the World Series with the Yankees and drinking 100 beers. Nice. Need to find a way to reduce.
He loved his beers and chicken. And his women. Boggs is not a perfect human being. He just was one of the best players I've ever seen.
What? Beer, chicken,
and women.
What's wrong with that?
No, it sounds like a good weekend.
If it was chicken sandwiches, we get like an immediate stamp of approval from Quarters.
Yes.
Just saying. Need to find a way to reduce 3-outcome baseball. I agree with that. Why do MLB blackouts exist? MLB likes money. Do they exist in Canada if you're in the Toronto area? Before they didn't, now they do. They brought them back. Because I have the MLB TV package, and I used to be able to just watch the Jays game on it. I also have Sportsnet, so I can watch all the games anyway. It doesn't matter. But now the Toronto Blue Jay games are blacked out in MLB.TV, which is stupid.
Yep.
It's dumb. We only have one team in the country. It's stupid. Get out of here. Best baseball players are the best athletes in their high school and college and played 2 or 3 sports. Back in the day, yeah. Was Kirby Puckett overrated because he passed away at a young age?
No, he was really good.
No, he was a great player for his day. Yeah.
Yes.
Tony Gwynn, best hitter. Yep. He
Yes.
agrees with you. I will send Eric the 20 better hitter list. I bring the 20 better hitter list. I like to see it. Ricky had the amphetamine labeled pot of coffee. Yes. He's saying joke, but no, yeah, yes. Josie signed autographs at his car wash in Vegas.
Ooh.
Josie. We all love Josie. We say it with love. Definitely took greenies. Yep. Those fast guys. I think he also juiced up a little bit. I'll be honest. He juiced up a little bit. Hulk Hogan vitamins. Facts.
Back up. Who took the amphetamines?
He's going with Ricky Henderson.
Greenies. Who?
Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson. Yeah. Okay.
Most fast guys from 62,000s. Yep. Don't forget Josie, married distributor from Montreal. Yes, that's true. Who's the greatest all-around hockey player? Okay, so I like this question. This is an all-around hockey player of all time. Skate, score, assist, defense, face-offs, fighting. Now, fighting makes it interesting because you're adding a lot of elements here. Because my issue with Gretzky was the lack of physicality. I prefer Lemieux to Gretzky because he was also a big dude who could push people around. He could fight his way to the net in addition to all the skill. So he had all those elements combined. But now we're also talking defense, face-offs, and fighting. So basically willing to be fully physical. I feel like you almost have to go Gordy then, just because he brought in the full physicality.
No.
Gordy also played 300 years, Eric. I think longevity is also like a factor we got to play into this. I think Bobby Orr has that argument if he had been able to play a little longer.
10 years, well, 8 years.
Yeah.
It's the same reason that Bossy doesn't get the full credit he deserves as a goal scorer. If he had been able to play like another 4 or 5 years and tack on a little extra, he would have gotten that extra credit. Gordy, though, is the guy that I'm thinking of.
I love Gordy.
I got longevity. He could skate. He could score. He was a playmaker for his time. Again, different era. And he could beat the crap out of people.
Yeah. But
Bobby
don't you
fought.
go with
Bobby-
Lindros?
There's plenty of people that
Yeah,
fought
Bob
Bobby
here
and
has
lost.
Gordy and Lindros. So Lindros was the full package as well, like in
He
a lot of
was-
ways. For
Yeah.
him.
Another.
Tell me. But you got to take out longevity then.
Yeah, the longevity is the part that hurts Lindros.
And he was a smart ass. Nobody liked him.
No.
That's fair.
Coaches
Or
and
his
what
father.
have you.
I don't think likability, though, is one of the categories. I think we got to stay on ice.
Yeah.
Lebron's hilariously absurd slugging percentage. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Well, it hurt Lindor's potential.
His ceiling was high. Like again,
Too high.
if he had never been able to, if he had never had the fatal weakness of that concussion problem, if his head was as solid as the rest of him, he'd have been frightening. And as it was, he was at times like frightening, legitimately frightening. All the things he could
It is
do.
interesting that his brother had to retire from concussions also.
That's what I mean.
and
Like
you
I feel like
wonder-
it's genetic at that point.
You wonder if it was genetic or that these two ginormous human beings who played very similar games and were so physical, it's just the human brain just cannot handle that. I don't know, but to have two brothers built very similar, playing very similar, both having to retire very young because of concussions.
Messier's in the rankings.
Messi is not a bad call because he had longevity. He could do a lot of the very things. He has the leadership intangible, which wasn't part of the list, but that's a good one. I like the fact that he was also willing to stand up for himself. He wasn't going to shy away. I think the physicality, I think the longevity, the physicality, along with because up until Yager passed him, he was second all time in scoring overall in terms of points. So that there's something to be said for that as well. Like he was really great at that too.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't thought of that same way, but he was a winner. Like he went out in New York and won his own cup without Gretzky.
Yeah.
And they won another one in Edmonton without Gretzky. So like they managed. So Messier's not a bad call. I kind of like that. Baz likes Gordie Howe.
Were you guys talking about last week? Was it?
We talked about a lot of things last week, Brad.
About spitting chiclets.
I think it was reference. I think I heard about the thing you're talking about.
I brought it up.
Man, that's so good. Like I was listening. I listened to it again because I wanted to register some of that stuff. But I think anyone that's a fan should listen to that and just see. Did you see how he talked about Messier? And he said that, I go out there and score 5 goals, and he goes, I'd leave the rink, I'd be happy, but Messier would be more happy for me. That's the type of guy. And he got into some. It's the first time Gretzky kind of, that I've heard, and come out and really talk
backstory.
Just talk deep about his buddies, right? Like it was awesome. Like it's so good. Everyone should listen to that.
I think the only thing that I would have liked to, I got to check out the interview. I've seen some snippets.
Yeah.
The only thing I would have liked, though, would have been for Gretzky to finally admit what we all know, that Zygmunt Palffy is the greatest of all time. I would have loved for him just to acknowledge it. Just admit he's the GOAT, and we can all move on.
Where is he now?
Zygmunt Palffy?
Do you know?
Off on the mountaintop doing Olympus things. Like, what do you want? Like,
He's
goat
doing
of goats.
God's work.
Goat of goats, bro. Goat of goats. The man's busy.
Hey, her.
Good evening, Chad. Gordy Romero for me. Yep. Owen Nolan, Ovechkin, Joe Thornton. I like Joe Thornton, but
Thornton,
I think he
no.
just kind of hung around long enough. He just
Too
really
long.
hung around. Like he is a longevity guy. Like he gets the points for longevity. Huge points for longevity.
Another guy, he's like a Lindros, had a lot of potential. It just kind of never really came to fruition.
Why in the world this guy who was built like him? I mean, his nickname was Big Joe when he was here in Boston. Why he wanted to, pass the puck instead of shoot and score more goals is beyond anyone's understanding. That's why we got rid of him. It's like he just didn't understand. You have this unbelievable talent. You're a monster-sized person. Go in front of the net. Go to the net. Crash the net. Shoot the puck on net. Nope, he wanted to pass. He wanted to be this fancy, smaller player that could be a figure skater and make unbelievable passes like Gretzky. And it's like, that's not your game. And that's why they finally got rid of him.
Interesting.
Wow, the truth comes out.
So Brad is not a Joe Thornton super collector.
No.
So we can quash that rumor now?
Yes. I love this. I love that, though. That's true. About the Jofa helmet when Gretzky was chirping.
Oh, that was so funny. And he's like, I wouldn't even let my kids go out and play street hockey unless they have helmet and elbow pads and wrist guards and all this. And I'm wearing this thing on my head, it was completely useless.
Nice.
That was so funny.
Because he endorsed so many bloody things. He's got a closet garage full.
Yeah. Yeah, he would say that helmet was completely useless. Like absolutely useless.
There is a card of his, and I can't get up and go find it. I think it's a 95 upper deck product of him actually wearing a more traditional helmet. On the it's
really,
yeah, it's like a CCM traditional helmet like everyone else wears.
Interesting.
It's on the card. It's absolutely true. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute, what the hell's on his head? So I don't know why he was wearing it. I don't know the backstory behind it, but there is a Gretzky card out there with him wearing a traditional like CCM helmet.
I just don't understand why you just can't run over. Like hop, skip, and a jump. Go get the card. And
I'll be right
take
back.
a look at it. Like just I don't understand. Like I don't follow.
Lazy. I'm lazy.
Clearly. So DR here. I must have worked too hard today at work because I fell asleep at the Doc Strange. Listen to you guys on the way home now. We've gotten the full circle story on this. I've been enjoying it. So I appreciate you, DR, for sharing. Quick hockey question. Who's the most collected goon or tough guy? So who do you like as a kind of a tougher goon, tough guy that in terms of...
I got two guys, I think. But go ahead.
There's a couple that are named here. So feel free. Name off a couple if you like. I'm gonna scroll quickly here. This one I'm just going to put on the screen here, Baz.
Dave Schultz and
We got
Semenko.
Cam Neely was really popular in his day.
Semenko.
Wendell Clark was popular in Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
They were
he was
similar
so
players.
much that guy. Yeah. Who's the other one? Probert.
Probert is. Ty Domi's still collected well.
Domi's, yeah.
Domi was a good one. Yeah.
Domi,
And Probert
people
died,
like Domi
so-
because he was small.
Yeah.
Probert was an absolute, monster.
And
Yeah.
Ty Domi and him went, 8 times?
Yeah, we got a couple of votes for Probert here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. And Probert could actually play, too. He wasn't a bad player, whereas, some of the goons can barely skate. Probert actually could play when he wanted to, when the team allowed him to.
Most of you guys didn't see Dave Schultz play.
But, I was about to say, right, I mean, Terry O'Reilly, right?
In their eras, though, they probably wouldn't have had enough cards to be collected. Because the key to the question is collected. Not even just popularity. Popularity helps. That's part of the factor you got to factor in. But they got to have enough cards to be like heavily collected.
Well, I
Probably
only
the
have
most for the 70s and 80s.
I have
for
Sure.
3
Yeah,
cards. I have 3 cards sitting next to me that I picked that came in the mail today. And one of them is a tough guy, Boston favorite, played 3 seasons here.
CP30.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. PJ Stock, little guy, tough as nails. He just did a Spit and Chicklets interview also, if anyone watched it. And I mean, for a smaller guy, he talked in the interview about making it into the league and how difficult it was, and Yeah, his story's pretty interesting.
His
but
story's crazy. I played against him in the Quebec League. Then he came down to the Maritimes and he played just like university hockey here.
Mhm.
And then he went all the way back, which is once you go to Canadian university hockey, that's usually the end. And his story's crazy. He is tough. He might be the toughest guy that I've ever seen on the ice, pound for pound, with no fear. Right?
Interesting.
he's a smaller guy, and he would fight the heavyweights.
Every one of them.
And all he wanted to do was not lose. He didn't fight to win. He fought not to lose. Don't go down. Don't get knocked out, and just keep punching. Because that's how he knew. He only scored like 5 goals in his whole career or something. And one of them was an absolutely gorgeous playoff goal that is still legendary. But yeah, he would just sit there. This small little guy would just sit there and just rabbit punch and just not stop. It was, and then he'd wave to the crowd after. It was awesome.
Show me.
Interesting. Let me read this couple of these here. So Chris here says Patrick Kane and Modano U.S. Hockey GOAT.
No, sorry.
Yeah, Modano today, but Kane will be. And I've said this in the past. Kane will be the guy. He'll have the records, and it'll be all his when that moment comes. And I think it'll be just a matter of time, because he's an excellent player. So it's one of those things. He'll have his opportunity. Now here's what's going to be interesting. Modano is the leader in goals and points. Goals, assist, points. He's got all the American records. Kane will have that. If he plays long enough, Austin Matthews will have the goal record for sure. Like he's scoring at such a prodigious clip. Like he's already he's 300 goals shy of Modano. He's like 24. Like he's out there killing it. He just scored 60 goals. So like he's rapidly ascending that mountain very quickly. So he could become the goal scoring one, because I think Kane has like 450 goals. I want to say, I'm just going off the top of my head. He's got to be 400 plus, like maybe 450. So like, 3 or 4 years and he'd pass Modano probably. But then Austin Matthews could come roaring, zooming by very quickly if he just keeps racking up seasons like he's been doing.
Do Toronto fans care that he's American? Is that a thing up there?
Yeah, it is.
They would much prefer him to be Canadian.
It's because he's a little bit of a bad boy. And I think that's what we don't like about him. That's it.
Really? I didn't know that, but I would say, sorry, I know he's a bit of a bad boy.
You're in Nova Scotia. What do you know?
No, but
I used to listen to. The problem is that I don't listen to sports radio.
Shut up and go trim some cards in your basement, will you?
I feel like
with Eric Myers allegedly.
Yes.
That's what Eric said.
Eric.
Go back to Clubhouse. I dare you. Go back. I dare you.
There he goes.
Did Eric send you? Did Eric send you those? Did he send you those to Korea? Just to be clear, since we're rumor mongering, Eric, go to Clubhouse, please. Report back your findings.
Please.
We're just trying to get Eric in as much trouble with Clubhouse as we can.
You're trying to get me murdered.
Yes, they're going to virtually murder you through the app.
Tim will drive up here and shoot
in the
me.
Clubhouse. You guys, Bobby, Carlos, you guys.
Well, no, you don't see anybody in Clubhouse. You can't see anyone.
No, I love listening. I love listening. 90% of it's good. 10% of it's
Well, Brad. So just to be clear, like we're being transparent because it's on. Whoever was on there was on there. Eric was apparently taking a beating last week because apparently the Clubhouse people did not appreciate my witty repartee last week. They were not appreciating it.
Really?
We were, now, mind you, in fairness, we did have the most popular discussion. At one point, the name of the Clubhouse room was in honor of this show. They honored this show by naming it after the show. It was wonderful.
Really, Eric? You were taking heat? What for?
Lord knows.
There was a misconception that I said some things that I didn't even come close to saying. And
that's because I'm Carlos Cardroom.
Yeah,
it was a wonderful moment in time.
And I had to clear some things up with Eric, and he and I are cool now. And there was some other people that had some things to say about things that were said on the show, and I just simply said, go back, listen to it, watch it. I stand by everything I had to say, and if you can find something that I said negatively about somebody, let me know.
Yeah.
So I think it died down, but There was a couple of heated
Normally,
days
yeah.
there. I was not the most popular guy in the room for a couple of days.
That's
Which
terrible.
listen, I'm 48 years old. I don't really give a rat's ass. I went 47 years without Clubhouse. I can do the next 47 without it too if I have to.
Well, I was going to say you might have to. If you keep saying more controversial comments.
Yeah, I don't.
You got to calm down with that. Look,
Yeah.
Eric, we are
Yeah.
a man of peace here.
Yeah.
We are not here to ruffle feathers.
Yes.
We're not here to create waves.
Extremely conscientious.
We are here to spread our love and positivity in the hobby. Brad, love, positivity in the hobby.
Mhm.
We're spreading love, positivity in the
The
hobby.
only negativity I continue to spread on the show is towards the Beckett company. Other than that, I'm pretty positive about people.
Hold on. I'm going to do it. Here we go. I'm spreading love and positivity. Hold on. Love, positivity, brightness.
It's so bright.
So turn it down. I don't need to see that.
There, that'll do.
Little
I can see
brighter,
that.
little
Yeah, I can do that. There we go. I think that's good enough.
Well,
Brightness.
That sucks, Eric. You never say anything about anybody, and you just speak the truth in your mind. So, if someone,
And that's fine. It's I made my opinions felt, very clearly and sternly
good,
about the nonsense, and people need to act like the adults they claim to be, and not a bunch of high school girls.
Yeah, we had see, the thing is we had a conversation about it, but I want to quickly make a quick statement. It's a lot of fun, poking fun. It's a lot of fun having tongue-in-cheek conversation about it. But I want to make this clear, and I'm speaking strictly for the person in this corner, so you all can come cry to me about it if you want to. I stand behind every single word that I say when I'm on the show. Every last syllable, sentence, piece of punctuation, all of it, every arv, every syllable in
I was thinking
all of it, every last one. Because I don't care if it makes somebody else annoyed. I don't care if then people in the chat go run to somebody else's live stream and cry about it. I don't care because I will name names. I will say who I mean. You'll know exactly who I'm talking about when that's the case because I don't believe in hiding behind euphemisms. If you're going to say it, then say it. If you're not, then don't. Then don't worry about it. Live your life. Because here's the thing. As much as I like to make fun of Clubhouse, look, y'all can have it. Enjoy, have fun, have a good time. But here's the thing. I'm on the screen. You can see me. I don't know who you are, nameless individual. I have no idea who you are. And on the videos in question and the live stream in question, the comment section is full of people that generally agreed with it and found it to understand because they understood what it was being said. They understood how it was being said. It was being explained because we don't take a shot without the receipts. Everything includes receipts. I'm not just giving you conjecture. It's like, no, this is what it is. Here it is. I'm going to show you. Everything that is in the public sphere, is in the public space, is fair game for commentary. You don't want it? I have a solution. Don't say dumb shit and don't post it publicly. Because then if I don't know it's there, I'm not going to talk about what somebody tells me behind closed doors because that's not going to qualify. So it's easy. Say nothing or don't say dumb shit. And you won't hear a peep from me because there's nothing for me to talk about. Right?
I joined Clubhouse for one day.
It's easy, man.
Listen, I think it's fantastic. I really enjoyed it in this last year. I've made a lot of friends. I've learned a lot about the hobby that I never would have learned before. I've made connections. I could. There's more positive than negative for me. But there's times where it becomes negative, and I step away from it, or I tell people that I think this is utterly ridiculous, and I don't have time for it, and I walk away from it for a while. But 90-something% of the people are great, and I get along with everybody, and I have a lot of fun talking to people about the hobby and other things. Because after a year of talking to these people a lot, you build relationships, and you start talking about, hey, how's the baby doing? How's the, hey, I heard that you this is happening. How's that going? Is everything okay? Like I said earlier tonight, I mean, I met, Mike Geo through that, and I had COVID. Guy calls me and wants to know how I'm doing. I was telling you stepped away, Carlos, in the pre-show. Jeremy reached out to me today and wanted to know how my recovery was going.
Jeremy from Beckett reached out to you? That's fantastic.
No,
that's wonderful. I'm so happy.
No, that is not the Jeremy.
Warm, fuzzy feelings.
No.
It's the only Jeremy I acknowledge.
But I
Roenick?
got a
Roenick?
Brad,
but-
Jeremy Roenick, Jeremy from back. Is there another one?
Is there another one?
I
Never heard of him.
I appreciate that, and
Is his head detached from his body? Some would say floats.
anyway. So he, Tim's asked me, and
Eric, how you doing?
oh, you don't give a rat's ass.
We are nothing but. Did I not mention that this is the podcast of love and peace?
Love and
We are
peace.
nothing but compassion.
Love and peace. Love and peace. So, whatever. It is whatever.
Well, here 357 is saying random questions. Convicted fellas? No, Eric was allowed.
Yeah.
It is a known fact, but we lied Eric because we felt bad for him. Why not? What the heck?
What the hell?
Did get Focus Clubhouse? Yes.
Oh,
and here, Bob Jackson is asking about your recovery. He cares.
Thank you,
Love
Bob.
and peace.
Yep.
See, the problem when you stop talking
Trout's trash.
cards in the hobby, it starts going into the political part of things, and that's where it gets a little bit. That's where a lot of people are at. They're past that point of the love of the hobby. They're more in love of the. I don't want to say it. I gotta say it right. In love with controlling the hobby, I guess, a little bit more. Or where their stance is, or where they are in the hobby. Everybody has that, foothold, and once you pass that foothold, is where do you want to go? And some people go a little too far, I think. So, I have my little niche and my friends, and I got new friends and all the time. So it's just a fun hobby for me all the time. I can talk cards or whatever all day.
Yeah. And
laugh at people all the time at different stupid stuff that goes on, and we all do.
Yeah,
it's fun.
but Brad would tell you 90% of the time it's a bunch of mostly guys. There's definitely a few women that pop in, but it's mostly guys just laughing, having a good time, busting balls, and talking cards in the hobby and people's opinions on this, that, and the other thing. But every once in a while, man, it will take it will take a hard turn, and it will just it's like, yeah, what the hell's happening here? So
that's too bad. That's yeah. It is what it is. I mean,
again, I'm too old to have my feelings hurt over this silly type of nonsense. So either knock it off or continue it. If you're going to continue it, I'll delete the app. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing. So, for the most part, like I said, we give Eric a hard time as we always do for the clubhouse thing. Sure. But at the same time, it was it was silly. It was silly that he should have to answer for something because the same individuals that were talking a lot of trash. It's like I didn't hear a word of it. I wouldn't have known if he hadn't told me. Yeah. Because the only reason I had that screenshot is because he mentioned it. I went and looked, and I was like, really? Okay, great. It's like, but that's why I laugh. It's like, if y'all are hate watching it, that still counts as watch time. I'll take it. Keep hate watching. And hate watch at 1/4 speed. I get more watch time out of it. Watch it slowly so you can get frame by frame and really absorb it.
Does it not prorate? Does it not prorate if you go faster and doesn't notify that you went at 1.75 speed? So you should still get the same thing back, right?
Nope. The watch time is based on how much real time is playing on the screen. If you play it at 2 times speed, it's
everybody off.
I know.
Good for you.
Yep. So
we
commented at the end of last week.
We can move on from this silly because this is just more silly bullshit that's fueling that silly bullshit fire. So let's move on to something more intelligent.
We can move on to other controversies.
We talk about it.
We got other controversies. Do we have other people to pick on?
Yeah, I used to have.
I've been good this week.
Talking about
Ichiro sucks.
Bold takes. Jeff also likes the Toronto show. Said, "Yep,
yeah."
He told me
and Bobby he loved it. He was having the time of his life.
I think they are the hobby puppet masters.
Bob. They're trying.
Yeah, did you watch that he did one of his videos, which was great for the Toronto Expo? That was
yeah.
Second show to the National.
It was good. Yeah, that's right. We listed off the different ones. That's right. Yeah. Although one of the running gags that I was listening on some other stuff. It was like it's like Mint Collective was left a little further down the list.
Yeah,
just saying. I'm just pointing this out.
It's
just stating a
one.
Pick up show cards. Well, I did do some earlier. I actually do have a couple. So I don't know if any of you guys. I know Brad. You're going through that collection.
Yeah, I got to take off, boys. I got to back
trim cards.
Yeah, back.
Back to trim.
Only if it comes back to PSA 11s, Brad.
Okay.
I'll be in touch. I'll be in touch, buddy.
Self-encapsulation.
Thanks, boys.
I'll be
Yeah,
in touch,
wait.
buddy. We'll talk later. Take
See
it
you,
easy.
Brad.
All
Three
right,
it
more
easy.
weeks, Brad. 3 more weeks.
3 more weeks. I can't wait.
Yeah,
We're
me
getting
too.
there. We're getting there. We'll chat. We'll chat more as we get closer. It'll be good. So let's see here. Let's see here.
We had some good responses today in the bullpen there.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, you're gonna have to go back. There's a little bit in there.
Yeah.
I think I've actually got one that I've got queued up here,
All
so
right.
I'll pull this one
Oh,
up.
all right, because I
got
got
one
my
queued.
3.
All right, so you got yours. That's cool. We'll do that in 2 seconds. I got this one queued up. I got this one off of eBay.
I got no pickups.
It's en route. So that's 53 Bowman Warren Spawn there of the Boston Braves at that time.
Spawn, great player.
Yes, good old Warren Spawn. I'm a big fan of the 53 Bowman. Love the color pictures, especially from that time period. Some of them are really excellent. And I think I showed last week or the week before I got the Stan Musial. So that one's incoming as well. And then I had the Robin Roberts today, obviously. So we got that one going on. I think for the vintage, I'll say I feel like this was a generous grade because I know for modern, they're particularly picky. They're actually very vicious on the modern. And I was having a conversation on Discord. And I'm going to take a closer look at it. For what I paid for it in the condition of the actual card, in my opinion, the price is fine. I was very happy with the price for condition. I don't think it's a 5.5. I think that's generous for this particular one. I don't think it would qualify. So I'm going to try to compare it. But a good point was made in the Discord because the head grader of CSG is one of the old Beckett graders. So I've got a BVG here, and I've said before, BVG tends to be very generous as far as grading is concerned on the vintage side. So I'll take a look. I'll take a closer look at it. Regardless, I took a look at the card and I made sure the price was in line with what I was comfortable paying for the condition of the card itself. The holder was fine. It was a bonus. I had no issue with it. But I do think it was a generous grade on the CSG. The BVG, I think, is pretty close to being right, but I'm going to take a closer look at it as well. But again, I looked at the scans at the time and priced accordingly, which is what you should do with stuff like this. Look at the card and figure out the price you're comfortable paying based on the condition you think the card is. And then the rest can be whatever. And then play it from there. That's just my opinion. Let's see. Production question. Could a card company turn the printers on and print more product from a set that's already been in the market for 1 or 2 years like Prison Basketball if they wanted? They could, but not
Apparently so.
anymore. Well, the thing is they don't print their own stuff anymore. So they have to do it through whoever their supplier is. So technically yes, but also technically no, because they're not the ones printing. In the old days, the card companies were printing their own stuff. Today, they're working with somebody else to print their stuff. Therefore, it changes the dynamics, and now you've got a supply chain issue. Because almost all the card manufacturers are going to the same vendors. So like technically everything is being printed basically in the same factory, so to speak, if you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just bear that in mind.
Isn't there an old rumor that Upper Deck did that with Griffey rookies?
Yeah.
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 No.
Yeah, and there's a very real possibility it's the case. Like the Griffey rookie is not short printed by any stretch of the
Oh God,
imagination.
no.
But the reality of it is that in that era, it would have been easier to do. Today, you could, but you're going to have to make an arrangement because guess what? If your job has already been completed and you want to go in, can you print some more? It's like, well, I got these other ones queued up. I got Leaf over here printing some stuff. I got Panini over here printing some stuff. And Upper Deck over here is printing some stuff. Tops, I'll get to you when I can. Like we're busy printing stuff right now. We'll get to you when we can. So it's not as easy. It's not as easy as turning on the printer anymore. You want to use run and then done. Bonds was full of steroids and hockey is the sport of the North. These are facts. Anybody know what happened to the off-ice official in the Bruins game? Eric did mention a little bit about that. So that was the piece where the glass fell on him. Yeah.
Yeah, the fans were pounded on the glass after the Bruins scored, and
He was guys underneath it.
he was sitting in the penalty box, and the whole pane came right down top at him on top of the head, and he just blacked right out. He got knocked right out, and they stopped the game immediately. And everyone, the doctors and trainers, ran across the ice and tended to him, and they ended up taking him out on a stretcher. So hopefully he'll end up being okay. But I mean, with the weight of that glass,
Depends where it really hit him.
He could have broken a bone in his neck or something like that. I wouldn't want to get hit by one of those. Have one of those dropped on my head. So hopefully he's okay. But there was 5 minutes left in the second period when it happened, and the game was delayed for quite a while.
It's
I can
hard for
imagine.
that glass to bend at that
No,
thickness.
they were just pounding on the glass, and
It's
it
the
just
framework
came
that,
right in.
because it goes up and there's no support across the top, so it's the framework that kind of bends a bit and goes out. So that's what happened. They should actually tie a top rung around the top. So, anyways, but
No, you're right.
Yep. So I
That's
got
coming.
one more. So I got one more pickup here. I'll do because I was able to put it together here. This one actually plays into what we talked about earlier tonight. So you'll like this one, Eric. This one plays for you.
Oh yeah,
There's your boy, Jumbo Joe.
yeah.
So you got a Medano Jumbo Joe dual night autographs. That's from UD Black. I'm a big fan of the UD Black because of the paint pen thing. Huge fan of that on the black background.
No,
So
very
that
nice.
that was a nice duel. So this one will go with the other one that I have because I have Medano Brodeur from the same year.
Nice.
So that's a good one. So that was out of 10. Nice copy. So that'll
Two
be
Hall of
that'll be
Famers.
yep. So that'll be incoming. That'll be coming up next.
No, that's nice. Listen, Joe Thornton is obviously a Hall of Famer. He's
Yeah.
got 1,500 points. He's been in the league for 20 years. He's been to a couple of Stanley Cup Finals with San Jose and what the hell was the last one?
San Jose.
Yeah. But anyway, I kind of believe, and it's obviously silly, but I think if you are on the Bruins and at any point in time you wear the number 6, you're cursed. I think 6 is a cursed number for the Boston Bruins. And when he was a rookie, he wore 6 for a few years before changing to 19. And I've always joked and said it's because he wore 6 and why he never will win the Stanley Cup. And Florida's favored because they won the President's Trophy. And I'm like, nope. Joe Thornton cannot win. He wore number 6. He's cursed for life.
So you're saying the curse is extended to any team he goes to?
If the player wore number 6 for the Bruins, you're cursed. Teddy Green's number 6. You wear number 6, you're cursed.
Teddy Green did okay.
Oh, almost getting killed, murdered. That wasn't really okay.
But you said almost.
Murdered.
Yeah,
Like,
when,
if he
when
was like,
Mackey hit him with a stick and almost killed him.
again, almost.
Almost.
Yeah,
Almost counts
so-
in horseshoes and hand grenades, man. I
And
don't want to
yeah,
hear about no almost. I want to hear like he was blown up and then all of a sudden thrown into the sun. I see.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
I feel like that. Yeah, okay. That sounds pretty cursed.
almost like a yet.
But
Yeah.
anytime I see someone wearing number 6, I go, "Oh, you're screwed." Gordy Kluzak wore number 6, and he was like a first-round draft pick. He might have been number 1 overall or something for the Bruins back in like '83. And he was supposed to be the next Bobby Orr. He was supposed to be better than Ray Bork, and he blew his knees out.
Well, 6. There you
Yeah.
go.
Don't wear 6 if you play for the Bruins, man.
God,
Fair enough.
Nothing good can come from that.
nothing.
Good to know. You should probably just retire it then.
Yeah.
You should burn it in a dumpster fire out behind the garden and never wear it again.
Yeah.
I see. Interesting.
Arsonist.
Interesting.
Yep.
So let's do this. I got a couple of things I want to get done, but anything in the chat that you guys want to chat about, we can. I want to start the process of winding her down, but if you come up with something kind of fun to talk about, I'm willing to do that. Well, again, we'll play it by ear. But let me throw something out, actually. I was having a little bit of fun. I don't know if you're familiar with that Showtime show with the Los Angeles Lakers. They were doing that little biopic series. I don't know if you heard about that, the Showtime one.
I saw the first 3 episodes because I had free HBO for a long weekend.
Yeah.
When it first came on.
How'd you find it?
I thought it was fantastic.
It was fun. It's largely fictional. We'll call it like over dramatized for fun.
Yeah.
I will say it's a fun series though. I like it because they'll do like they'll like break the fourth wall occasionally, like have the character talk to the audience.
Yeah.
They'll do little things back and forth. It's very dramatized. It's kind of off the it's off the wall, but in that sense it's fun. I like it because it's kind of fun. And I will say the actor that's playing Magic Johnson looks like Magic Johnson. It's nuts. The guy looks like Jerry Buss, looks quite a bit like Jerry Buss. You got Pat Riley there in the early days. Like there's a bunch of characters that will become people in the NBA for years to come in that story. It's kind of a fun story. So I've watched, so in Canada, we have it on Crave TV. That's our outlet for that. So I used Crave TV when I was watching Peacemaker. So I decided to activate it for the month. Similar to what I do with Netflix sometimes. I'll activate it to watch something. So I'm 9. They've got one more episode, I think, in the first season, because I think they're going to do a second season for the next year of the Lakers. I've enjoyed it. I've watched 9 of the episodes, but it is very highly dramatized. But it is entertaining. I will say it's been fun to watch for sure. So I would recommend it if you enjoy it. Again, take with a grain of salt the legitimacy of a lot of the caricatures of the individuals. Take it as almost a self-contained fun series about a basketball team in the late 70s, early 80s. Let's just go with that. But if you take it in that context, it's still fun to watch. It's still enjoyable. So by accident, because I had this for the month, I did go searching, like, okay, what else you got on here that I can watch, whatever, since I've got it for the month anyway. I did end up watching The Batman. So I don't know, the new Batman movie?
I went to the theater and saw it.
It's
with my
3 hours
daughter.
long, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
They did
Is
a
it
good
really?
job.
I thought it was decent, but I'm sure I could have cut like about half an hour off that movie and it would have still been fine. I thought it was good. I actually thought the take was interesting. I like that the Riddler was very psychotic, like really psychotic. They went really dark with the Riddler, but I thought that was good. I actually thought it made it a little bit more interesting. Like it was like a sense of, no, this guy's not screwing around. Like
It's not Jim
messing with
Carrey.
me. Yeah, this is not Jim Carrey. This is not Batman Forever, my friends. We're gonna have to. It's like this guy is a little bit nuts, and he's taking it out.
Yeah.
It did feel long though, because as soon as I started watching, I'm like, how on earth is this 3 hours? And a lot of exposition. It's like, oh my God, could you please just. But on the whole, I thought it was very interesting. By the time it was done, it's like, okay, I'm satisfied with where we got. It took us a little while to get there, but we did get there eventually. And I thought they did flesh out a lot of characters. I thought it was a different take on Batman. So it's good. They didn't try to replicate what everybody else is doing. They did take their own spin on it, which is good. I think that's wise.
Yeah, I thought I enjoyed it. I kind of went in with the negative attitude, and I was pleasantly surprised. So
I think most of the interpretations of Batman I've seen have their own charm. The 60s Batman, I just like Adam West Batman because it was goofy. It was fun for what it was. It was fun for what it was.
That was the Batman I grew up on. And
The Tim Burton Batman, I actually liked. I actually thought they did a good job with those. I enjoyed them for what they was.
First two
Very
were great.
different.
Yep.
Because that was the first superhero movie that brought back the genre in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yep.
And then suddenly these next superhero movies are because of the strength of Batman and Batman Returns. They did such a good job with those at the time. They're like, oh, this is viable? Oh, we can make movies on this? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We'll give it a go.
Well, the Superman movies were the first 2 were good, and then 3 and 4 was 4 was just absolutely horrible, and it kind of destroyed the genre. Yeah. And Batman saved it.
Yeah, and they brought it back, which is really good. So like I said, I enjoyed the Michael Keaton Batman. I thought that he did a good job. The whole Batman Forever, that trash, super trash, uber trash. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze, I can't get behind it.
No,
I just can't get there. I can't.
No, those last 2 were absolutely horrible.
It's heinous. The Christopher Nolan ones I was good with. I enjoyed those for what they were. I watched the first one in the theater for sure, and I think The Dark Knight, I'm pretty sure I saw in theater as well. I thought they were good.
I saw them all in theater.
The Heath Ledger Joker, I thought he did a good job.
Oh,
I enjoyed it. I thought he did a good job. But yeah, this was a different take, and I liked it. Like I said, 3 hours might have been a little long for me. I was like, you could have cut that down a little bit. But once they got going, once it got in the flow, I thought it was good.
Yeah, I went to a theater for the first time in 2.5 years, I think.
What'd you watch?
I went and seen The Lost City with Channing Tatum and
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock, yeah.
Yeah,
it was fun and it was interesting. I
Brad Pitt
really
is in that also.
He's so Brad Pitt was so good in that. Yeah, so I was looking more for a fun movie. I wasn't into Batman, and I wasn't into something about the new the Marvel what's his name Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, yeah.
He's not my favorite hero. He does so many different things that he can get away from anything just by going into his. You can't. It's like Superman. You know what he's got. Spider-Man, Batman. Well, everybody, you know what they got. With Doctor Strange, it's just what's next. We don't know. Oh, we'll just do this thing and all that, whatever. And it's just like random. And you lose me, So
he's not my favorite either. But
I like the actor. Cumberbatch is good. He's really good. But I mean,
I'm 20 something movies in to this series, I have to now. You don't have a choice. You know, you have to go see it.
It's all finished and changed now, anyways.
Well, I don't know. You just saw the Spider-Man movies, which I thought was fantastic. That he was a huge part in. Plus, you had the WandaVision, which was on Disney Plus,
Yeah,
right? That so you have the Spider-Man movie plus WandaVision has all worked into this film. It's like, all right, I'm this deep. I have to just keep going. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of wavered for me now. The movies for Marvel, it kind of died at the end of what was it? The last one there with Kronos there or whatever his name was. Was it Kronos? No,
So with Thanos?
Thanos.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
The
Yeah,
Infinity
did-
War then.
The
Yeah,
Greek.
they did a great
Yeah,
job with all that.
I avoided what Eric is talking about. I was at the very beginning of that. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
It's
I'll
enough.
I'll stick with Batman when I think the treatment has been done well. I'll stick with Batman. Batman's been good to me. Batman's fine. Batman's done well for me.
Batman's been very, very good to me.
Yeah, like we're good. Batman and I are fine, except for the Batman for everything. That's trash. And Batman and Robin also trash.
Yes.
But aside from that, on the whole, solid. All of them had their moments. Solid. On the whole, it's hard to go wrong with a decent Batman film.
Well, the popcorn was really good.
Well, that's good.
That's good. That's good.
Popcorn and Maltesers.
What does a liar do when he's dead? Correct.
Maltesers.
Let's not give
Maltball.
spoilers though. Let's not give spoilers though, guys. But I appreciate that you threw it in. there.
Oh, no spoilers.
Yeah, don't give spoilers. It's fun. Yeah, he lies still. I know, but it was good. I did like that some of they did include the riddles, which is good. Some of them were kind of fun. Like I said, the Riddler they cast was sufficiently psychotic. Well done. I think they did a good job, and he was like not unassuming, and it was like I said, it was an interesting take. They got Catwoman in there, and they managed to make that dynamic interesting for them, and like they were able to do enough. Alfred did a good job for what he was doing. Like everybody got to pitch in, but it was kind of different. It was very, if you're used to the other ones, this is going to feel like a different Batman. But with superhero movies, you can do this because you got multiverses and all kinds of crazy stuff. You can have a lot of fun with it if you want to, if that's your desire.
Christian Bale used to bother me because he'd always talk really deeply.
Yeah, it ruined it for me.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, that's why I liked when Affleck became Batman. They had a
He was
voice
good.
changer on him, and he surprised me. I thought he was gonna suck, and I thought
liked
he
him.
did all right. I thought the script was bad at some
Even
spots.
George Clooney was good.
That's specifically the ones that I've ignored. It's
Yeah.
like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. No.
But
Sorry, George. I don't think it was George Clooney's fault. In fairness, I don't think it was his fault. I think his villains were overly campy. It
Michael
was too
Keaton,
much.
I didn't like.
Michael Keaton was good, man.
I had no problem
He's
with
Batman.
him. Yeah,
He's Mr. Mom to me.
yeah, right.
He's Batman. But that's the thing. Like, I think it was good again. But everybody can have their favorites, which is fine.
Sure.
That's why I say, like, I think the Batman franchise has probably been the most consistently treated. It's actually been pretty good. Like, there have been
For
too many.
DC,
clunkers.
they did good with that. Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't had too many.
Superman got
clunkers.
everywhere, and then it was
was a lot.
Superwoman and all the other
Well,
things that tied into it.
Affleck's
Super
coming
Baby.
back one more time. He's going to be in the Flash movie, so with Michael Keaton.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So you'll have Affleck and Michael Keaton in the next DC movie.
Okay. Wonder Woman after 1984.
Oh, that movie sucked, but the first one was really good.
It was amazing, the first one, and then
Yeah.
it just tanked. And
Yeah.
then we had what's her name, who was Captain America,
You mean Captain Marvel?
Captain Marvel. Sorry, yeah, the female Captain Marvel, where all she did was, it's whatever. Okay, and I like what's her name, the actress. I forget her name.
Brie Larson?
Brie Larson. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's cool. I think she's Canadian, is she not?
Now, you're
I
the
don't
only one that likes her. Even her castmates hate her.
Yeah, she's
She's a difficult person.
yes. I've heard that, but she did a great movies, The Room, and a few other really top tier movies. So
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where like you have to be careful not to get too cute. And that's why I say like it's been interesting. The reason why, like I said, the reason why I referred to the Batman thing is that they've taken different takes on it. You can point out like the Christopher Nolan Batman is a very different Batman than the Tim Burton Batman, which is very different than the Batman, which is the new one. They're all the same character technically, but they've taken different approaches to the same character, which is great. That means you all had your own shot at trying to do your own version of it, and you're going to have some fans for each one of them. And like I said, for the most part, I've been happy with the majority of these. Like I said,
yeah,
The Adam West Batman is a completely different beast entirely.
Right.
It's campy, it's silly, but it's okay.
It's
That's
for children.
what it
that
is.
way. It was
That
made
is
that
what
way.
that is what it is.
It's made for children.
Yeah, and it's
And
fine
I
for
was
what
a-
it is.
I was a kid growing up watching it, so
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, but that's what I say. Like, I can appreciate that one for its specific nature. That's got one tact and one direction. This other one is a completely different direction, a completely different tact, which is fine. That's okay. They all have their own place. Saw a preview for the new Avatar. This is another Avatar, really? I guess I'm not surprised.
I'm like the
that's-
one person I think that didn't like the first one. I'm like,
I didn't
this
like
is-
it either. I think
I'm like, this is stupid.
You want to be this because, well, if you're disabled, I get it. I got it. I understand that. But I mean, other than that, like,
I don't know.
okay, you
I
want to
just-
live in another world that's why?
I don't know.
Because you can
I
run through trees and
I couldn't get.
maybe.
I couldn't believe it was such a global mega hit, and I'm just like, I thought
I
it was
think it
stupid.
was more hype because Harry Potter was out then, and then you
I
had
can't
Lord
stand
of the
those
Rings
either.
was around that time. just
I
a
didn't
little
like those
before.
either.
Oh, Lord of the Rings was really good.
I
That's
watched the
something.
first one, and I'm like, I'm never getting those 2 hours back.
I think
Oh,
I
that's
think part of what helped Avatar was that it was the James Cameron movie,
Yes.
but it had the opportunity to surpass Titanic, which was the other James Cameron movie. So I think after a while, it kind of built momentum on itself because people started tracking it and kind of watching that it was about to pass Titanic and become the highest grossing movie of all time. And I think some people just wanted to be a part of that. Some people just wanted to be like, I actually think there was like a segment of the population that's like, yeah, I've seen this movie 3 times. I'm going to watch it one more time to keep pushing it towards surpassing.
Titanic, top 5 movie again. That's such an amazing movie. Done well.
James Cameron has
Well
had the good
before-
fortune of being involved in a lot of that.
Well before the CGI was even at its greatest point, like
Yeah.
even of that time period.
Yeah.
So, and then there's been some rumor about the sister ship, the Olympia. They switched ships in the yard because actually the Olympia had a right where the what was it, the iceberg hit is where an accident happened, and then they were down there and in that, what was it, just last spring, whatchamacallit, the nameplates fell off and it said MP on it where it was riveted over Titanic, and that was back on 2000, I don't know, whenever. So interesting stuff
I don't know, that's fair. Just looking here.
because they were built identically.
Right.
to
Yeah,
every-
that's right.
Every degree.
That's
Right.
right. Yeah.
And they
And
both
they were
sank.
going to lose money because if they scrapped that ship because its hull was twisted, right? And even people said about Titanic, it went a little bit to the left, which was kind of weird. It doesn't sit straight. Interesting. I said that sounds like a big deal, because they would have lost their money because they scrapped the ship. So, and 5 days before, it was insured for 75 million, and no, 7.5 million, and they increased it 5 days before to 12.5 million.
Yeah. I think maybe they.
Those are facts, but
Yeah.
I'm
Maybe
sitting
they
here
weren't
going-
too positive it was going to make it across.
mhm.
Conspiracy.
There's
Typical
a whole
that.
bunch of stuff.
Yep.
It just makes a lot of sense. You get big money and big, 2008. Let's talk. You can talk about that all day. There's so much that goes on behind there that you don't even really know. But when they start digging into things and they start getting down to the Titanic, and they had that film thing there with the MP on instead of Titanic where it rusted off because they riveted over it, I went, ooh, that's the most damning evidence they said they have right now.
Mhm.
Unless they
follow
both called them that.
Well, the thing is that that Titanic was one of 3 ocean liners made around that time.
Yeah. The Lusitania.
Well, no,
Titanic.
Lusitania was a different ship.
That's-
Lusitania was a very different ship.
No.
So it's the Olympic,
White
the
Star
Titanic,
Line.
and the Britannic.
Oh,
So those are the 3. Those are the 3.
But the Olympic and the Titanic were identicals.
Yeah.
There's a couple extra portholes on the Titanic on the front. The stacks were all the same. Everything was the same. One was tiled, one was carpeted. A few different things. But
Yeah. And the
most
Olympic
identical.
was the first one of the 3, and it actually lasted 24 years.
Or did it?
Well, the
Anyways.
one ship was sold for scrap in 35. So that ship still lived. To the other 2 had their 2 mishaps.
But it had 3 major accidents before the Titanic, the Olympia.
Yeah.
Had 3 major, and one of them they had to replace the bulkhead. And when they were doing that scan, they said there's some extra piece of metal in there, and it's right at that point. And said, well, the only thing could be an extra bulkhead that they're trying to support it, but they couldn't bring the ship back. And so it sounds like they shifted them out, but who knows? you don't know the real story behind anything, but at least those facts are there, which kind of,
The only
You
thing
know,
I
when
trust
you-
in this situation is Seconds from Disaster. If any of you are familiar with that series, I was a big fan of the Seconds from Disaster series.
it's like when somebody, you watch those 2020 shows and somebody gets extra insurance on their wife, and then all of a sudden she ends up dead a couple days later. You're like, yeah, mm-hmm. Why would
Yep.
you insure it 5 days before, right?
Yep.
Just a coincidence.
It's all a coincidence. So follow up from a few weeks ago, there was an American Gladiator card in 91 by Tops. Fair enough. I'll look into
Okay.
that. That's kind of interesting. Okay, I'm just quickly going to scan through and get caught up here. They've been working on a few more avatars since the first one. I believe that.
Yeah, there's
Avatar
got to
was
be
the most-
more.
Avatar was the most garbage blockbuster video ever. Yeah, I was never a fan.
The garbage blockbuster, perfect.
Yeah. eBay app update. Directly under the card listing is the seller's profile and feedback score. Okay, interesting. I like that. So they cheaped out on the rivets too, in pertaining to the Titanic. Will they ever be able to return Montreal? Probably not. They'll do the exhibition. They'll do that little fun show with the Jays and stuff. I don't think so.
Barely support the Jays.
I wanted to answer that last question though.
Which one? They cheaped out on the rivets or the Montreal?
No, the Montreal one. There was a question at the end. How's the
How-
outlook on current Expos fans? Yannick is fine.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'll stand up for the Expos fans in this regard. Their team was cheap and really dumb in the way they marketed that team. I think if they had actually treated that team with respect, those
They had
fans
great
actually,
players.
their fans were there. The fan, but you treat the fans like trash enough times, like they'll eventually be like, "Well, screw you then."
And
In fairness, arguably that makes them better than a lot of other fan bases that will take endless amounts of crap and just accept it and move on. So it's like, well, no, we would like you to put something into this. We'll put energy. We'll support. We're willing to do all this stuff, but you give us nothing, consistently nothing, and then you expect us to make us happy. Like, oh, why aren't you happy that we're giving you nothing? No, that's trash.
Not
So
happy.
So I can't blame. The truth is, if Major League Baseball had been inclined to actually make the Expos work, if they had actually wanted to, and that the ownership had been interested in actually doing something with that team, the Expos fans would have still been there. They would have still supported it because they were willing to back it, but they saw that ownership was never going to do anything. And the same thing's happened in other sports. The same thing happened. We joke about the whole CFL thing. Ottawa lost his franchise 2 different times, and it was and what happened is that both 2 times they resold it to the same owner. So the Ottawa
That's
Rough Riders,
conspiracy.
the Ottawa Rough Riders was sold to like something Chen. The last name was Chen, but they went in and they drove they into the ground. Then they brought them back as the Renegades, and then that owner sold it to Chen again. And all the Ottawa people are like, "Fuck this guy, we hate this guy."
We hate this guy.
So it's like, and so then the second time, so then Ottawa gets everybody. Well, you guys don't support your team. Literally, you sold it to the same piece of trash owner that we hated the 2 times.
So they shouldn't sell the Maple Leafs to the Ballard family.
Probably not. That would probably be unwise.
That would be unwise. Okay.
Probably be unwise. So like, but here's the thing. That's how narratives get made, right? So I'm like, so this owner basically crapped on your city twice with the team, and then but why didn't they support the team the second time?
Something happened.
The fans are only willing to go so far. They're only willing to go so far with you. And at a certain point, they're going to be like, well, we can't support this. I'm actually doing you a disservice by supporting what you're doing. It's actually not good. Hence is the story of the Expos. And then they struggled. They struggled in Washington for a very long time until they finally got somewhere. Well, someday, the way it's going here, Juan Soto may not resign with Washington, and they may not be a contender again. And then all of a sudden, Washington will be on the block. What happened? Washington was... It's not the team. It's the way you treat the franchise. The way you treat the franchise will then lead into what happens next. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So here we go. Built the Titanic, aliens. Still following Oak Island, Bobby?
That's probably 6 years of my life I'll never get back, and I haven't watched it since whenever it was on last. I'm not tuning in anymore.
Yep.
I'm just waiting until they find the treasure, and then I'll start tuning in.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck is right.
Sounds like the current A's. Yeah. I think that's a good comparable because right now the current A's are kind of a hopeless franchise. So there's not too much you can do with that. Pierce played for Montreal briefly. Yes, he did. 97 Expos were a fun team to watch. I agree with that. 94 strike killed the Expos. Yep. But it was like the last straw because they had a lot of little things going into it before that. That was the last straw. That was the opportunity. Like it should have gone. It was looking good, and then like the rug got pulled out from under them. That was the end of that. 93-94 strike had the best record in baseball. It's the 94 team. 94 was the one with they had Randy Johnson, Hall of Famer, Pedro Martinez, Hall of Famer, Larry Walker, Hall of Famer. The team was good.
Mm-hmm.
Is Larry? I mean, how was? Listen, Larry Walker was really good. You know, he
Yep.
went to the Rockies. I mean, he was definitely a star in his day. But the fact that Larry Walker's the Hall of Famer, I just like they're just letting everybody in now.
No, Larry Walker has a better case than a bunch of other guys. Larry Walker, is because Larry Walker right now is in a position where he got penalized for being in Colorado because they basically ignored his. It's like, well, he wasn't just like a little bit good. He was actually really good, but he was also in his prime. So it's like his prime coincided with going to Colorado where offensive stats were inflated. But I think he would have still been really good anyway. So he got penalized for it. And then the Baseball Hall of Fame, though, was kind of screwed anyway because they got Harold Baines in there. Harold Baines is basically a longevity guy. He was a good player.
Right.
He played a long time. He accumulated a lot of stats. So basically, anybody in the Hall of Fame, you go, well, Harold Baines is in. Fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess you're right. Yeah. By that metric, sure. Yep. You're way better than Harold Baines. So all right,
I've said
in
this.
you go.
I've said this, many times. When it comes to the Hall of Fame of a sport, if you don't automatically look at that person and go, "That guy's a Hall of Famer," then they're not. If you have like, well, let's discuss it. Nope, that's the end. That's the end of the discussion. The Hall of Fame is for the best of the best, and if you even hesitate for a second, they're not in the Hall of Fame.
The problem is that none of the Hall of Famers use that criteria.
I know, but that's what it should be.
Yeah. Well, that ship has already sailed. Precedent has been set.
I understand that. Burt Bylevin, okay. The guy waited for like 40 years and finally they let him in. It's like, why? If he wasn't good enough to get in on day one, why is he good enough to get in 20 years later? Did he get better?
That is the theory that the writers go by. Yes.
He got better in the 20 years that he didn't play.
Not playing, he gets better. Yes.
It just it makes no sense to me.
Yep.
If you look at the person and you go Hall of Famer, Wayne Gretzky, Hall of Famer, no one will argue. There's nobody on the planet that will argue that Hall of Famer.
Kind of soft. I don't know.
Pedro Martinez, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Prime Pedro was excellent.
Okay, these are Hall of Famers. If there's any time you go, well, let's look at his numbers and let's compare. You're not a Hall of Famer.
So there's a good comment I'm going to use as part of that. I'm going to have a little fun with it. So Chris here is Joe Carter a legend in Canada like maybe Kawhi? So Kawhi is not a legend. Kawhi had a great run with the Raptors. Raptors fans appreciate Kawhi. If Kawhi comes back, he'll get cheered. He will get very respectful applause. People appreciate him. He played very well. Joe Carter will get a very strong round of applause from the Jays faithful. At the moment it happened, Joe Carter was big time in Canada, but baseball isn't the top sport in Canada, so it's one of those things like it's a great Canadian sports moment. Joe Carter hitting the home run, going around the bases. It was a big moment. It'll get constant replays. I don't think he's a hero though, Canada-wise. He comes back to a Jays game though, he's getting applause.
Oh, he's
getting
not a hero in Canada. He's a hero in Toronto.
Yeah. So it's like, he'll get his respect and applause. He comes to a Jays game, he'll get applause. He's at dinner somewhere in Toronto. A lot of people will be like, "Hey, Mr. Carter, appreciate you, blah blah blah." 100%. He doesn't have to pay for a dinner in the city.
No,
but like Canada-wise, not now. And Kawhi, to be honest, doesn't have that either.
If he goes to Calgary, do you think anybody cares about Joe Carter? Come on,
not especially.
No,
they like I said, if they were Jays fans in '93, they'll appreciate him. There will be appreciation, but it won't be like hero worship. It won't be quite that level. A's had 2,700 fans a game this year, I believe it. Montreal's reputation for supporting good teams. Tell that to the Canadians. They haven't won anything in a long time. Todd Helton for Hall of Fame. I could make a case for him eventually, but it's I gotta look at it again.
The answer is no.
No, we're getting to that. This is where this comment comes in. One day it'll be the let Fish point in. No. 9. I will fight it. I will lock him out. Fish boy or never.
I don't know. People tell me he's the greatest baseball player that's ever put on cleats and held a baseball bat.
He's not even the best fish name last guy. Tim Salmon for the win, bros. Tim Salmon.
I mean,
And he played for the Angels. So, ha! He's not even the best fish last name guy who played for the Angels. Ha! Jack Morris, yep. Trevor Hoffman, I'm not a big fan of closers. A's games. Draw about 3,000 people a game, yep. So I kind of mentioned from before. Jim Rice was good enough for day one, but took decades to get in.
now
There are people who argue that. I don't know. I don't feel like good enough day one first ballot.
so
I don't know if I go there.
So that's a special case, and there's
special
other people. No, and there's other athletes that have this. That was, I know this for a fact. The reason Jim Rice did not get in earlier was because he was such a douchebag his entire playing career towards the writers, especially the Boston writers, but in every single town he went into. The writers, the baseball writers, are the ones who vote for him,
Yes.
and they hated him.
Well, this is the Bonds problem.
It's
Bonds is not out because of steroids. No, Bonds got over 65%. Steroids are not. If Bonds was a beloved guy, if he had been nice to the writers, he would have gotten in years ago.
I am if we know for an absolute fact,
David Ortiz.
You cheat. Yeah, he shouldn't be in.
But people like David Ortiz. Big Poppy. We love Big Poppy.
We love Big Poppy.
He's in the Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame. But he's in the Hall of Fame.
He has a dirty test. He's dirty.
I agreed. But David Ortiz is the perfect example of why it isn't a steroid issue. It's not a steroid thing.
It's ridiculous.
It is because he was liked. He was nice to the media. He was nice to them. And in turn, they gave him a little bit of flack, but all right, go on in.
And he should
go on in, you scamp.
Yeah, and he should not have gotten in. Jim Rice should have gotten in day one because he was a jerk and the writers are like, we hate you. They tortured him.
Yeah.
Poppy, the writers were like, oh, you're awesome. You always talk to us and gave us quotes and you're wonderful.
But that's a situation where, honestly, being a people person helped David Ortiz tremendously. They were willing to let's just look past some of the. It's like, but you skewer Bonds for this. No, let's just kind of nope, it's fine. Great guy.
If you cheated in whatever sport, you were caught cheating. That's the issue right there. And you shouldn't be rewarded for cheating in a sport. So
yeah. So, hockey guy who played the most games in NHL history playing, Patrick Miller will get in the Hall of Fame as a longevity guy. He will. For the game's record and stuff, he'll get in longevity. He's got 500 goals. He's got most games played. He'll get in. Pedro should be in just for beating up Don Zimmer. Facts.
He olayed him. He didn't put his. He didn't. I don't think
he can't beat him. Don Zimmer's older than dirt. You can't beat up Don Zimmer. Just step out of the way and let him fall over.
And that's what he did.
Correctly so.
Olay.
And it was funny. We all appreciated and enjoyed it. It was funny.
It was funnier when Don Zimmer cried in the press conference later that night. That was funnier.
I'm enjoying the baseball articles diatribe. The only thing missing, Baracas. Facts. Have a good night, Paul. I see you later in the comments. He's taking off for the night. So have a good night, Paul.
See you later.
Is a top 5 guy, a saves guy. Yeah, he is. I just don't like closers. This is my personal bias. I don't care about closers. I think there are a lot of guys who are very good and very effective at it over years, but your role is meaningless if your team isn't in a position to actually be winning the game. You could literally be, how do I negate this great closer? Be ahead. They're not going to use him. He's going to sit on the bench. He's not going to do a damn thing. Oh, so he's meaningless. This is why I pick on the Mariano Rivera thing. Mariano Rivera's from Panama. He's also a traitor. A traitor's dog is what he is. But he's also a closer. I don't give a shit about closers. That's why it's I think the one comment that was put in there was oh, you don't know the Jays' current closers? I bet the last closer that I remember from the Jays was B.J. Ryan because they brought him in with this big fanfare, B.J. Ryan. Before that, it was I want to say that, what's his name? There was a Myers there in the late 90s. I barely remember the Jays closers over time because they were different guys. They did it by committee. The last time I legitimately remember a Jays closer was basically Dwayne Ward, and before that, Tom Hankey, because they were closers. That was their job. That is what they did. And they were excellent at it. But again, those teams were good. So they were always in a winning position late in the game. So they had opportunities to have work. If your team sucks, you're not going to be a very good closer. And
No.
it's not because your stuff's no good. It's because, well, we don't need you.
Right.
You're only here to pitch one inning.
Yeah, we're losing. We don't need you to close.
Yeah, so you're negated. You're ineffective. And again, it's no knock on your stuff. But the one thing is, Mariano Rivera is the greatest closer of all time. I can agree with that. Fair enough. That's like saying you're the best groundskeeper of all time. Congratulations. So what? I don't care. Am I supposed to be impressed? Like, what do you do? Oh, like the groundskeeping. Like, you keep doing that. Good for you. I got my Mariano slander. Let's see. Yep. Didn't play. Yep. Am I the only one who thinks the laundry tag patch is total garbage? For high-end card, I'm not a big fan of that. Hilton will make the Hall of Fame. Yes, I agree. Kevin McHale. What the hell does that have to do with anything? 357. Start making some sense.
I mean,
Go ahead.
no, I mean, he's Kevin McHale's a Hall of Famer.
But what does that have to? But I'm wondering what that has to do with this conversation.
He's probably the best inside player in NBA history. So I mean, I don't know.
I feel like he's randomly throwing names though. Like, was Kevin McHale like on the borderline? Like, are we worried about Kevin McHale?
Kevin McHale's never on the borderline. The guy's a Hall of Famer.
So then, where does it fit?
Yeah,
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not following where it fits in this
I
conversation.
don't know.
Yeah, Joe Carter Home was an epic World Series moment. As a great World Series moment, yes, 100%. The question though was, is he like hero worship? No, not really. In Canada wide, he's not.
No, but Joe Carter and Gibson are probably the two most famous hits in World Series history, right?
Yeah, for the World Series, it's one of the ones that will get replayed all the time. For all time, for as long as they do show World Series clips, it'll be one of the ones they replay. So, like, from that perspective, yes, absolutely. Last year, two Jays fans have soured on many of them. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Stayed up to watch the oldest trash. So this is where Paul took off. No problem. McGriff should get in. I agree with that. Schilling should get in. I disagree with that. Fuck Schilling.
No, see, that's more political BS. The guy,
he's a moron. He gets nothing. I don't care. He gets nothing.
But what does that have to do with him being one of the most dominant pitchers of his generation, especially in the playoffs?
I'm willing to whitewash that. He was overrated trash
because he's a jerk. After and it really he became.
I actually, here's the thing: being a jerk would actually appeal him to me, but he's stupid on top of being a jerk. Like he's stupid.
Yes, but while he played, nobody really knew or acknowledged that he was a stupid jerk. It wasn't until after he retired that he went like batshit crazy. What does that have to do? Whether or not this guy was the most dominant pitcher of his generation for a period of time and. I mean, the guy's a Hall of Famer.
Hold on. So my Schilling slander notwithstanding, let's make something clear. He was a top tier, one of the most dominant pitchers. When he was in Arizona, Randy Johnson was more dominant. Randy Johnson was scary good. And Randy Johnson had a much longer body of work. Schilling was elite level though. He was elite level and he sustained elite level status for a very long time. But he was never the most dominant.
Okay, you're correct.
But he was excellent. But he was beyond. He was in the playoffs. He would continue to be excellent.
I misspoke in my diatribe.
Yeah, it's like, but that's what I say. Like is he worthy of discussion? Yes. Is he worthy of discussion?
I think it's instant. He's a Hall of Famer, no question. But because they don't like him, and because if they voted him in, they would get backlash on Twitter from the political left, and the whole state of Rhode Island would be screwed over in that business deal. They don't want to touch him. He's non grata.
I just think it's funnier than leave him out. I just think it's like, leave him. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. Harold Baines is in, but you're not. Fuck you, Shelley.
It's insane. This guy, there's not even a discussion. This guy's instant Hall of Famer, but because he's just too hot to touch, they don't want to deal with him.
Yeah. What about Dennis Eckersley? He was starter that converted, but Eckersley was actually a good starter. Like for a chunk of his career, he was actually a good starter as well.
He played for the Red Sox. He was a starter, and then he finished.
And he was actually quite good. But he was actually quite good as a starter. He was actually quite good. So I think as a pitcher, Dennis Eckersley, in my opinion, was a great pitcher. The fact that he converted over. Now, this was a shorter term. I'll give you a good example of a guy who was a great pitcher who also spent time as a great closer. Smoltz. John Smoltz started as a great elite starter. Right. He had, I think it was arm problems or whatever it was. He was able to come back as a closer for a little while for the Braves. He was excellent as a closer, and then he was able to come back and be a starter again. But he actually had the stuff to be a great starter. He was a great pitcher. who had a cup of coffee where he was an elite closer just because he could, because at that point they needed to cut down his pitch count. Okay, fine. That's great. But he's a great pitcher.
Yeah, he was. No question.
There you go.
As a Cubs fan, I grabbed Hall of Fame Lee Smith and Bruce Sutter, rookies for nothing. Yep, fair enough.
Lee
Jay's
Smith played here in Boston.
Yeah, so here's the one I talk about Romano. Biggest year in baseball the year is Santa Baby. Yep, there you go. The biggest one, there was a player, I want to say Fosse. There was a player in the 50s who had really crazy big ears. He was in a lot of 50s sets, and he is just a weird looking dude. But yeah, but that's what I say. The Jays.
So
Yeah, but it's one of those things that I think that was the one where you're saying, like, oh, well, you're a Toronto fan and you don't know Romano. No, I don't. I don't pay attention to Jays closers. I repeat, the last one that I remember was BJ Ryan, and that was, I think, 10 years ago? Longer?
more.
Yeah, like longer. It's been a while. I remember because he came in with big billing. I was attending Jays games at the time. He had a nice intro song and everything. It was fun. But like that's the last one I remember.
Was it Wild Thing?
No. No, he had like a rock song they did for him. And he had like a whole little entrance, like a whole entrance video and things. It was like, okay, cool, great.
Because Charlie Sheen's the greatest closer of all time.
Well, different conversation. He had Tiger Blood. He was winning. Fun fact: Great Canadian World Series champion Joe Carter had an 84 Donruss rated rookie. Yes, he's an 84 Donruss. Yes. Yeah. Charles Barkley says McHale was the best player he went against. Fair enough. I think that's reasonable. Schilling's Hall of Fame. It's more funny if he's not.
No,
More funny if he's not.
he should be.
I don't give a crap about the Hall of Fame, guys. Like I really don't. I think the Hall of Fame has been illegitimate for a very long time.
Then why
I
did
don't.
you
Oh,
why
yeah.
then why did you cry off camera when you didn't get into the YouTube Hall of Fame?
Dude, I'm in the YouTube Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
But
I'm in the
but,
YouTube Hall of Fame.
but Bobby and I had to comfort you. You were all upset.
You're not comforting anybody. What are you talking about? Like, your life falls apart right at that spot. People are like, comforting, really? Really, Eric? Really? Is that? It's like, that's when I knew he was lying. It all fell apart. And it's like, do we need Eric's mom on here? Be like, he doesn't comfort anybody.
All right, so I meant to say Brad had to
Too
comfort
late.
you.
It's over.
Oh,
You're done.
it's finished. Yep. You had a
Yeah.
chance.
You had your chance, and you failed so miserably.
Sorry.
You fail like Kurt Schilling in the Hall of Fame vote. Schilling was also good, but skated a lot. Yes. 84 Donruss, Greg Gaddy is harder to find instead of the Joe Carter. Yeah. Schilling D-backs beat the Yankees. I don't think Schilling was on there. I remember Andy Johnson. I think he pitched all the games.
Oh my God.
Jeff Kent has the most home runs by second base of all time. See, this is Hall of Fame trolling.
It is.
Jeff Kent is the most home runs by second base of all time. Probably Jews. Yes. He was also a Jay briefly. Jeff Kent started his career on the Blue Jays. Very briefly. It was very, very cup of coffee, literally. Joe Carter, Donruss, and Wrigley Field in the background. I think so. BJ Armstrong? No, BJ Ryan. Yep.
BJ
Don
Armstrong
Mossy. Thank you. That's the one I'm talking about.
wasn't BJ Armstrong a basketball player for the
I think
Bulls?
so, yeah. Yeah. I think he was because I remember that name. But no, that was And he
sure the hell's not even thinking about being in the Hall of Fame. Jesus.
I don't know. 357 sometimes like I leave it there, but like 357 goes off in these weird directions all by himself. Yeah. No, it could be on the record. Eric's lost his mind. He was fine. And look, he might have been able to pull this off. He didn't even need the meddling kids. We didn't even bring out the meddling kids yet. And he like wrecked his own thing. He just kept going.
Yeah.
Look, I haven't seen this kind of thing since, shill bidding arranged out of Korea somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ken's problem is a huge pain in the ass to public or going to public. Yep. Yes, indeed. Look, I said allegedly. I said allegedly.
Oh,
You have
my
no
good
soul.
Facts.
SOULE. Gotcha.
God.
Chicago class of 95. Good for you. So, like I said, non sequiturs. I don't get it. It's like, okay, so Chicago. Congratulations. Good for you. Who cares?
Oh God, I wish I had one of those.
Yep. Good stuff. All right, guys. So I think we'll wind her down on that. Anything else you want to throw in there, you can. If you haven't already, I would always appreciate the like button. It is free. This is where we, like I said, the longest running episodic hobby related, whatever the hell it is we do here. Lord knows.
Talk.
No idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
There are words said. Sounds are uttered.
Yes,
Yeah.
noises were made.
Yeah, I think we can say that. So Rock Latex. What's the main question that got you the name? Because I'm Carlos. Any question pertaining to anything that I refuse to answer because become Carlos is the answer. Yeah. The short version is that tech support, supporting the support, and then I would solve the problem, let them figure out the problem, and they'd be like, "How did you know?" Because I'm Carlos, and I'd walk away. That is the origin story of the name. I did it enough times that that's basically how it worked out. Animal player mashups, Piggy Palfy. That would probably fit better in the V Friends. At least that would incorporate something, but you would definitely get sued.
Yeah,
Bob, you're grasping, Bob.
Yeah.
I'd be more interested in that than that other crap.
I think Bob's gotten into Eric's morphine.
Maybe.
It's like we're right at the end of the line, guys. Right at the end of the line. Anyway, appreciate the comments as always. Lots of good comments. So thank you for comments and questions as always. Been a lot of fun hanging out and chatting about all these various things. We'll see. Well, like it'll always be. The summertime is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a little quiet for a lot of the main stuff. We'll see what happens going forward. I think for me, it's just going to be fun though. I will make a video this week, I think, talking about kind of the state of where I'm at the collection and the channel as well, because what I want to do is, if we are facing headwinds, which I believe we are. That means it's time to adjust and adapt. It's one of those times because I talk about that all the time. It's like, no, let's actually have that conversation now. What does that look like? What does that sound like? I want to kind of put together how that's going to look for me. And then you can all figure out how that applies for you. Because it's going to be, your mileage may vary. One more comment I'll make real quick as well. One of the comments I got in one of the other videos is, hey, why don't you talk about like the tax implications of a lot of the stuff with the different tax rules that are being applied? And I just want to quickly make a quick statement about that. And that is, you can't. Your mileage may vary literally. It's case by case.
Yeah.
And taxes are not new. If you're operating any kind of a business, you've always had taxes. Just because they incorporate into them, nothing should change. And if you want the simple answer, I don't need to make a video for that. Here it is. Keep good records. Keep good records. That's it. And then you'll have what you need if a question is asked. Keep good records. You'll be fine.
It's like buying anything anywhere.
Yeah. You buy it and you sell it, keep records. Make sure you've got that set aside, because if you know you're going to get charged with taxes, well, then maybe you should have a record of how much, because if they ask, you already have the answer to these questions. You should not be trying to figure it out after the fact. That's it. There's your advice. And that's jurisdiction free. It doesn't matter which. Keep records. Keep good records of what came in and what came out, and you'll probably be better served than 99% of people. That's it. Nothing more. Otherwise, go find an account. Go find an account. Go get a tax account. They'll help you out.
eBay will send you a printout every month anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but a lot of people are too lazy to do the work. Like they've wanted to avoid it for so long. They're all of a sudden they're freaking out about it. It's like, why are you freaking out? If you've been operating a business, you've been dealing with taxes forever. Like, so just pretend it's a business. Just keep some records and do what you need to do and move on with your day. If you don't make enough money, well then stop. I'll make it easy for you. If you're not making enough money at it, stop. It's not a profitable business. Move on with your day.
Well, you're allowed a certain amount tax-free, so.
Yeah. Eric needs a gin and tonic, probably. Have a good night, Baz. Good night, Jeff and Bob. Have a good one. Don't hurt yourself, Eric. Oh, too late.
Thanks, Bob.
Have a good night, Bob, and
Don't
everybody
hurt
else.
yourself anymore.
Yeah,
Anymore.
right. Yeah.
All right, folks. Have yourselves a great night. We'll catch you next week.